at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the machine. There we go. I was worried about it for a second. We're connected though. All right, let me step up front and get a little Debbie. I wonder what did John bring? Where's those he had last night? There was 2 boxes I laid over there. I wonder if these are those. There's 2, 4, 6 boxes here. I wonder what those are from. Is the stream on the chat? It's not. Let me fix that.
Happens when you get me to...
Oh, did you do this? Yeah, the new step, see right here on this, see this chat launcher? I'll open that up right there.
Wait, where's your...
Oh, up here in the top right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see that.
Chat launcher. Yeah, chat launcher, and then everything else is normal. All right, let's see if that works. Okay, now it works. I think those are Alice in Chains lights. Yeah, yeah, no one's going to want an Alice in Chains light. Does this have the outfield in the front of it? Did you see something that said outfield?
Yeah, in the very back. I know I saw it. There it is.
I don't know if that's the same one I seen. Oh, no. Okay. We'll figure it out. There was 2 boxes. I mean, it's going to be a long time before I need them, but I hate for him to have misplaced. Okay, why is all those Michael Jacksons sitting over there? I got a lot of unanswered questions, folks. I got a lot of unanswered questions, but we're live and we're selling vinyl tonight. That's what we're doing right now. So let me mute my music up here. Lots going on all of a sudden. Let me mute this. Once bitten, twice shy. It's blasting in the store right now. What's happening to my fudge rounds? There they are. Man, excuse me. Whew. Okay. I got a box set, I got a little Debbie, and I got a crate of records. I'm dangerous. A box set, a little Debbie. I'm dangerous. Oh, it's going to be one of those nights. This is a big show, folks. This isn't some willy-nilly, oh, look what Chad's doing. This is a big deal tonight. Still don't have my other comment phone. I got to go back up front anyway. But man. Whew, golly, what a night. We hadn't even got started. What a night. We hadn't even got started. What a night. We hadn't even got started. Whew, goodness. Let me jump over here and see what's going on. What a night ahead. Holy mackerel. Good gosh. I mean, goodness. Holy moly. Whew. This is big tonight. Golly. Shoo. Wow. Unbelievable. This is big. This is a big night. Golly. Man. Holy moly. Push these over here. Just wow. Simply wow. Gosh. can't believe it. Holy. Okay, have y'all hit the like button yet? I need y'all to hit the like button, okay? Hit the like button. That would be great. All right. Holy moly. Golly. Okay. So what's going on? Okay, let me take this. Right. So, welcome everybody. We're about to get started in just a moment for Metal Night. And while we're doing that, I'm handling some precious metals. I've got a few precious metals here I'm handling. And like I just made in the post, sorry I was a little late. I just did Tanner did the deal. I was going over it. We just bought a bunch of gold and silver. A bunch of gold and silver. A bunch. So we just did a lot. There's a picture posted. So that's what I just got doing. Post is on Facebook. I'm about to share it over the Instagram as well. My desk, they have put so much stuff around me, which is a good thing, but I'm literally surrounded by stuff. There's boxes of 45s, there's box sets, there's auctions, I can't even walk around hardly, so I didn't know it was going to look like this when I got this. It's not really anybody's fault but mine. There's just so much stuff around me. I got a... It's always like this, it seems like. That's trash. I need to keep this where Tanner wrote this down. Okay. Let me lay this over here. All right. I don't know what that is, but it's going in the trash. Okay. I've got 3 Van Halen lights for $59.99 each. John Griffin, these are available. $59.99 if you want one. $59.99. I've got 3 Van Halen lights in stock. 3 Van Halen lights are in stock. Yep. Paul, you want some stickers? They were in that tub. You can toss what you don't think is any good. Or Laura might want them. I'm not for sure. I think they're just other record stores. So that would be just like us distributing, well, we can't be doing that. Yeah, we can't be doing that. Any idea what Alice in Chains? They're right here next to me. They're right here next to me in a box that got delivered today. So, Paul, last night I took your price gun, which is right here. And then this one, I don't know if it's, it just stopped. I can't get it to cycle, so I don't know if anybody wants to work on it. But there it is. Yeah. Okay. Do they stand on their own? Yes. Yes, it does. All right, there's that. Don't know why this is over there, but there it is. And I'm going to take all this and put it right here. George Harrison don't need to be upside down. Okay. Need that or that. Okay. Let me figure out where the morning video is. I might need this later. These are the advertised auctions, right? Yeah. All right, those are the advertised auctions. So I will put this back there then. That'll fit there for now. I don't know what's up with this. Oh, that's album jackets to get autographed. I don't know what's going on here. Right. Okay, so welcome everybody to Thursday Night Metal Night. I'm making my last trip up front, and my last trip up front is to turn the heat from on to auto because it's been running on for the last. I turned it on last night. After the shows, I'm usually so cold. I don't know why, but I turned the heat on, basically full blast, and I don't have it on auto. I just have it on. So, and I am almost ready to start selling records. We bought some gold earlier today and a bunch of silver, which I'm going to be showing in just a second and throughout the sale. I'm going to go ahead and take a tray of it back here with me. And then make sure all my cameras are working, my mic's working, y'all are here, and then I'm going to scroll through the comments and see what I did and did not see. And let's go ahead and put up that first crate. There's an Eric Carr liquid filled vinyl. There's 3 crates of new vinyl. There's a Led Zeppelin box set. There's my little Debbie that I still got to eat so I can have enough sugar to wake up. Here's the first crate we're going to go through. And here we go. All right. Let's do this. Let's get our first auctions up as well. Okay. I'm going to set those right there for a second. Okay. And there's that. I was checking prices right quick. Get all this in my head so I don't forget. And then... Okay. We don't need that right now. Let me put away this charger. Okay. All right, so the first thing was put down Richard Davis for in-game and 13. I don't know when those are going to be in, but they'll be in soon. Okay, there is new vinyl tonight, and let's get started. Okay, so here we go. First thing I have for y'all is, okay, there's the Aussie box sets. We're not ready for those yet. Holy moly. There's those. Okay. This is Japanese that showed up today, right? Yeah, and then below it is Japanese from the collection. All right, let's get started with something pretty cool here. And get this trash can a little bit closer to me. Okay, so we have the Top Gun soundtrack. This is near mint minus and pristine. A beautiful Japanese pressing. This has the book and cover obi. The obi has a little bit of, it looks like discoloration. Maybe. It looks like it's a two-toned obi to me. But that's very nice. A $35 start on that. And let's jump over here and let me pull up this morning's video, which has a lot of claims. And let's get started while everybody's getting on. There's already 257 people on, probably because tonight's an absolute insane, mind-blowing show. The amount of stuff we have lined up to auction tonight is incredible. We'll get to them starting here momentarily. And literally tonight's one of those nights where everything is requested. All right, so I'm saying that if you bear with me over the next 2 or 3 hours, hopefully, if you are home, you don't have anything to do, and you're going to sit back and relax and enjoy the show, because we have an incredible amount of stuff to go through. And with that being said, about every auction that is here tonight, somebody probably wants to bid on it, and there's like 75 of them. So we can't run 75 at once. If I did, we'd put them all up, everybody would bid, I'd end the stream and we'd go home, but then we wouldn't have any fun, okay? We have Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. Triumph is a 1978 U.S. Indianapolis OG. VG condition. Triumph Rock and Roll Machine is a $10 start. So that's up for bid. Top Gun's a $35 start. And I'm looking for Neil Young's Greatest Hits. I'm looking for Magpie Salute. I'm looking for Crowology, Devo, the Elvis album, Space Hog, The Doors, Skid Row, Black Crow, Stained, Warren Zevon, Neil Young, The Doors, Black Crows, The Who, Free, Endless Summer, Shrek, True Romance, Stones, Jealous Again, Doors, Neil Young, Mother Love Bone, Elvis, Free, Dire Straits, Stained, Big Lebowski, Velvet Underground, Elvis, Doors, Black Crows, Doors, Driving and Crying, Doors, The Doors, Dylan, Rush, Cinderella, Neil Young. There you have it. All right, so the Lumineers, I did not read them off, so this is available. This is called Automatic Limited Edition Violet Sky Vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. That's the Lumineers. The Velvet Underground Loaded. Velvet Underground is sealed, and that's on clear vinyl. $29.99 for Velvet Underground. Clear vinyl, new and sealed. That was a Rhino 2023, $29.99. Triumph is at $25. Final call to get a bid on Top Gun. And then we have Neil Young, and this one's sealed, $39.99. Now, I think all the Neil Young comments was not for this one. So this one's still available, sealed, $39.99. Shane over on YouTube was first to Lumineers, okay? Shane on YouTube first to Lumineers. And let's get our first crate, because I don't have a crate yet to start putting sold records into. But let me do that right now, and I need to drink some caffeine, because I hadn't done that yet. So I need to at least pour this into a cup right quick, right, Paul? Oh, that's Laura, my bad. She walks so fast I couldn't even see. It's just a blur. All right, Derek Cesaro says he thinks he claimed the Velvet Underground this morning. I'm about to go double check right now. I always read it, do a quick scan, and then do another quick scan. I'll probably catch you on the second quick scan right quick, okay? Let me check on this second quick scan then. Let me put this here, put this here. I'm about to mute my mic for a second so y'all don't have to hear me slurping. This is so to Shane. Let me find Derek Cesaro's comments. Derek Cesaro, there it is, Velvet Underground. Thank you, Derek Cesaro. That's so to you. Glad you're watching. Okay, and then we can make Top Gun a buy it now. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants Top Gun. I've got a whole box here of new sleeves. I'm going to be putting these in. Hopefully David Johnson's watching. If he's not, he's going to miss out on thousands of Japanese pressings. Danger Zone, Cheap Trick, $35 on that. Let's go ahead and show this. Derek Cesaro gets Top Gun for $35. Triumph is an OG VG condition record, 1978 OG VG. That's at $32 with Stephen Douglas right now. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Kicks, Blow My Fuse. And this is a 1988 U.S. specialty. This is VG minus, no feelable marks, just scuffing. And Kicks is going to go up for a $15 start. And we have the Beach Boys Endless Summer. And the Beach Boys Endless Summer is sealed, $34.99. That is 180-gram audiophile quality, faithfully restored, remastered. That is the Beach Boys, $34.99, Endless Summer. And Endless Summer is so to Mark Barbosa. Thank you, Mark Barbosa. That's so to you. The Big Lebowski soundtrack, that was sealed, $74.99 for the Big Lebowski soundtrack. And the Big Lebowski soundtrack was so to Derek Cesaro. Thank you, Derek Cesaro. That's so to you. And then the Elvis live at International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. That is so to Regina Tabor. Thank you, Regina. That's so to you. So Triumph's at $36. Kicks is already at $20. Our next Japanese pressing is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay it down. This is near mint minus, a $45 start for Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover and Obi, and Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy is a $45 start. Neil Castle, Rain, Wind, and Speed. That is $24.99 for Neil Castle. Just one of those, and I don't think it was claimed, so it's still available. And then over here we have The Who, Odds and Sods. That was originally a record store day, 2 LP. That's on colored vinyl. That is the Who, Odds and Sods. We have a couple Who claims, but not for Odds and Sods, it doesn't look like. So this one's still available. That is sealed, a half-speed master on colored vinyl, $34.99. Right now we got Kicks at $50. We got Rad at $50. And let me see what the last bid was on Triumph. Stephen Douglas, $36. So Jay Davis and everybody else, y'all are out on Triumph. The Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is sealed, $34.99. This is red and clear with black and white splatter, $34.99 for Rocky Horror Picture Show. The only kind of obscure Megadeth we have is United Abominations. Who needs a United Abominations? Super Collider and United Abominations. I have a United Abominations right here. That will leave us with 2 copies. There is a good chance 13 will be coming in soon, and Super Colliders I think are on the way. So everything else is, I think, like a waiting list right now. All those have been recently pressed, but we're waiting for them to come in. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is unopened. That's a music on vinyl. Or excuse me, that's a remaster, $29.99 on that. Rick Peabody. I can go ahead and tag him for one right now. Rick Peabody gets a Megadeth. That's United Abominations. Does anybody else want one? There's 2 left. Megadeth United Abominations, $38.99. Okay, last bit on Triumph that just came in was $40. What is Kicks? That's an OG VG minus. OG VG minus, no feelable marks, just scuffing. You're going to blast it so loud, it won't even phase you on that one, $45. We have Matt Bushy over here on the Who, Odds and Sods. That's sold to him. We got Michael Hamburger on Megadeth. Now there's one left. And then put down Rick Peabody, also on the wait list for Super Collider. Neil Young, On the Beach. That is sealed on clear vinyl, a 50th anniversary edition. Neil Young, On the Beach is $24.99. And Neil Young, On the Beach was sold to somebody. Let me just figure out where that was. Neil Young, On the Beach, Brandon Johnson. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. And we have Cinderella Night Songs. And this is on Friday Music, either red or purple colored vinyl. And that is sealed, $34.99. TSO Houston on Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. With Triumph being done, it looks like that's a final call then for $40. And then I just want to let everybody know, Rat, I think, was already at $50, Invasion of Your Privacy. But let me go back up here and make sure. Rat, the last bid was Stanley Richmond at $50, okay? So everybody's out on that. Next is Friday the 13th soundtrack. This is from Waxwork. This is on silver, black, red, and metallic gold, copper, splatter. A lot of colors there. Really, pretty wicked looking there. Those are sealed, just $34.99. That's Friday the 13th, and I don't think there was any claim for those. So both of those are still available. And then we have the Rolling Stones at the LA Forum. That's a triple LP with DVD. A triple LP and DVD for $34.99. So yes, if that sounds like that was a, if that sounds like that's a great price, it is. David Doyle was first on the Who. Sorry, the feed's moving so fast tonight already. I'm gonna have to be wickedly focused. Okay, I'm gonna have to be wickedly focused. The feed's moving so fast. David Doyle on the Who. Yes, so let's change this from Matt Bushy. He was ahead of you. David Doyle got the Who. My bad. Matt, sorry about that. Cosmo Kramer, Chad, did I get a Megadeth? Are you asking, did you comment right now that you want a Megadeth? Or are you asking, have you got one altogether? I'll have to check. Now, there's been like 30 different times those have come in. So as of right now, if you hadn't been invoiced for one, these have been sitting in the crate all week. So if you hadn't been invoiced for one yet, then that one you probably need to go ahead and claim. Over here, we have the Who. This is $38.99. This is the Who's Next, $38.99. Let me go back to where everybody was claiming those then. There must have been a big rush of them all of a sudden. I don't even know where that just happened at. Let's see here. Megadeth. Okay, so there's where that is. Then Michael, Cosmo Kramer needs one right now. Okay, so the last Megadeth is sold. That's gone. Cinderella is new and sealed. Yes, Friday Music. It's either on red or purple vinyl. Rat is still getting bids. Kicks is still getting bids. And Mother Love Bone Shine. Mother Love Bone, $33.99. Let me pause there. I'm looking for Croology, Magpie, Neil Young, Devo, Space Hog, Doors, Skid Row, Black Crows, Stain, Hornsey Vaughn, Neil Young, Doors, Black Crows, The Who, Free, Endless Summer. We already attacked track, Matt Stoneman. Todd Kilgore on the Rolling Stones. There we go. Todd Kilgore got a Rolling Stones. There's that on that. Okay. I saw Laura's comment that I needed one, so I just want to end up with two. So Cosmo Kramer, are you Rick Peabody? I guess, okay. Sorry. some of y'all's handles. That's why I can't see what y'all are seeing on the screen with y'all's reels name. I can only see your handles. Okay, so you already got one. Yes, you already got one. Okay, my bad. So there is an extra one left. Sorry. I forgot he's Rick Peabody. On my end, it shows up as Cosmo Kramer. Okay. TSO Houston on Who's Next. I know somebody got the Stones. That's why I had to go through and make sure. Let me do another. And Clay Mullins got Mother Love Bone. Okay. Thank you. Clay Mullins got Mother Love Bone. A lot of claims for this morning's video. I mean, there was 2 crates and it, like almost all of it has sold, it looks like. There's so much of it. It's crazy. Okay, then we have Corn Issues. Both of these are still available. Corn's a double LP, $33.99. There's Rush Moving Pictures. Rush is a remaster, $36.99. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. And then over here, we have Triumph. And the last bit on Triumph over here is sold. And the last bit on that was Brian Berger at $40, okay? Thank you, Brian Berger. Let's put that away. And now Kicks is still getting bids, and so is Rat. The last bit on Kicks that came in was Jay Davis at $80. And the last bit on Rat that came in was $63. Let's add another auction. Here's a couple Steely Dan remasters. There's Aja, and there is Can't Buy a Thrill. Those are both really nice, 180 gram remasters, Steely Dan. 2 of their classics there, Can't Buy a Thrill and Aja. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. And that is going to be a Japanese pressing of dun 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 dun. Actually, I didn't think that was on a soundtrack until the second movie, but here is the original Star Wars soundtrack. Awesome. This is a 2 LP Star Wars, the original soundtrack with Obi, a $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. It is near mint minus and pristine. Now, there's the Obi's really cool. One is gigantic. Really awesome Obi. And it's also advertising about the poster that this came with. Unfortunately, there's no poster, but if you do track one down, I love how the Obi is advertising how it included a poster. Star Wars is a $35 start. That's up for bid. Okay. And then over here we have, do you know my handle on Twitch? I think it's C. Crage, right? True Romance soundtrack. I have, oh, I jumped ahead. I've got 2 copies of the True Romance soundtrack and Shrek. True Romance is $38.99. One sold to Sarah Morgan. There should be 1 left. And then over here, I got Shrek, which is also sold to Sarah L. Morgan. So thank y'all on those. Anything you're seeing me sell out of in here, I can put you on a waiting list. Led Zeppelin's a live unofficial. That's from Texas, 1969. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Rush Feedback is still available. That is a remaster, $29.99. TSO Houston wants Can't Buy a Thrill. TSO Houston, Can't Buy a Thrill. I seen Can't Buy, and I was like, can't buy what? I'll sell you anything. And then over here we have Rush, Snakes and Arrows. Rush is $38.99. There was a claim for at least 1 Rush album. Let me find it right quick. So if y'all don't know what I'm doing over here, this video was posted in our private group over on Facebook. Clay Moore got a Rush. So at 6 a.m., I did about a 7-minute video showing leftover stuff and new stuff from tonight. And I'm over here on Facebook. I've got them sorted in chronological order. And I'm pulling claims because these people obviously get first dibs. And then I'm showing it live so I can pull them, and y'all can also see what's sold and what is still available. So right now on my first read-through, everything that's left in here, and then there's 1 more to do like that. Most of it's still available, but that's why you need to be in the group and just set a reminder, 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., there'll be a video every day. Sometimes I forget, sometimes they don't upload, and they may not populate and post, but there should be one every day. What is the high bid on Kicks? It is sold to Jay Davis for $80 unless you want to bid. It's a VG minus. It's a VG minus, Nico, and it's at $80, okay? And if you want to bid, I'll allow it. But if you say pass, I got to sell it to him for $80, okay? And then over here, Rat is at $45 with Steve McGee. Star Wars is at $45 with Steve McGee. And then Rat, the last bid I seen on Rat was Stanley Richmond at $69, and then Kaysen is done. So we're almost done on that. I don't know if Super Collider will be in this week. Now, there's some vinyl right here behind me. There's 3 crates of new vinyl, but honestly, I have no idea what's in there. There are 3 crates of new vinyl. We'll be doing those in just a second. Okay, so Jay Davis, you do get Kicks for $80. There's that. I hadn't seen a shipment for Super Collider, though, but some of these are pretty weird. They show up in 1s and 2s. So Neil Young's still available, sealed $39. I think that's the only Neil Young that didn't sell. Neil Castle still available, $24.99. Rocky Horror Picture Show still available, $34.99. Cinderella's on colored vinyl from Friday Music. It's either red or purple, $34.99. Friday the 13th is $34. That's so to Matt Shanahan. Thank you, Matt Shanahan. There's now one left. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And how about an unadvertised surprise? Oh boy. Yep, Metallica. This is called Ard Shock, a hard shock. What's that say? A Ard Shock, Metallica. But this was an unadvertised. I found it over here in the new collection last night. It is Metallica live at the Aardstagdag Festival in the Netherlands. No wonder I can't say it. 1987 and at Hammersmith, London, 88. It's a 2 LP Metallica bootleg, numbered on orange vinyl, a $45 start. There you have it. That was from the bonus crate. I don't think there was a photograph taken of that. Now Star Wars is at 50. Sean Drake on Cinderella. That's so to Sean Drake. And then we have Korn. Somebody asked how much. $33.99. It's a double LP. $33.99. Rush Moving Pictures still available. $36.99. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta. Steely Dan Asia still available. $36. And then True Romance is $38.99. Like I said, we did sell one, and there's 3 left. I still got 2 up front on the racks. Awesome soundtrack there. Soundgarden, one of the artists on there, $38.99. Metallica 45, Metallica 50. We got Led Zeppelin for $39.99. Rush Feedback for $29. And we got 2 of those, and we got 1 Snakes and Arrows left for $38. All right, we can go ahead and sell right then. Thank you to that winning bidder, who was Stanley Richmond, at $69. Yes, all the Allison chains have come in, and there was a waiting list, and we're expecting more. Though they're either in the crates back here behind me, or they'll be in tomorrow. But regardless, I'm going to show it again tonight so we can take a waiting list, okay? All right. Asia is the single LP remaster. Single LP remaster. Metallica's at 50, now 60, now another 60. And Roger Tagavilla wants Rush Moving Pictures. All right, so Star Wars is the 2 LP soundtrack here. Really, really sweet. Scott Dyer has that for $50. That's going once, going twice. And then Metallica's at 100. Let's go ahead and add another auction. Let's pull something over here from the Jap. So there's a... I already had a lot of Japanese pressings that was from this new collection, and then we had another delivery show up. So this one's pretty sweet. Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills with Obi, Another Piece of My Heart. This is a $35 start. There's that. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Now, earlier tonight, right before we went live, there was a deal closed on a lot of gold. I've got a $10 Indians. I've got $5 Indians. And then we have two big trays full of silver bullion, silver eagles, et cetera, et cetera. So there's probably some people tuned in right now, because I did say I was going to run some of that on auction, the silver. I'll straight price some of the gold here in just a second, but going to try to get all that sold tonight. We just bought it, and I'm going to put up some silver eagles for auctions. Okay, they're NGC 70s. So give me a second for that. I got to go up front and get the other crate. And this other crate is awesome. This is stuff that was priced live last night. I think y'all are going to like it. Some of it's already sold, but most of it's still available. And then we're going to get into the new stuff, okay? That's right, the new stuff. The new stuff. Got some graded silver dollars, too. I said this is a big night for metals. If you like metal, this is a big night, both heavy and precious. We got both heavy metals and precious metals tonight. Might be a new thing. A true metal night. Both heavy and precious. We love metals. Silver eagles? Do I see silver eagles and little debbies? I do. I love silver eagles and little debbies. Nothing wrong with that, right, George? No, not at all. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, trust me, y'all wanted my mic muted. You did not want to hear that. That was me absolutely devouring my supper. I'm good for the rest of the night. Over here, we have Star Wars sold to Scott Dyer for $50. Awesome. Enjoy that. That's incredible. The legendary John Williams. Da, ra, da, dun, 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 da, 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 da. Okay. Drake's coffee. I'm a fan of Drake's coffee cakes. I love Drake's coffee cakes. Over here, we have Metallica. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Steve Weaver has this for $140. Everybody else is out. What about Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company? Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company, has one bid with David Johnson for $35. That's going to go once and going twice. If I've missed any questions, shoot them my way again. And let's keep rolling. We have an incredible night. It is 7 o'clock. It's time to start selling stuff. Here we go. Here we go. How about one more Japanese pressing right quick? Van Halen's 1984. An 84 Japanese pressing with insert and obi near mint minus. Van Halen's a $45 start. $45 start. And then we have Driving and Crying, Live the Love Beautiful Live. And this is a hand-drawn cover. I think it's already spoken for. And right over here, this is officially sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have The Who, Who Are You? That is a 2015 sealed. The Who Are You? Is $29.99. That is sold to Mark Barbosa. Thank you, Mark Barbosa. That's sold to you. And then 7 Mary 3. This is a limited edition 1000. The numbered colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $49.99 for 7 Mary 3. And then Stained. Stained was called Confessions of the Fallen. And Stained was sold to Aaron Civic, $29.99. Some of these I may can order, but some of them I may not be able to. So if you see me sell out of something and you want me to look into it for you, let me know. This is the Black Crowes Jealous again. It's a 12-inch single, $14.99 for the Black Crowes Jealous again. This is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. Metallica, looks like we're done on that. Metallica is done, and that is officially sold to Steve Weaver for $140. Thank you on that. And yes, all the Alice in Chains come in. Everybody got one that was on a pre-order. We fortunately got our full order on that one. And we're waiting for more to come in probably tomorrow. David Johnson, the only bidder on Janis Joplin. Another Piece of My Heart. That's sold to David Johnson for $35. He's probably like, cool, nice. And then Van Halen has two $45 bids. Sam over on Twitch bid $45. Randy on Facebook bid $45. And then 7 Mary 3 is sold to Manny Ray. All right, let's get up some other auctions. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff here. First, let's do an Alice in Chains. Don't Open Dead Inside. This is an unofficial. That's Alice in Chains at Lollapalooza, 1993. Wow, Alice in Chains at Lollapalooza. Single LP, everything's near mint minus. That's a $35 start. Alice in Chains black vinyl. Alice in Chains is green vinyl. They're all green vinyl, right, Paul? Green vinyl. We have Black Crowes Crowology. We sold 8 copies of this. 7 last night. This guy had 8 copies of Crowology in his collection. One is sold to Scott Beebe. The last one sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. Free Live. I just seen somebody claim that right here. And Free Live is sold to Mark Barbosa. Thank you. That was sealed for $29.99. And then Def Leppard, this is on red vinyl. Let me see if there was a claim for this. Def Leppard on red vinyl. That was a limited edition kind of deal. $39.99 for Def Leppard, and there's no claims on it. So Def Leppard still available. Alice in Chains has a bid for $35, and then Van Halen still tied. Randy Siebert, let me know if you want to bid again. The bid was already at $45. Let's grab another item over here from the Japanese crate. We got a lot of new arrivals to show tonight. Next is Bad Company, Burning Sky. John priced 4 crates of vintage. Paul has already brought up 3 crates, and Laura is over here. She just pulled some stuff. She'll be marking some stuff too. Big sale tonight. We got Bad Company, Burning Sky. This is going to go up for a $135 start. There's the insert. There's the obi. There's the cover. There's the obi, and this is a $35 start. Yes, Paul, what can I do for you? Yes, I saw Keel, and I saw Metal. We need to alert Justin Deckelman. Yeah, Metal Crate alert. All right, let me go get one thing up front right quick. Make sure if you're new, welcome. You can bid in the comments. You can bid in the chat, whatever you want to call it. We do $8 in limited shipping, and essentially what that means is we start a new billing cycle on Monday. And so on Monday, when the new billing cycle starts, that is a new cycle, okay? A new cycle for billing. And what that means is you can buy all week for $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, and then we'll invoice you on Monday. So some people started buying on Monday. They bought Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They're going to buy tonight, and they're probably going to buy tomorrow on Saturday. Then we're going to invoice them. So you don't have to be registered until you buy something, but if you do want to go ahead and get registered, that's great. That'd be fantastic, and that'd be perfectly fine with me, okay? Wouldn't make a bit of a difference. Wouldn't make a bit of a difference for me. 1 second. All right. Let me send one message over here. All right, there's that. Okay, so here we go. First thing we have is this. David Howard on Def Leppard, Alice in Chains 40. We have Van Halen 50, Alice in Chains 42, Alice in Chains 50, Alice in Chains 42, Van Halen 53, Bad Company 53. Okay, so the last bid on Van Halen's at $52. $52 on Van Halen. That is the Japanese pressing. Alice in Chains is at $50. Alice in Chains at $50, and right now, Bad Company has one bid for $35. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek, 20th anniversary audiophile edition, $99.99. These are sealed. It's Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. These are sealed, $99.99, and I still got 2 of them in stock. No claims. I still got 2 of them in stock, Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. There's 1, there's 2, and we have Bob Dylan. Times They Are A-Changin', a 1978 Japanese pressing, and that is so to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian. That's so to you. And then Brothers of a Feather featuring Chris and Rich Robinson. Chris and Rich Robinson. This was sealed for $34.99. And that one was sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. That's so to you. And then over here, we have the Magpie Salute High Water 2. That's so to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's so to you. And we still got this Magpie Salute. And this one is on white vinyl. My bad. So let me swap those out. This is the one Scott Beebe wanted. This Magpie Salute is still available. It's called the High Water 2, and it's only $19.99. $19.99 on Magpie. That's on black vinyl. High Water 2, black vinyl sealed. That's just $19.99. And then here is the other Magpie Salute. That's on gold vinyl, $44.99. So over here, from what I see, Bad Company's about to sell for $35, the Japanese pressing. Van Halen still getting bids for $55, and it looks like we're all done on Alice in Chains. Not many people have set out. 007 Platinum has it for $50. Devo is sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Fairweather, Master Moss 666. Dire Straits Encore, that was sealed for $14.99, and Dire Straits was sealed for $14.99. And that was sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. That's sold to you. And then here we have The Doors, Morrison Hotel Sessions. So this was a 2 LP, originally released on Record Store Day, $39.99 for The Doors, Morrison Hotels. And that's sold to George Jones. Thank you on that one. And then The Doors, this is Full Circle, and this was also sold to George Jones. Those are sold and sold. And then The Doors, Paris Blues, that was a sealed Record Store Day. The Doors, Paris Blues, $49.99 for that one. $49.99 for that one. The Doors, Paris Blues. That's sold to Clay Mullins. And I do have a correction. Whoever got the Cinderella earlier, I hate to take this out of your hands, but I did mess up one claim over here. One of the last claims 7 hours ago was Jimmy Walker on Cinderella. We need to change this Cinderella right here to Jimmy Walker. So I forgot who claimed that live, but this is actually sold to Jimmy Walker. That was a mess up on me. Okay, and then over here we have Warren Zevon Preludes. Warren Zevon is a music on vinyl press, and this was officially sold to Sarah L. Morgan, okay? Sarah L. Morgan, and just for clarification, Sarah L. Morgan also got the Doors Paris Blues, okay? She also got this. Doors Paris Blues was also sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Just so y'all know, in the mornings, it's really good if you can do one claim per comment, okay? When you start putting 2 or 3, 4 in the same one, man, it makes it very difficult to keep up with, especially letting you know what you did and did not get. So Clay Mullins did not get Paris Blues. So one comment, I need to put that into the instructions, and that would make things so much easier. Van Halen has sold to Mike Quadrini for $55, because that way I don't have to reply and say you did get this and you didn't get that. If you didn't get a thumbs up, that way you know you got it. If you didn't get a thumbs up, you know you didn't get it, and if you did get a thumbs up, then you did get it. If that makes sense, hope that makes sense. Allison Chains is a 2018 unofficial live in Portland at Lollapalooza, and Allison Chains is at $60. That's with 007 Platinum. Bad Company is sold to David Johnson for $35. 3 different people asked last night, do you have any Bad Company? I just did. It's sold to David Johnson for $35. It was this Japanese pressing right here, and that's sold to him, okay? Over here, Neil Young, The Times. That is sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. And we have Neil Young's Greatest Hits. And Neil Young's Greatest Hits is sold to Scott Beebe. There's that. And we have Neil Young Homegrown. Neil Young Homegrown is $19.99. Let's see who ended up with this one. Neil Young Homegrown. Neil Young Homegrown. Neil Young is sealed, $19.99. Doesn't look like there was any claims for that. $19.99. And then over here, we have Neil Young Harvest Moon. Neil Young Harvest Moon over here, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. And Neil Young Harvest Moon was sold to Patty K. That one sold to Patty K. Thank you on that. Allison Chains, Lollapalooza. This was in Portland, live in Portland. And Allison Chains is about to sell to 007 Platinum for $60. If everybody else is done, we're about to sell it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Tesla Mechanical Resonance. Tesla is a 1986 US OG Gold Stamp promo. There is a promo box set that was sent to radio stations, but as far as a single pocket, single LP jacket, this is the only known promo. It's a gold stamp. It's near mint. It's a $75 start. Can you get Asia Remastered 45 RPM? Are you talking about Analog Productions? Sometimes I can get those, yeah, if they're in stock. Clay, I can't get the Doors Paris Blues because it's a record store day. Unless they ever release that normally, I won't be able to order that for you. Skid Row Subhuman Race is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's sold to you, Skid Row. And then Space Hog, we sold 7 copies last night. This is number 8, I think. Or maybe we sold 6. This is number 7. Space Hog is sold to Glenn Kesey. Wow, $79.99. Okay, so the Zoso is a 3 LP, Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes 20th anniversary. That is an edition from 2019. All right, so there's that. Allison Chains did not get another bid. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $60. Thank you on that. And now we have a box of, I'm not going to say what that is, Paul. Well, that will stir up so much chaos. It will stir. We'll have to do that later tonight. I'm excited, though. Let's do it. Bring it on. Tesla. Wow. So, okay, this morning's video, let's wrap this up so we can get into the new stuff. If you got a thumbs up, you got everything you wanted. Glenn Kesey, you were next on Crows. Sarah got everything she wanted. Scott Dwallow was second on Jealous Again. R.J. Myers was next on the Doors Full Circle. Clay Mullins, of course, second on Doors Paris. Scott Corcoran was next on Elvis and next on Free. We have, I think he was next on Free, yeah. So Scott Corcoran, you were second to both of those. Derek Cesaro was next on Stained. Jason next on Elvis. Doors. Clifford next on Doors. Clifford next on Crowology. Everybody else got what they wanted, okay? Now, over here, we have Brian Hickson on Zoso. Before I do that, we have just filled up our first crate of the night, so let me set that right there. That was just from this morning's video mostly, plus the auctions we've already sold tonight. Let me do this. Let me grab this, and now we're ready for some of our new stuff, and we're ready for new auctions. Brian Hickson on this right here, okay? Now, Cinderella, the one I normally get is music on vinyl. Okay, the only thing left in here, by the way, is another Jimmy Page Black Crows for $99.99. Neil Young Sealed Homegrown for $19.99. Magpie Salute Gold Vinyl 44. Magpie Salute High Water 2 for $19.99. That's the only thing left out of there. That's it. Jimmy Page, Neil Young, Magpie. Okay, we'll do the Aussie box set at 8 o'clock. I know some of y'all are waiting for that. The Aussie box set will be at 8 o'clock, just FYI. Okay, let me jump over here. Let me see what this is. Yeah. All right, I got a waiting list to grab 3 crates of new vinyl, and then we'll get into all the pre-owned stuff that Paul and everybody else has marked. Okay. Wow. That was worth 7 minutes of my time to post that this morning. That's why I do those videos. And yeah. So here we go. Let me go through the comments here. We see it. We have the following: Tesla at $90. Okay. Ever since then, the bids have went down. They need to go up. The very first bid was 90 with Alicia. Alicia has Tesla at $90. Then somebody bid 75. Then somebody bid 77. Then somebody bid 85. Y'all still are not at 90 yet. The high bid on that is at $90, okay? Brian Hickson got Zoso. And then Mike Straws wants Magpie Salute 2, which was high water. Let's pull that for him. And then I saw somebody wanted Neil Young. So that was almost a sellout then. So this is to Mike Straws, High Water 2, Black Vinyl, $19.99. Back to the turntable, got Neil Young sealed, $19.99. And then over here, we have Tesla at $95. Next thing is going to go up right now. This is Ozzy, Broken Chains and Broken Rules. Ozzy is a live unofficial. Where is this from? Bloomington, Minnesota. I don't see that concert too often. 1982, Clear Eyes Vinyl. Paul's being very distracting to me right now. $55 start for Ozzy, Broken Chains and Broken Rules. $55 start on that. I'm assuming Paul's heading out. Thank goodness. No, I'm joking. Shout out to Paul. Shout out to Laura. Shout out to John. Shout out to Jake. Shout out to Tanner. Shout out to G. Shout out to Ed. Shout out to John. Shout out to Jack. Shout out to Jill. Shout out to Caden. Shout out to Linda. Shout out to Steve and Tony and Julie and Seth and Otis. A lot of people make all this happen every night. It takes, I guess, count me. I think we just did 2 hires today. We were swamped with some applications, but we had to make some quick decisions. And I've told everybody, if you've applied here and you didn't get, we still got to just reply to people and let everybody know what's going on. Don't worry, because I'm sure at some point there's been a couple people that have tried a couple times. And I'm like, well, eventually, I promise, we'll figure out something to use you for. But I think our staff just grew from like 15 or 16. We might be adding 2 more people today. So great. We need it. And that way there'll be more activity in the group. We have Clutch, the Elephant Riders. This is a 2023 unofficial, $35 start on Clutch. It's a 2023 unofficial. All right, let's jump over here. We have Tesla at 125, Ozzy at 100, Tesla at 130, and Ozzy's at 150. I've got MOD. This is Method of Destruction, 30th anniversary, $24.99. And just FYI, I got to go up front and get my laptop right quick so I can tell you who was on waiting list for some of this. So right now, MOD, sealed $24.99. Welcome everybody to Collectco. I'm making my last trip up front. No, I actually already have it back here. I actually already have that back here. So scratch that. I just got to figure out what I've where I've laid it. Here it is, right here next to me. Paul's looks like he's marked a crate of metal. That's going to be very exciting. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Going to be some very busy auctions tonight. Huge auctions. Some say the biggest. Let's jump right over here. Let me minimize this. Let me minimize this. Let me open up this and make sure we didn't have any wait list for MOD. A lot of these I can't remember. I'll try my best. Nope, nope, and nope, and nope. Okay, so these are available. All 3 copies are $24.99. Matt Nichols gets one. There's 2 copies left. Okay, and we were sent one with a seam split that's open, so we won't deal with that one. There's one more there, okay? So, Killer T, who is, let me go back to the top and figure out just what happened, okay? We had Tesla at $125. We had Ozzy at $100. We had Tesla at $130. And then Ozzy at $150. What is the Ozzy? What color's Clutch? Tesla 135, Clutch 35, Clutch 45. Who is Killer T 6969 on YouTube? If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, Killer T. And then we need to get you registered, okay? Killer T on the MOD. And then Clutch 50. We have Matt Nichols also already got an MOD. Aussie 105. Aussie was already at 150. Tesla's at 136. And then Clutch is at 60. What is Tesla? Clutch is at 60, 65. What is Clutch? Tesla's at 140. James Davidson, MOD. What is Aussie? More details on Aussie. What is Clutch? What is Tesla? What's the high bid on Tesla? What is Aussie? Who is Aussie? This is Tesla, mechanical resonance. Tesla is a 1986 OG gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve, EX++ near mint minus. Alicia has that for $142. That's not in print. Aussie is Broken Chains and Broken Rules. It's a live unofficial 2LP clear vinyl, Bloomington, Minnesota. Bloomington, Minnesota. And the high bid on this, the high bid on Aussie was already at $150. Clutch is a unofficial pressing. This is a bootleg, an unofficial, a bootleg, an unofficial. It's on clear vinyl. It's on teal colored vinyl. And the high bid on that is $66. $66 on that. Next, one MOD. The next person was James Davidson. So James, I got a proposition for you. This one has a light seam crackle, and it's actually been opened. The shrink wrap has busted open. I will sell that one to you $5 cheaper if you want a discount one for $19.99. If you don't, I'll put you on a wait list for a better one for $24. If you want that one for $19, let me know. That's totally up to you, okay? Next, I've got one copy of Lily Allen, West End Girl. Laura, is this something that was supposed to go to somebody, or is that something you ordered? Lily Allen is $33.99. Now Yearbook 1992. Let's go to my waiting list. Now Yearbook 1992. Now Yearbook 1992. The waiting list for Now Yearbook 1987 was Amenities. Now Yearbook 92 was Vloddercheck. 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 You was on a waiting list for Now Yearbook 92. Okay, and then Clutch 70, 70, 71. And then over here we have Aussie 155. Kelly got Now 92. Charge James Davidson $19.99 for this MOD, okay? $19.99 on that. Aussie is sold to for $150, the 007 Platinum. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put that away. $150 on that. And then Tesla. Looks like it's still getting bids. And never mind. I retract that. 007, I'm sorry. David Pitts bid $155 on Aussie. That was right up here, right below Laura's comment. I have messed up, and that was definitely on my screen. $155 with David Pitts. Now Clutch is at $75. What about Tesla? Corey Ross bid $175. Alicia, you've been outbid. And Alicia's out. Okay, moving on. Here is Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Let's see who is on a waiting list for this. There's a good chance there is a waiting list for this. This is Megadeth, Megaddeth, and we have a wait list for Super Collider. We have a waiting list for Peace and Countdown, Euthanasia. Michelle Clements needed A World Needs a Hero. This is sold to Michelle Clements. Aussie has a bid for $175 with 007 Platinum. David Pitts, you've been outbid. Clutch 80, Clutch 85, and then Tesla's the final call to Corey Ross. So right now, there's one Megadeth, and that's sold to Chris Ligero. And there's more on the way, okay? That's $39.99. And then the Melvins Houdini, we got one. It's a music on vinyl press, $39.99 for the Melvins. And we got two copies of Megadeth Peace Sales. And like I just said, there was a waiting list for that. So Michelle Clements on The World Needs a Hero. Chris Ligero gets the other one. And then who on the other one over here? Let me look that up right quick. I just read that off. That was Megadeth Peace, also for Michelle. So there's one extra copy of Peace Sales, new and sealed, $36.99. David Pitts, let me know on Aussie. The last bid that came in was 007 Platinum at $175. Clutch is at $111. Sam over on Twitch on Megadeth. And then let's start a waiting list, okay? Let's start a waiting list. Next is JetBlue and then Jake Gold. And I'm assuming y'all were talking about this. Now, without a doubt, a 007, you get Aussie for $175, and then Tesla is sold to Corey Ross, and that's also sold for $175. Both of those $175, $175. That means we're ready for auctions. Now we have a wait list going for Megadeth Peace Sales. Now Clutch is at $120. Here comes our next auction. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Stained, Break the Cycle. As y'all know, this is out of print. Very popular, unofficial. This is on yellow vinyl. This is never been officially released. Yeah, let me retract that. This has never been pressed on vinyl. So it's only ever been bootleg. That's a yellow $55 start on that. And then JetBlue also wants on Megadeth World Needs a Hero. JetBlue also on Megadeth World Needs a Hero. Two people on Peace Sales. Clutch is at $121. They're Stained. And then we had a wait list for Easy E. This is Boys in the Hood. It's a 12-inch single for Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood. And there were several people on this list. Nick Bargeron, Jerry Stone, Lonnie Jolly, Tony Riddle, Troy Robinson, and Chad Snyder. 6 copies. Nick Bargeron, Jerry Stone, Lonnie Jolly, Tony Riddle, Troy Robinson, Chad Snyder. So 6 people on that wait list for Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood. This is $14.99. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I got several left. Does anybody else want Eazy-E? $14.99. Stained virtually has nothing in print. There is virtually nothing in print from Stained. This has got one bid for $55. No waiting list for Jake Gold. Clutch is at $125. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be this right here. Soundgarden. This is a unofficial pressing of Bad Motorfinger. It's on white vinyl. It has the alternate cover that was used in the European market. So pretty cool there, but it is an unofficial on white vinyl. Soundgarden, a $35 start. Eazy-E is new and sealed, only $14.99. One sold to Red Cave, one sold to Michael Ruttman, one sold to Nikki Payne, one sold to Stanley Richmond, one sold to Roger Tagavilla, and one sold to G-Mac. Wow. I went ahead, somebody's like, Chad, I think it was Jerry Stone. He's like, you should have ordered more than those. I was like, okay, I'll order 5 more for the waiting list, and then I'll order another 6 more. And guess what? We just sold all 6 copies. Does anybody else want one? Red Cave Collections, Michael Ruttman, Nikki Payne, Stanley Richmond, Roger Tagavilla, and G-Mac. Does anybody want on a waiting list, okay? There's that. And then we have next a request for Justin Deckelman. It's called Vomit Forth, Terrified of God. That was a special request for Justin Deckelman, $31.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then we had another special request for Justin Deckelman. I don't even know what this says, but it's $39.99. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. And then here's another request for Justin Deckelman. I don't even know what that says, but thank you, Justin Deckelman, $33.99. And then I was told, Laura, there's a pre-order up for Lily Allen. Is that right? And then we have the only record left in here is Melvin's Houdini. Wow. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. And then we had Folks, spelled Pholks, Leon Thomas. That's Leon Thomas. And thank you, Troy Robinson. That was a special request for you. Goodness gracious. All right, so that's a whole empty crate of new vinyl. Let's go ahead and get into some more stuff, okay? Let's first update all these auctions. The last thing that I said was Clutch at $125. Stained had one bid for $55. This has I'm on the outside and I'm looking in. Clutch is at $126. Soundgarden has a bid for $100. Matt Nichols is at $100 on Soundgarden. And then John LeBeatty first on that Eazy-E waiting list. Chad, are you able to get Megadeth Risk? We have it back ordered. We have a waiting list going. We have it back ordered. There's a wait list going if you want to be added to it. Stained is at 65. Stained 65. Stained 70. Stained 75. Brad Waite's also on that Eazy-E wait list. That should be 2 people. Stained 80. Clutch 126. Clutch 131. Clutch 132. Clutch 130. Soundgarden 111. And Stained is still getting bids, and that's at 80. And the Melvin's Houdini is sold to Michael Butler. Wow, everything in there sold. Completely gone. Let's go ahead and go through another crate. I'm kind of excited to see what this pre-owned crate, Paul's Mark Plus, John Mark pre-owned records. Goodness gracious. All right, I know there's quite a bit of vinyl on the way, just with weather and everything. You just kind of know, it's kind of hard to tell when some of this stuff's going to show up. So you can expect a lot more new vinyl tomorrow, okay? And look, from a different distributor, there's 2 more copies of The World Needs a Hero. So somebody just went on a waiting list for this. Was it JetBlue? Yeah, take JetBlue off. There's another copy of The World Needs a Hero. So I have one left right now if anybody wants it. There's one more copy if anybody wants it. The World Needs a Hero. JetBlue, I got you down for one right now, okay? Let's go back up the top. And Clutch is at 130, Soundgarden 111, Clutch 140, Soundgarden 150, Stained 81, Alice in Chains 141, Stained 85. Toad the Wet Sprocket is usually not in stock, but I'll refer a note to see if we can get more. Here's another Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Megadeth. And let me see if I had a wait list for Megadeth. We have a wait list for Super Collider. We have a wait list for Countdown. And that's what I have right here in front of me. Michelle Clements and Sarah Wyberdink. Michelle Clements and Sarah Wyberdink. There's 2 copies of Countdown sold. This is only available as a picture disc, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got 3 extra copies of Countdown. And then World Needs a Hero, so did Jake Gold. Oh, yeah, Jake was the next person. Right. Yeah, Jake was the next person. Jake, I forgot about you. So that's sold to Jake Gold. And there we go. And then Brett on Megadeth. Did you want World Needs a Hero or do you want Countdown? $39.99. Okay. So Clutch is an unofficial pressing of Elephant Riders. Of course, y'all know we had an official the other night and it was big money. So most people will be okay paying a little less, but still a pricey bootleg. Clutch is at $141 with Hessen Session. 141. That's sealed on teal vinyl. And then here's another record and a lot of bootlegs and a lot of stuff that you just can't get official that this guy collected. We bought a collection, all these amazing records, most of them sealed. It's either bootlegs, new and sealed record store day. It's audiophile, Japanese, or a box set. He collected a lot of good stuff. Seems like stuff that everybody wants. Stained is on yellow vinyl, $93 with Josh Jones. And then Soundgarden is a white vinyl unofficial with that alternate cover. A white vinyl unofficial. And the last bid on that was Matt Nichols at 150. Really cool alternate cover for that one. Okay, so let's go back to the top. And I have Megadeth. And then Brett said he wanted World Needs a Hero. Okay, well, those other 2 extra copies that just popped up got spoken for. So if you're okay with it, these come in here, there, and everywhere. We have them back ordered. We just waiting for the supply to get called up. So I'm going to put you on a waiting list unless you say otherwise. And then the other Megadeths, Killer T got one. And then Joe Steele's got one. And there's one left, okay? And then Clutch is at 145, Stained is at 93, Clutch 150, Clutch 165, Stained 100, Stained 95, and Stained 105. I've got 2 copies of Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course. We have a special request for Troy Robinson and a special request for Ryan Eaton. I think this is something new, isn't it? I guess I messed up and didn't post a pre-order of this. So if anybody else wants one, we don't have any extras. That's Jay-Z and Linkin Park. One sold to Ryan Eaton and one sold to Troy Robinson. Does anybody else want one? It says a reissue of the 2004 studio recordings from the groundbreaking collaboration. I didn't even know about this. This is why I'm going to get somebody full-time to post pre-orders on our website and in our group because we miss out on great releases like this that I don't even know about. It's not new, just a special order. Okay, there we go. See, if these are in stock, that'd be a great thing for us to post sometimes in the group because I bet I could sell more of these. We'll find out right now. So thank y'all for thank you to Laura for ordering those for them. And then shout out to Ron Eaton and Troy Robinson. All right, Stained is at 108 Clutch. We can go ahead and sell Soundgarden. Matt Nichols, that's sold you for 150, and let's put up another auction. There's only one Megadeth left. Let me lay that right there so everybody gets a good look at it. That's not available on vinyl. As y'all know, OGs are pricey, hundreds of dollars. The MoFi pressing is hundreds of dollars. So $39.99 for the picture disc, which is actually really good quality, is not bad whatsoever. All right, here we go. Dimebag Darrell. I've never even seen this before. This is something that came out for Record Store Day. Dimebag Darrell Pantera, 5 tracks from Dime Vision 2, first time on vinyl. Dimebag Darrell is a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed to 4,000 copies, a $55 start on that. Dimebag, $55 start. Jerry Stone wants on that Jay-Z Linkin Park, so does Brandon Jones. Next in here is Pink Floyd Metal. Awesome. Pink Floyd remastered, $33.99. One of these days, Fearless. And then the entire side 2, Echoes, $33.99 for Pink Floyd. I've got 3 copies of Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. The reason I have this is because somebody said they needed a copy, and I was like, good idea. I'll go ahead and put you down for, I'll go ahead and order a couple more. Alice in Chains is sold to Stephen Parton. Shout out Stephen Parton. And then I got 2 extras, $39.99. So Brandon Jones, Jerry Stone on Danzig. On Jay-Z Linkin Park. We'll get Danzig going in just a second. United Abominations, Megadeth. Jake Gold, I'll have to put you down for one. I don't think I have one in stock right now. TSO Houston on Pink Floyd, and there's 2 copies of Alice in Chains. So where are we on Clutch? Clutch is Mark Stanley at $180. Hessen Sessions out. Who was before him? Shane Lando. Shane's out. We may have our high bidder. Clutch is a final call for $180. Stained is still getting bids, $111. And if you want to bid on Dimebag Darrell, it's a $55 start. $55 start on that. There's 2 Alice in Chains. What did the Jay-Z Linkin Park look like? This right here. Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course. We have a wait list going if anybody wants one. Since it is Thursday night, good chance those won't be back in if they're in stock until next week. I have 1 copy of the White Stripes, Icky Thump. That's $39.99. White Stripes is a gatefold, $39.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots, number 4. That was originally a Rocktober exclusive. It is on colored vinyl. Let's see who was on a wait list for that. Stone Temple Pilots, Jason Fortnerat. Thank you, Jason Fortnerat. You was on a wait list for that. Thank you, Jason. And by the way, this morning I just ordered another Pink Floyd medal. So if everything goes to plan, if anybody wants on a wait list, there should be another one show up tomorrow. Megadeth is $39.99, and then check the crate to the left. Oh, this one right here. I'm sorry, I'm getting so many Megadeth out. Megadeth has been so popular lately with the new album, and then I guess because whatever happened, they decided to repress all their back stock, and some of these titles, I'm like, All right, that's so to Jake Gold, thank you. Kevin Huffman on the last Countdown to Extinction. There's one Stone Temple Pilots, still got White Stripes and both Alice in Chains. And then Poison. I looked, somebody wanted to look what the cat dragged in, not in print. That album's not in print. The only Poison album that's in print is Native Tongue. It's a 2 LP, $39.99, and Open Up and Say Ah. That's the only two Poison albums. That's the only two Poison albums in stock, okay? Next is Stained as 116. We're done on Clutch, though. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Clutch is sold to Mark Stanley for $180. Brad Waits on Poison. And we have Stained. Still getting bids, $116. Last bid on Dime Bag was $70. If anybody else wants a Poison, it'll be a waiting list. And somebody else just said something about, no, it was Melvin's. Sean, Alex Miller, that was my last and only copy of Houdini. But we can do a waiting list if you want. And then Mark Morris on Poison, if you want. We go ahead and put your name down unless you say otherwise. Oh boy, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $39.99. There should be a waiting list. Let me go ahead and check that right now. And then, just FYI, we're about to put up some more killer auctions. There are so many mind-blowing auctions. We're going to do the Ozzy box set right at 8 o'clock. And between now and then, there's a lot more. John LaBadie and Jamie Butler. John LaBadie and Jamie Butler on Iron Maiden. So 2 of these are already sold, and we have 2 more, okay? Alice in Chains is on black vinyl. Alice in Chains is on black vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99. Sean, Alex Miller wants on the wait list for Melvin's Houdini. And then over here, Mark Morris is good on pre-order for Poison. And then there's 2 copies of Iron Maiden if anybody wants one. Let's add another auction. And then I'm about to start auctioning some Silver Eagles. And I think y'all are going to be wanting to see those. But man, ladies and gentlemen, I have a record I've only ever had maybe, I'm going to say once, twice, or 3 times. I know I've had it at least once, maybe twice, but man, this is unbelievably tough to get. This is a real 1991 USOG Temple of the Dog. It's not a bootleg. It's not a reissue. This is the real 1991 US original. We should have an air horn here. If not, I'll be disappointed. It's going to take almost an air horn for the minimum bid. $495 start. Side A is near mint minus. Side B is VG++ EX. Just a few scuffs. It is real. It's from 1991. It's the OG US pressing of Temple the Dog. That is a $495 start. Wow. Don't make me start singing like Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. Whoa. Okay, that's now up for bid. That's from Scott Leach's collection. He says it's super clean. Scott Leach had this Hall of Fame collection. He contacted Collectco to sell. Thank you, Scott Leach. I think Paul's up front right now buying records. And we just bought a bunch of gold and silver earlier today. And we're here every night selling all this stuff. So 2 things. If you want to buy, watch right here. If you want to sell, contact Paul. He'll come by your collection, and then you can tune in and watch like Scott Leach. Thank you, Scott Leach, and thanks to everybody else. Amazing records like this. Temple the Dog, $495, and it's already at $550. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. We had a wait list going for Poison. Christopher Lee, Outer Sleeves, pack of 100 is $29.99. Outer Sleeves is a pack of 100, $29.99. Maiden is $39.99. Aaron Andrus gets Stone Temple Pilots. How much is Iron Maiden? $39.99. Eric Connard wants an Alice in Chains Black Gives Way to Blue. Check My Brain. I like that one. And Last of My Kind. Some great songs on there from Jerry Cantrell. That's not a Lane Staley album, but Jerry Cantrell doing some great music on there. Temple the Dog, $495. Temple the Dog, $550. And Christopher Lee needs a pack of Outer Sleeves. Okay, now Dime Bag didn't get another bid, right? I guess that's sold. Let's give it one more chance because somebody asked right here, Maiden Dime price. 007 Platinum has this for $80. $80. It's Dimebag Daryl, the hits, HITZ. Final call for $80 on that one. And then we have Stained, an unofficial on yellow or on, yellow vinyl. The last bit on Stained, we're about to sell it, and that is to Tony Swanson for $116. I just got to give those a few seconds, okay? Next thing over here is Stone Temple Pilots Shangri-La D-Daw. That's on yellow and orange splatter. I've got 2 of those, no waiting list. 2 of those for $29.99. And then the White Stripes Greatest Hits. And this is on colored vinyl. This is on colored vinyl. I think it's red and white, and it has a slip mat. $38.99. Pretty cool version of that. And then here is, once again, another Megadeth, Euthanasia. There's 1 person on a waiting list. I have extras, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Stained is sold, and that's sold to Tony Swanson for $116. That's done. Dimebag is sold to 007 Platinum. 5, 4, 3, it's already gone. Sold to him for $80. Okay, we got a pack of outer sleeves to Christopher Lee. We have Temple the Dog 550, Temple the Dog 560, Temple the Dog 570, Temple the Dog 600, Temple the Dog 600. Roger Tagavilla wants a pack of outer sleeves. The Megadeth Euthanasia Red Cave Collections. Red Cave Collections on Megadeth Euthanasia picture disc. So 1 for Red Cave Collections, 1 to James Young, 1 for Killer T. So that should be 1, 2. There's 1 more for Killer T, and now I'm sold out. I have 0 left. I thought I had 3 extras. I only had 2 extras. Kevin Huffman, I'm out. I'm assuming you don't want on a wait list. And Oping, and that's not good. That's another opened record. Let me just set that right over there. And then this is NWA, $36.99. We need new auctions. Let's go ahead and put up one of our first coin auctions of the night. This is a 2017 Silver Eagle, a MS-70, perfect grade, first strike, graded by PCGS. That's a $135 start. I've got some graded Silver Eagles, and I know we had some people chomping at the bits for these. $135 start. There's that. And then next over here is Danzig. And Danzig is a 1988 gold stamp promo. Oh my gosh. Danzig. Danzig is, oh my gosh. This is Danzig. Oh my gosh. This is a 1988 U.S. Allied OG, a gold stamp promo. No white label promo or promo marked label. This record exists. This is Danzig. Oh my gosh. A gold stamp promo with the original hop sticker. Gatefold jacket. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Danzig. $295 start. Good luck. $295 start on that. NWA, the first person who got one was GMAC 5791 and then JetBlue. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, NWA is $36.99. We have another full crate. Let me swap out. If anybody else wants on the NWA waiting list, there are 0 copies left. We can put you on a waiting list. We have filled up a crate. Let me swap out right quick. Got to do a little swaparoo, a little switcheroni. Pepperoni pizza. Cheese sticks from Pizza Hut dipped in marinara sauce. Let's get a wait list going for NWA. And then over here, Temple. Temple is at $710. Danzig's at $300. And then we have Alice in Chains Freak Show, $19.90, $19.92, $39.99 for Alice in Chains. That's a live unofficial, by the way. A 2 LP live unofficial. And then Chris Cornell. I call it the Hits Collection or Anthology. It's a 2 LP Chris Cornell, $46.99. And there should be a waiting list for Mr. Chris Cornell. Let's go check right quick. And let me see. Jason Fornerat. Yep. Jason Fornerat. Thank you. This is so to you. It's a 2 LP, $46.99. Temple the Dog is at $710. And then this was a special request for Justin Deckelman. Sinister Cross the Sticks. Sinister Cross the Sticks. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. $59.99. Temple the Dog is at $715. Temple the Dog $715. Temple the Dog $715. Final chance on the American Silver Eagle here, $135, going once, going twice, going 3 times. And then Danzig's at $350 with John Mincemoyer. $350 with John Mincemoyer. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, speaking of Chris Cornell songbook. Oh my goodness. Chris Cornell is an unofficially, it's most likely on colored vinyl, and Chris Cornell is going to go up for a $45 start. Put down Fox Digital on the wait list for NWA for life. I won't read the full title. I'm not really qualified to do that. So Fox Digital on the wait list for NWA. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And then here's what's left in this crate. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue, $39.99. So 2 big Grail moments. And then the original pressings of these are highly desirable. The Chris Cornell songbook, that's a really tough one to get come by. This right here, this Chris Cornell songbook. This is an unofficial. It is on colored vinyl most likely. It's sealed. We can't confirm, but almost all of them are. Really tough OG to get. Very, very expensive. Very scarce. Danzig is a Grail. I mean, as y'all know, they just announced they're reissuing this, but finding a real OG that's a gold stamp promo with hop sticker that is beautiful, rare. And the high bid's only at $350. And Mega Blast, you're out. Going once, going twice to John Mincemoyer. And moving on, okay? So here's what's left in there. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue, $39.99. White Stripes, Icky Thump is $39.99. Danzig has a new bid for $360. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Iron Maiden's $39.99. Temple the Dog is at $800. Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La D-Daw, $29.99. That is on colored vinyl, by the way. Shangri-La D-Daw, STP. Chris Cornell does have a bid for $55. 394 people watching. Can we surpass that 400 viewer mark? That would be great. I just need everybody to do me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram. Make sure you have subscribed. Make sure you're following us because we do this every night. We've had some insane records every night this week. The White Stripes Greatest Hits, that's on colored vinyl with slip mat, $38.99. And then Alice in Chains, that's live. Check out this track listing. It Ain't Like That, Man in the Box, Sea of Sorrow, Real Thing, Bleed the Freak, Put You Down Sunshine, We Die Young, Sick Man. And then here's another concert, another complete different show. It Ain't Like That, Put You Down, Wood, Sunshine, We Die Young, Real Thing, Sea of Sorrow, Bleed the Freak, and Man in the Box. $39.99 for Alice in Chains. And then one Chris Cornell here, 2 LP compilation, $46.99. How do you bid and pay? You bid in the comments and you claim in the comments just like you just asked. And then I'll recognize that you're a first-time buyer. And then you can send us your information via DM on Facebook. And then we'll invoice you on Monday. And then you get re-invoices on Monday. You have the 2025. It's up for pre-order. They just announced they're reissuing this on white vinyl. It's up for pre-order and a whole lot of records. I'm probably going to order 100. We have about 70 pre-orders right now. Chris Cornell's at 125. Temple the Dog is at 805. Steven's out. It's going to be up to Manish Peary if he wants to bid again. Manish, it's up to you on the Temple the Dog. So anybody's welcome to buy or bid right now. If anybody wants this Silver Eagle, it's $135, okay? $135 on that if anybody wants it. I've got 2, 4, 6, 7 total. That one's $135 I just showed, okay? Now, I was about to condense that with the other crate, but right now that's all that's left. So let's just go ahead and go right into another crate, shall we? Let's go right into another crate, shall we? Oh, man, look at all this stuff over here. I'm in full pace mode tonight. We'll try to go through it as fast as we can. Dawn Nicole on the Silver Eagle. Thank you. That's so to Dawn for $135. Thank you, Dawn. That's so to you. Okay, and then next is Chris Cornell's at 140 with Manish Peary. Manish, do you want to bid again on Temple? Temple's the final call to Aaron Andrews for $805, and Chris Cornell's at 151. Credible auctions tonight. And then I've got a few surprises. Y'all always know I have a few surprises. Okay. Next over here is Pink Floyd Pulse. That's the 4 LP box set with 52-page book, 180 gram. Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99. I've got 3 copies of Richard Marx After Hours. This is a new release. Thank you, Jerry Stone. I got 1 sold to Jerry Stone for $33.99, and I've got 2 extra copies of Richard Marx. That's new After Hours, $33.99. And then Pearl Jam, The Broadcast, 1992. Should be a waiting list for this. I'll check. If not, then this one's still available. It's a 2 LP. It's essentially a compilation. Troy Robinson got one the last time. Yeah, so this is an extra. It's on colored vinyl. It's Pearl Jam live in 1992, $34.99. All right, Temple the Dog is sold. And Temple the Dog is sold. And Temple the Dog is sold to Aaron Andrews for $805. Wow. Whew. Don't get this one too often. We have an air horn moment. I need to let everybody in the building know. Paul, Laura, we have an air horn coming. Do I have anything left in my canister? Hope everybody knows there's an air horn on the way. I think we have a visitor in the store. They're probably going to be like, what the heck is he doing back there? All right, you ready? 5. I hope I have enough air in my can. If not, here we go. All right, thank you. That is done. Amazing. We don't get those too often. Unbelievable. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. How many air horns do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 air horns on reserve. We might need a few more tonight. All right, last bit on Danzig that came in. I had Danzig at $410. $410. Chris Cornell at $140. Color on Allison Chains Freak Show. I don't think it's marked red. I think it's red. And then over here, Chris Cornell 151, Chris Cornell 155, Chris Cornell 160, 175. We haven't sold the Scorpions. We haven't sold Blue Murder. John LeBeatty on Pearl Jam. Don Nicole on the new Richard Marx. Chris Cornell 178. And then Chris Cornell 175. And then we have Chris Cornell at 200. And then Chris Cornell 205. Danzig's at 450. Donna Bertram on the Marks. And Levi Hilton says he wants an Allison Chains Freak Show. All right, which is a 2LP live unofficial. Amazing. All right, let's go ahead and put up some more stuff. We got an OG Danzig. We got a Chris Cornell. And then let's go ahead and run that Scorpions Blackout Japanese pressing. Wow. Take a look at that. The cover on this is incredible. Amazing Japanese quality for this one. An 82 Japanese original pressing for a $55 start. Danzig's at $450. Mega Blast, you're out. Chris Cornell's at $205. I got 2 copies of Poison. Open up and say, ah. Poison is $33.99. Hoopy wants the other Allison Chains Live. Now, those are officially gone. That is sold. Let's put that right here. All right. Scorpions already has a bid for $55. Danzig. And then let's run another Silver Eagle. This is right here. This is a 2016, the 30th anniversary of the Silver Eagle PCGS 70, $135 start. We got metals tonight. We got heavy metal. We got precious metals. We got Silver Eagle, 1 ounce silver, PCGS MS70, $135. Don't miss out on this one. 2 people tried to snipe it. $135 start on that one. Scorpions is at $60. Chris Cornell, $225. There's another NWA straight out of Compton. Let me see which one I have available. Okay, let me see which one I have available. NWA. I have a waiting list for Posse. That could be coming up. If not, it'll be here tomorrow. So straight out of Compton, that's $36.99. For straight out of Compton, $36.99. Stone Temple Pilots, a live unofficial Castaic Lake Natural Amphitheater. That is $19.99. Yeah, you heard that right. Just $19.99 on Stone Temple Pilots. There's NWA, another one, 100 miles and running. 100 miles and running. Another NWA, 33 on that one. G-Mac gets this NWA. That's so to G-Mac. And then Hoopy on Stone Temple Pilots. And then Aaron Andrus on a wait list, okay? So Silver Eagle is at 135 of David Tate. That's going once, going twice. Danzig is sold. Nearly an air horn. Let's go ahead and sell it. Congratulations, John Minsmoyer. A Grail, an OG Danzig with hop sticker and gold stamp promo, $450, and the original inner sleeve. Danzig, $450. Wow. That's done. Okay, final call on the Eagle. What about Chris Cornell? The last bit on Chris Cornell over here, Josh Jones has it for $228. This is an OG Japanese pressing of Scorpions Blackout. An OG Japanese pressing. Now it's at $75. And there's the Silver Eagle. I'll put up another auction in just a second. But before that, so we had a bunch of claims on the Stone Temple Pilots Live. Hoopy was first. Aaron Andrus on a wait list. Rick Hall on a wait list. Anybody else, let me know, okay? There's at least 2 people. And then there's 2 people on that one, okay? Now, the next comment was Fox. We had a G-Mac on the first NWA, which was straight out of Compton. Fox Digital on the other NWA, which is 100 miles. That's sold to Fox Digital. Brandon Jones gets the other one. And now G-Mac, you got the first NWA. I'll put you on a waiting list for this one, okay? I'll put you on a wait list for this one. Those two go to Brandon Jones and Fox Digital. Then the Scorpions has a new bid for 80, then another bid for 80, and then another bid for 80. And then Danny wants also a waiting list for NWA. And then Scorpions 82. Danzig just sold for $450. You just missed it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Blue Murder. Oh, my goodness. Here's one of those that can cause riots. This is one of those records that if you let people know in public you have this record, they'll like follow you home. They'll be like, good gosh, that guy has Blue Murder in his collection. We better follow him home. His collection must be absolutely insane. This has the original inner sleeve. It has the hop sticker, and it's a gold stamp promo. It's nice. It's an 89 USOG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. $55 start on that. This Silver Eagle is sold to David Tate for $135. Thank you. That's sold to David Tate for $135. Let me jump over here and see what we're going to do next for auction. I'm also going to make sure I have all my wait lists correct for NWA. 100 miles, there's a wait list going. Troy Robinson is the next person. And Bruce Springsteen. Yes, Jerry. I think that might be coming up. No, it should be here tomorrow, Jerry. I was going to wait before I said yes or no. I thought it was in this crate right here, but I ordered them. They should be in tomorrow. When they come in, you're down for one. Trust me, I won't forget. I saw your comment the other night. I've already ordered it. I hope it comes in tonight, but I just don't know for sure. Hopefully it does, though, okay? Now, over here, the following thing is Scorpions 85, Scorpions 90. Troy also on that NWA. Blue Murder 55, Blue Murder 55, Blue Murder 60, Blue Murder 70, Scorpions at 100, Blue Murder 65, and Chris Cornell. I hope we were done on this. Did the other bidder go out? Josh Jones has had it for a while, and this is sold to Josh Jones for $228. $228. This is sold to Josh Jones, $228, okay? That's done. Let's go that right over here. And then Blue Murder looks like it's already possibly at 100. And then Scorpions, which is that amazing Japanese pressing, it's also at 100. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, that's a 2 LP, $49.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. That's another unofficial. Let me make sure I don't have any waiting list for these. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. That's on purple vinyl. And yes, those are also just $19.99. I've got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. Purple vinyl, $19.99. And then Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix. 2018 remix, $34.99. 2018 remix of that one, $34.99. Okay. Next question, 2 LP of AIC when you get more of them. That would be next week. That would be next week, because if you go on a wait list tonight, no way we can have it here by the next day. So any waiting list tonight, anything in here, you can go on a wait list. If you see it sell out, it probably won't be in until like Monday or Tuesday, and then you'll be billed the following Monday. Unplugged goes to Aaron Andrus, and the other one goes to Steve Little. Anybody else? Derek Cesaro first on the waiting list for Unplugged, TSO Houston on Animals, and Jamie Sutar also on Unplugged waiting list. All right, let's add another auction. And let's see, 757. Let's go ahead and put up this right here. This is Tesla Bust a Nut. Tesla Bust a Nut is an unofficial limited edition. Even though this is unofficial, it is the only vinyl pressing this album that's ever had. This has never been pressed on vinyl officially. This is Tesla Bust a Nut. I've only ever seen it on CD or cassette. It's an unofficial, a $75 start. We have Tony, I think you might have been tagged earlier this week already, though. Let's make sure Tony Swanson has an STP on his order, because I'm pretty sure, let's see, I think you were tagged, like those already, I think, came in on Monday, and then you were tagged then. But I'll make sure. Write down Tony Swanson just in case. If not, if so, I'll swap them around. Then add Michelle, Blue Murder 135, Scorpions 125, and Tesla 75. And then put Rick Hall on the Alice in Chains waiting list. Okay? Rick Hall on the Alice in Chains waiting list. You got it. So, let's do this right here. I have Pink Floyd Pulse. Pink Floyd Pulse is a 4LP box set, $119.99. That's remastered. Make sure Jamie Sotar is on the live, the other concert we had, and not the Unplugged, okay? And then another, Willer Dunham wants on waiting list for STP Unplugged. Blue Murder 145, Tesla 80. Okay, so the Scorpions is still getting bids. It's at 125. It looks like Blue Murder's at 145, and now Tesla's tied at 80. Pink Floyd's $119.99. Poison, Open Up and Say Aw, is $33.99. And then we have NWA, Straight Outta Compton. Roger, there's one left for $36.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, that's $49.99. And then Pink Floyd Animals is the amazing remaster or remix of that, $34.99. Here's another Silver Eagle, $135 start. 2019 PCGS MS70 Silver Eagle. That's going to go up for $135 start. If anybody wants to bid, that's up for $135. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. There's one left for $39.99. Roger Tagavilla on the NWA. Hoopy wants on the Unplugged, a waiting list as well. You got it. And then we have White Stripes Icky Thump for $39.99. Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark, that's a 2LP, $39.99. I still got 2 Iron Maidens in stock, by the way. Stone Temple Pilots, 2 of these left. Shangri-La Dee-Dah, that is on neon, yellow, orange splatter, $29.99. White Stripes Greatest Hits, also on colored vinyl with slip mat, $38.99. And then Chris Cornell, the Hits Collection, that is $46.99 for that 2LP. The black cover of STP, that sold earlier. That was Stone Temple Pilots 4. All right, Scorpions. Who was bidding before Nick Bargeron? Nick Bargeron bid 125. Roger Tagavilla, you're out on the Scorpions, by the way. Let me know if you want to bid again. Blue Murder is at 155 on Michael Hamburger. And then over here, Tesla's at 90. Silver Eagle at 135. Okay, Chad needs a drink of Monster. And Paul said we need to do this crate he marked because it's absolutely fantastic. So let's do it. I love fantastic crates. I love some fantastic crates. All right, let's do that. And then, don't need my laptop for a few more moments. Don't forget I have a whole, 2 crates of Japanese records, but we're pretty focused on the advertised auctions right now. But I know some of y'all going to be around for a while. It's just 8 o'clock, and we got a long ways to go. Y'all are going to like this crate, right, Paul? Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, we're going to love this crate. Okay, whoop, what just fell there? Okay. Thank you for throwing money at me, Paul. I appreciate that. All right, Paul just bought a collection. I mean, we're here at the store right now buying records. Can you believe it? Are you going to be selling any gold tonight? Yes, I am. I gotta get some of that priced, and I'm going to do that right now. I was trying to knock out a few Silver Eagles first, but yes, gold is about to be sold. I'm ready to crank up this air horn. All right. Okay, there's that. All right, we'll make this a buy it now for $135, okay? Silver Eagle, I'll buy it now for $135. Next is Tesla's at 100, Scorpions at 135, and Blue Murder's about to sell, and Blue Murder's at 155. Moving on, we have something I can't read. What is this, Paul? Paul's going to come in.
Is
Anak Natharan. The Codex Necro. How about that? Does that work for everybody? Sealed, $24.99. And this woman or man has had a bad day. He has got a bag tied around his face. There's ropes tied around him. He must have not paid his gambling debts off. $24.99. And then Godflesh Hymns. Godflesh is a 2021. This is a music on vinyl, numbered in marble vinyl. $44.99 for Godflesh. And DRI, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, 4 of a kind. 2021 numbered, red vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Okay, there's that. Godflesh is sold to Master Moss 666. Blue Murder is sold for $155. And Blue Murder is sold to Michael Hamburger for $155. Let's see where we're at on Tesla. Tesla is at 103. That one's called Bust a Nut. Tesla is at $103. It's never been officially released on vinyl, Paul. And then over here, Scorpions. The last bid on Scorpions. The last bid on Scorpions is at 135 of Nick Bargeron. Tesla 103. And then we have the is that a claim or is that a help, John Mintz-Moyer? And then over here, next is this. We have Bruder for what? Something for Brotherhood. 2020 German import, sealed, $19.99. The Silver Eagle's a 2019, $135, and that's an MS70. $130. All right, let's get another auction going. And folks, this isn't just any auction. Actually, let me do it like this because I can't. I'll try to show it. We'll have to at least put it on the table once, but This is pretty remarkable. So let me figure out what's going on here. This is... Whew, okay, this is the real deal. let me get it up here so we can look at it, okay? Right now, let me prop up Tesla. Tesla's at $108. What about Scorpions? Has anybody went out? There's not an out on Scorpions. I'm waiting to hear back from Roger Tagavilla. This was sold to John Mincemoyer. Okay, this is sold to John Mincemoyer. Thank you, John. That's so to you. I'll show those other two in just a second, but we need to pay close attention because I know there's some people on standby. Get ready for an opportunity. This is the Aussie See You on the Other Side box set, and this was the first edition. This was the OG they did in 2019. It is 24 LPs of Aussie music. A lot of these have never been reissued, and they're exclusive to the box set like that. And I think y'all know the list. Ultimate Sin, and wow, there's No Rest for the Wicked. So y'all know, you should already know, don't want to spend 20 minutes introducing this. It's also really cool. It includes an Aussie autograph, and I think y'all see me sell those quite often. You know how expensive those are. And it has 10 posters, but this is the real one. The first one they did, they're all on colored vinyl. So this is the colored vinyl edition. This is the first edition they did of this, okay? The first edition they did for this. I'm never in any hurry to sell it because people always ask if we have it. And I think y'all know. And if you don't know, last night we found, or 2 nights ago, we found where somebody had separated a box set, and we sold the tribute album out of here, and we sold the No More Tears. We sold the tribute album out of here. Was that 2 nights ago? It sold for almost $300. We found 2 stray records that was part of the box set where someone had split one up. And then we sold the No More Tears for, I think, a couple $100. So we sold 2 records out of here for $500, and that doesn't include the other No Rest for the Wicked. And, I mean, it's amazing. If you just split this up, how much it would probably sell for. We're obviously not going to do that. It has the Flexi, which has a message from Ozzy. Really cool. Rest in peace, Ozzy. I'll keep it simple. If you want to get this thing rolling and you really want it, I think y'all know what they're going to sell for. We've never really sold many less than $2,000. $2,000 to get this one started. It is the 2019. It's all near mint. Laura's went through it all. It's all complete. It is. That's a real flexi disc on the cover. Yes, it's a real flexi disc. It has a message from Ozzy. $2,000. That'll speed up the auction a lot. We'll see who really wants it. $2,000. I think the last one we sold was $2,500. $2,000. That's the first edition of those. It is autographed. It's all on splatter vinyl. It has what? At least 5 or 6 albums in there that's never been reissued. Moving on. We have, so don't forget, that's up for auction. It would help if somebody goes ahead and bids. I won't forget about it. So what happened over here on Scorpions? Scorpions, let me make sure he didn't go out, or he did go out, or he did bid again, whatever happened. The Scorpions, the last bid, I was waiting for Roger Tagavilla. This is at $135 with Nick Bargeron. $135 with Nick Bargeron. And then Tesla, Bust a Nut. The last bid on Tesla was Josh Jones at $113. Nico Kapelanis is out. Here we go. $2,000 to get started on Aussie. Next auction, let's go ahead and start 4. And let's go ahead and put up right now. This is, let's do this one right here. Let's do this Metallica. Metallica is Slaughter in the Studio. This is an unofficial random colored vinyl. We have white, cream, blue, and orange, 3 LPs. This is a compilation. This is a compilation of studio demos and rough mixes. $125 start for Metallica. $125 start. Ozzy has a bid for $2,000. The Scorpions is at $137. So Nick Bargeron, you're out. I'm still waiting to hear from Roger Tagavilla. Now Roger's out. Scorpions is between Amenities and Nick Bargeron. Tesla is about to sell to Josh Jones for $113, and there's Metallica. This looks like an awesome crate of metal here. I mean, this is some wild-looking stuff. Electric Wizard, Time to Die. That is sealed, $39.99. Metallica's already at $125. Metallica's at $125. Give me a second, and I'm going to price out some gold here in a second. I'm going to go check comps and check market live right now. Scorpion's at 140. And don't forget, Aussie is at 100 and Aussie's at $2,000. See you on the other side. $2,000 right here. That's this right here. Just want to make sure y'all know there are 4 live auctions right now. That's being bid on in the chat. I need a blinking light over here. Aussie, $2,000. I need Jake almost like live updating the bid down here for me. Electric Wizard sold to Ivan R. Ken Granger second. Scott Oldman got that next Silver Eagle, $135. Thank you on that, okay? Next over here is L Storm. L Storm is a 2021 Record Store Day yellow with black splatter, $44.99. The Scorpions has a new bid for $141. Metallica's at $150, and Shadows Fall of One Blood. Shadows Fall is sealed, $34.99. All right, Josh M.F.R. Jones. This is so do you Tesla bust a nut, and that's so do you for $113. And then over here, Deckelman on S for Shadows Fall. That's so to Justin Deckelman. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on the Scorpions. Metallica's at $150. Going twice, going 3 times, going twice, going 3 times. On the Aussie, $2,000. Metallica, $155. Bob Riger next on Shadows Fall. And Scorpions is at 100. Scorpions is at 100. And $45. Let's go ahead and add another auction. And that next auction is Tesla. I know there's some people lined up for this one. Holy moly. Another Tesla. The Great Radio Controversy. Tesla's a Record Store Day, 1,000 on Violent Vinyl, sealed, a $75 start. Sealed $75. Sealed $75 start on that. And okay, give me 1 second over here. I'm going to go through some sticky notes. Okay. Next is KK Priest. Center rides again. KK Priest is sealed $34.99. This is Ailstorm. Yes, not Hailstorm. Ailstorm. Ailstorm. Alestorm. Not Hailstorm. Ailstorm. Sealed $44.99. And this is God Forbid Determination. And that is sealed $19.99. $19.99. Okay. Next thing over here, let me figure out what just happened. Okay, Scorpions. Amenities is out. Sold to Nick Bargeron for $145. That's sold. Over here, Metallica. Metallica 007 Platinum has it for $160. Who is the bidder before him? Chris Ligero. Chris, you're out on that. That's at $160. And now Tesla has bid $75.75. Aussie is sold. Congratulations, Aaron Andrus. This is sold to Aaron for $2,000. Thank you, Aaron. This is sold to you, $2,000. Awesome. Congratulations, Aaron Andrus. Let's go set that now. But wait, there's more. I have another one. I've got the 2025 black vinyl. We'll run that in just a second. Congratulations, Aaron. And we got the original shipping box for that too. They'll probably ship it in. That's sold to Aaron. That is sold to him for $2,000. But wait, I've got the black vinyl. If anybody wants one for a little bit cheaper, I'll put that one up in just a second, okay? The black vinyl will be sold in just a second. I have another one. I have the black vinyl. We're going to go ahead and try to run it tonight. Let's go ahead and put up a third auction in the back, and let's do another box set while we're at it. We had one of these the other night, and this is a 2021 Black Label sided Doom Crew box set. And it has the autographed insert from Zakk Wylde. It has all kinds of goodies. It has a cassette. It's got pins. It's got buttons. It's got patches. It's got the cassette that's sealed. It has the vinyl, the flag. So it has a picture disc, a cassette, the CD long box. It has the pin, the coin, the coaster, the flag, and it's autographed. Zakk Wylde, Black Label Society. $155 start on this box set. $155 start on this box set, okay? So there's that. Okay. Now, moving on, we have Lacuna Coil, live from the apocalypse. Lacuna Coil sealed, $29.99. Sorry. All right, multitasking over here. I'm trying to check prices before I quote some of the stuff out on the, the gold over here. It could be like 10 air horns in a row probably for some people. Stand by. Metallica 170, Metallica 180, and then Tesla 78, Tesla 80, and Lacuna Coil sold to Mega Blast 9. And the Black Label Society box set, 155 on that. Signed, complete, sealed. Next is Beast in Black. From Hell with Love, and that's a 2021 blue and yellow vinyl. That is sealed for $59.99. And DRI Thrash Zone. DRI is sealed, a 2021 numbered on maroon vinyl, $49.99. And this is Echoes of the Soul by somebody, Crypta something, and that is sealed $34.99. Deckerman on D for DRI. Some of these, I'm trying to figure out exactly what they are. Vladarchek on L Store, plus I'm going so fast, it's really hard to figure out. And then over here, I have Metallica. It was up to Chris Ligero. Shane has it for 007 has it for 180. Chris Ligero, you've been outbid. Tesla's at 82. Final Chance on the Black Label Society for 155. And we have Benediction. This is called Scriptures. Benedictions is sealed $34.99. This is Crypta. Thank you. This is Crypta. And Crypta here is Echoes of the Soul. Crypta is sealed $34.99. Master Ma on B for Benediction. That is sold. And we have Overkill Scorched. Overkill is $49.99. 2023 green vinyl, $49. Metallica still getting bids. 007, you've been outbid. Chris Ligero, 185. Now he's right back in at 190. Chris, you've been outbid. Tesla, 85. If anybody wants a Black Label Society, $155 if anybody wants that. It's a buy now, $155. Let's get right into another auction. What about a Japanese pressing of Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil? Wow, Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. A 93 OG with insert Obi, and it's beautiful. It's a top copy. How often are you going to see a jacket that doesn't have any signs of wear for Shout at the Devil? Probably almost never, unless you get a Japanese press. Beautiful. $150 start on that. Steve Weaver on Benediction. That's already sold, but Overkill is sold to you. Okay, that is sold to you. All righty. So I'm going to go ahead and price this out right here at $2,900. $2,900. Give me 1 second. Make sure this is the right one. Let's do these two here. That way I can show two. We'll say these are $2,950. Yeah, $2,950. Very fair because we're pricing it slightly under the comp I see at $2,964. $2,950 for these $10 gold pieces. $1,893 in 1907. $1,893 and 1907. $10 gold pieces. $2,950. Did you hear the year I said? 1893 and 1907. $2,950, $10 gold pieces. These are MS62s, $2,950. And Pete Wisegarber, glad to see you on. Sorry that took so long to finally get to those, but as you see, we're a little bit busy. And then over here, excuse me, UJ Miller gets Black Label Society for $155. Thank you, UJ Miller. That's so to you. That is so to UJ Miller for $155. Let me put that away right over here. Thank you. I'm going to set that right next to Ozzy. And we're going to put up the other Ozzy in just a second. The Allison Chains lights are in. I'll tag those in just a second. Motley Crue has a bid for $150. And the last bid on Metallica is $195. And Metallica's at $200. And then Tesla, the last bid was $95. We have Ghost, and this is called Impera. Ghost is sealed for $29.99. And Rage Against the Machine, $29.99, the 20th anniversary. It is open, but it is near mint minus. Motley Crue just has one bid for $150. One bid for $150 on Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. That's a final call. Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy, is on the violet purple vinyl, and that's at 95 of Danzig. And this is Metallica. It's called Slaughter in the Studio. Metallica Slaughter in the Studio is a compilation of studio demos and rough mixes from 83 to 84. The high bid right now is $200. $200 on that right now. We're at 200. 200 on those, okay? All right, so that's 200. All right, and let me write this down. All right. Next is this KK Priest, Servants of the Center. KK Priest is sealed $34.99, a 2021 silver vinyl with the CD. That's sealed for $34.99. And Judas Priest, the Razor or British Steel. British Steel is the 2020 Record Store Day 40th anniversary, $24.99. So Metallica is up to Chris Ligero. He just bid 205. Tesla is really up to Greg Smith. Greg, that's up to you. And nobody else has been on Motley Crue. I'm about to sell it for $150. Next is Primus Green Naugahyde. That's a 2011 green vinyl with CD, $29.99. Sam over on Twitch on British Steel. Thank you on that. And then Godsmack When Legends Rise. Godsmack is sealed, $29.99. Chris, you've been on Metallica. 007 has it for $225. And System of a Down Hypnotize, $19.99. System of a Down Hypnotize. System of a Down Hypnotize. Where's my laptop at when I need it? Right there it is. Okay, awesome. Moving on. So first thing we have is Metallica 225, Broken Sconce on Primus, Green Naugahyde, Stephen Parton on System of a Down, Cosmo Kramer on Godsmack, Eden Riviera on KK Priest, Scott Oman next on System of a Down, and then Scott Joachimstaller next on Priest, Derek Cesaro next on System, and Scott Dwallo next on Primus. Motley Crue sold for $150, and that's sold to Amenities. Metallica is sold, and that's sold to 007 Platinum for $225. And then Tesla is sold to Danzig, and Danzig gets that for $95. We're ready for all new auctions. How about this? I don't get this too often. A Japanese pressing of Velvet Revolver Contraband. This is a 2024 20th anniversary Japanese. It has never sold on Discogs before. The current two listed are not cheap. We've got this one under that for a starting bid of just $125. Wow. Don't get that too often. A Japanese pressing of Velvet Revolver, $125. That's now up for bid. And then the next item on the agenda is Queensryche. And this is Queensryche. Don't get this too often either. A real 1994 pressing, of Promised Land. That is incredible to see, actually. I've only ever seen new copies of that. If I've had it before, maybe less than 3, maybe less than 5. That is a $75 start. That is Queensryche in shrink with a DMM sticker, $75 start. Now, we've already sold one Aussie. Here's the other. We've already sold the first edition, 2019. Here is the redo they did last year, the 2025. And of course, as y'all know, these were still impossible to get. If y'all remember, we posted a pre-order for these, and I think we had, 60, 70 pre-orders for a huge box set like this. And I don't think we got but one, maybe. And of course, they're done, and maybe they'll make it again one day, but unfortunately, Ozzy's not here anymore to sign these inserts. So this is the 2025. We just sold the other one for $2,000. I'm going to start this one. This is the same thing. It has that extra album, but it's on black vinyl. And this is a $1,500 start. So here's your chance. This is the last one I have. $1,500 start for Ozzy. Same thing. It's signed, numbered, black vinyl, slip mat. Ozzy is $1,500. We just sold the other one for $2,000. $1,500 start. $1,500 start, okay? $1,500 start. Ozzy, see you on the other side, Ozzy. $1,500. That's now up for bid. Let's see what's left in this crate. We're not done. We have War Kings Revenge. War Kings is sealed, $34.99. Godflesh Selfless. Godflesh is EX, $37.99. And Kill, The Right to Rock. Kill is EX edition, $17.99. Let's go back to the top and see what I missed or what I didn't miss. We put up 3 new auctions. The first auction is Velvet Revolver, has a bid for $125. Queensryche has a bid for $125. And then is Bruder of Brothers still available? It is. And Eden Riviera, that is available. It is sealed for $19.99. And then Queensryche 80, it already has a bid for $125. What is the Tesla bid? Already sold. Queensryche has a bid for $130. And then JetBlue on Rage Against the Machine, that's sold. And then Killer T on K for Kill. And then let's read through these again right quick, okay? First thing is this. I have DRI 4 of a kind. That's a 2021 numbered on red vinyl, sealed, $39.99. We have KK Priest. That's sealed for $34.99. 2023 orange vinyl. We have Godflesh Selfless. That's sold to Master Moss 666. Ed Riviera sold on this record right here. This is sold to Ed Riviera. So we got KK Priest. We got DRI. And we have God Forbid Determination. And that is sealed $19.99. So Velvet Revolver just has that one bid for $125, a Japanese pressing. That's unusual. Queen's Rock is at $130 with Michael Hamburger. That's going once, going twice. On the Velvet Revolver. Queen's Rock just got a new bid. And don't forget, the other Aussie box set's also available, $1,500 starting bid. Let's put up another auction right quick. Another auction's going to go up right now. And that next auction is this. It is Lynch Mob. Uh-oh. Wicked Sensation. Lynch Mob is a 1990 U.S. Specialty OG Columbia Club copy. This was not sold in stores. This album was never manufactured to be sold in stores on vinyl, just through the Columbia Club. $75 start on Lynch Mob. That's probably going to take off like a rocket ship going to Mars. Next is Beast in Black. This is From Hell with Love. This is a 2021 blue and yellow vinyl sealed, $59.99. And then Crypta. Crypta was Echoes of the Soul. That's sealed for $34.99. Ghost and Pyrrha, that was on indie exclusive Orchid vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. And then War Kings Revenge. War Kings is sealed, $34.99 on that. All right, let's try another Silver Eagle for auction. We only have a few left. This is a 2018 First Strike MS70, and that is a $135 start. Josh said he was first in on Velvet Revolver. Well, now there's a new bid for $127. Now there's a new bid for $127. Lynch Mob $75.80, and now Queen's Rock. The last bid on Queen's Rock is $130. What number was the Aussie box? The number on the Aussie box is number 778. 778, and that's a final call if anybody wants it. $1,500. Final call, $1,500. Okay. How much? $1,500. We just sold the last one for $2,000. The 1893. Sure, I got some amazing gold tonight. I'm starting off with a $10 gold Liberties. 1893. That's a $10 gold piece. That is amazing. That $10 back in the day. Somebody would have had that, and that would have been, just think about that. Incredible. Really high grade. MS62, mint state, $2,950. $2,950, okay? Yeah, that's a 24, think about that, a 24 LP box set. 24 LP box set. Aussie, and several of them's out of print. That includes the Randy Rhoads tribute, No Rest for the Wicked's in there. Amazing. Chad, did I ask the price on Rage before it was claimed? Let's go back up and see. Rage was Pam Murray asked the price. You did. Now, if she happens to claim this, JetBlue, I can get more of these if you happen to go on a wait list. Yeah, Pam asked about this first. $29.99. Let me know if you want it. If not, we're about to move on to another crate. Anybody else? Awesome auctions going on right now. There's another Silver Eagle, Queen's Rock, Lynch Mob. Let's move right into some other stuff, okay? And then late tonight, when things really cool down, I mean, I have like a whole box over here of like 1 ounce silver and other stuff like that. I bought silver shot. I bought a silver batarang. We bought some other really cool stuff. Let me see if we have a great check condition. We'll mix it up just slightly with some of that. I'll pass. Okay, so this is still sold to JetBlue. If you want on a wait list, Pam, let me know. It'll be about the same price. And then over here, and let's do it. Yeah, a lot of cost. I told y'all those rhinos, all those rhino hi-fis, those just went up by like $5. So, you know, a lot of those used to be $39, now $44. I was like, dang. So some of these box sets like Aussie, that's 24 disc, you start doing the math. If those were all reissued right now and you bought them all, it'd be like, that's probably why there's so much new when they're brand new, okay? We're going to do something a little bit different with new arrivals tonight because I want to get a bunch of stuff sold. For the first time, we got new vintage arrivals. I'm going to go ahead and take offers on them. So these are brand new records that was priced tonight, and we're going to go ahead and take offers. If you want to go ahead and claim them, that's great too. First thing I'm going to do is Velvet Revolver's at $135. Did Queen's Rock get another bid? The last bid on Queen's Rock over here The last bid on Queen's Rock over here. The last bid on Queen's Rock over here, Michael Hamburger, sold $130. That's sold. Promised Land is done. He's had that for the last 5-6 minutes. Nobody else bid. The last bid on Lynch Mob was 90 with Mike Straws. 90 with Mike Straws. And we still got one Black Crows left from that first crate, Brooks. $99.99. If anybody wants a Silver Eagle, it's a $135 buy it now. And then one more chance for a buy it now, right now. If you want an Aussie box, this is your chance. $1,500 for the Aussie box. It's a buy it now. Scott Oldman gets the Silver Eagle, $135. Thank you. We've now sold 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got a few more left. Brooks Valder wants that Jimmy Page Black Crows. Let me find that for you right quick. This right here, $99.99. This is sold, and if anybody wants the Aussie box, $1,500. Now you know we have it. Think long, you'll think wrong. Here it is. I have it. I'll buy it now. It gets asked about all the time. There's your chance. Okay, let's put up another auction. Velvet Revolver, $138, and Michael Hamburger is about to bid $139, and then Lynch Mob's at $90. Whoever was before him, just so you know, you're out. And let's keep going. And what number is the box? 778. 778. Okay, let's go right over here. Next thing is Hanoi Rocks. Somebody just asked about this. Hanoi Rocks is a 1984 U.S. Pittman OG gold stamp promo with insert. No white label promo of this record exists. We just had these on Music on Vinyl. New copies are $40 from MOV. This is an OG, a $35 start on that. Okay, and let me take a drink of Monster. $392 people on right now. Wow. All right, these are buy now best offer. Let's get started. I got gold. I got a little bit more smaller pieces, but I'll have to give me a second on those. I'm liking these gold Indians. I may have to end up keeping those, but I'll go ahead and price them out. I love the gold Indians. I collected those for a while. First thing I have, though, is Pangea, and this is $19.99. Kip Hanaran, $19.99. Everything in here is going to be really clean, really nice. This is near mint minus with the insert. And then Grinder Switch Red Wing. Grinder Switch is $19.99. And then Alan Gorgie, Sleepless Nights. This is $9.99. And we have Mark Gray Magic. Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Robert, Not Full of Tension. Robert, G-O-R-L. That's Synth Pop from 1984. That is $29.99. Girls Can't Help It, Pure Wild, $9.99. Girl Stamp Promo. And Scott Folsom, Simple Talk, a Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. And Bonnie Raitt, The Glow. Bonnie Rait's $9.99. Are we done on Velvet Revolver? $143. It's up to one person, Michael Hamburger. Hanoi Rocks is already at $50. And then Lynch Mob. Did this get another bid? He said out. Lynch Mob is sold to Mike Straws for $90. The Friday music pressings of these are like $80. Don't get the OG too often. That's sold for $90. Solely on Bonnie Raitt. That's sold to him. And then we have the Book of Pride, Giant Steps. That's a 1988 synth pop, $9.99. Michael Hamburger said I bid $148 earlier. The high bid on Velvet Revolver was $143 with Josh Jones. If you bid, I don't think it showed up. Let's go ahead and try this one more time. No, he's talking about Velvet Revolver. Okay, if you bid, it's not on the screen. No, he bid $143. If you bid $148, it's not on the screen. I thought he was talking about Lynch Mob. My bad. Bonnie Rait's already sold. Next is Dave Edmunds' Riff Raff. That's $14.99. And the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. And this has the poster with it, still wrapped around the cover. $39.99 on that. $148. That's now a new bid on Velvet Revolver. That means somebody's been outbid. Let's go ahead and put up Judas Priest. Judas Priest is a 1979 Japanese pressing with Obi. It has the insert and Obi, and it has the 7-inch single. Judas Priest is a $45 start. $45 start on Judas Priest live in Japan. This is Priest in the East. The Obi over here does have some damage. The Obi does have some damage up here. Probably a VG Plus Obi and a VG Plus jacket. The vinyl's near mint. And it does have the bonus 7-inch with it. That's now up for bid, okay? Next, that means Josh Jones, you've been outbid on Velvet Revolver, and now he's right back in at $152. And now, Hanoi Rocks, the last bid on this is a 1984 U.S. Pittman OG with the original inner sleeve EX condition. The high bid is $50 right now, okay? Rolling Stones is sold to Nick Bargeron for $24. I don't even know what I had it priced. And the Hoodoo Gurus, this is $29.99. Stone Age Romeos, a gold stamp promo. Hoodoo Gurus, $29.99. Honeymoon Suite is $19.99. Gold stamp promo, DMM sticker, original inner sleeve. These are all buy it now or best offer. Robert Hine, and this is a 1984 New Wave, $9.99. New bid on Hanoi Rocks. Velvet Revolver's up to Michael Hamburger, and Judas Priest has a bid for $45. Now Michael Hamburger's at $150. Josh Jones already bid $152. He's already at $152 on it. And then we have Nona Hendricks. This is $19.99. The Heat, Nona Hendricks, and David Bowie tonight. David Bowie's $24.99. It does have the original sleeve. Judas Priest just getting one bid, eh? John McPatriot, $50. That means somebody's already been outbid. John McPatriot has it for $50. Now Velvet Revolver's at $155. Now Judas Priest, $52. Now Hanoi Rocks, $51. So whoever was at $50 on Hanoi Rocks, you've been outbid, and that was with Angela Ledbetter. So Angela, you've been outbid on Hanoi Rocks. Judas Priest, $52. Judas Priest, $55. The Hoodoo Gurus was Stone Age Romeos. Really nice copy. Has just a generic plastic sleeve. Gold stamp promo, $29.99. Judas Priest is the misprint. Yes, Judas Priest. The track list on the back cover was updated to include the track A4, The Ripper. This is a 79 repress with updated track listing. 79 repress with updated track listing. Hanoi Rocks 55, now 60. Now Judas Priest 65. Now Judas Priest 55. It's already at 65. Now Velvet Revolver 158. Heaven 17, Sunset Now. Heaven 17 is $9.99. And the Who's next? This is the MCA pressing. Out here in the field, $24.99. Let's do another Silver Eagle. This is struck at West Point Mint, first strike, 2016. Silver Eagle, 30th anniversary, a PCGS perfect grade, $135 start on that one. Moving on, Judas Priest at 70. We got John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Heaven 17 is sold to Mega Blast for $7. Will Smithson gets the Who for $20. That was right here, out here in the field. Next is Flock of Seagulls Listen. Flock of Seagulls is $29.99. Andy Frazier, Fine Line. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. And the Police Synchronicity with the hype sticker, the purple translucent vinyl when held the strong light, $29.99. Velvet Revolver still getting bids, $160 with Michael Hamburger. Hanoi Rock still getting bids, it's at $70. Judas Priest, $73 and then $75. Final chance on the Silver Eagle for $135. Tim Jensen's in, going once, going twice. Santana, $26.99. Ah, this is a good one. It's going to be the second label, but super clean, $26.99 on that one. Joshua Day on Synchronicity. So to Joshua Day. I'll do $18 on Bowie. It was marked 24. Silver Eagle does have a bid for $135. Bonnie Raitt again. This one's $9.99. That one's self-titled. All these in here look really clean and really nice. Lee Ritenour, Rit 2, $14.99 for Lee. And the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. Boy, what a nice looking copy of that. Fantastic. The Rolling Stones, $39.99. David Bowie sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $18. Priest is at $77. Velvet Revolver, 175. Ryan Mustaine, or Ringo Ryan, not Ryan Mustaine. Ringo Ryan M. Ryan, I can't say his name. That's why we call him Ryan M. He gets Santana for $22. And then the Pretenders. I've got Brass in pocket, $19.99 on that. Nick, I'll need more for this Rolling Stones. This Rolling Stones here, I need $35 on that one, okay? That's a beautiful copy. Michael Nath got Bonnie Raitt. Let's go ahead and tag him for that. Velvet Revolver, $180. Judas Priest, $79. Paul Cruz, second on Bonnie Raitt. And Hanoi Rocks is at $75. So Velvet Revolver is getting a new bid, $180. Josh Jones out. Hanoi Rocks has a new bid for $75. Judas Priest is at $79, now $80. And we have Poussette Dart Band, $14.99 for Poussette Dart Band. Pot Liquor, Levy, wow, what just flew by my face? Pot Liquor by Levy Blues, or Levy Blues by Pot Liquor, $14.99. Kevin Huffman offered $25 for the Hoodoo Gurus. That's sold for $25. Tim Jensen gets the Silver Eagle for $135. This is a cool one here. This has both designs. The year they transitioned and they started doing a different back, so you can see both patterns of the Silver Eagle. That's pretty cool. Look at that. So there's that, and these are both 2021s, the top one and the top two together. The top one and the top two together, and those are slabbed together where you can see both of the backs together. Pretty cool there. A $275 start. $275 start on that one. So as y'all know, that was the old design for the Silver Eagle, and then that's the new design. $275 for that double slab there. Pretty cool on that one. $275. Back up at the top, we have Hoodoo Guru sold for $25. Joshua Day's out on Priest. Velvet Revolver $188. Hanoi Rocks out. And then Jeremy Rourke offered $14 on the Pretender Sown. Decon gets the Rolling Stones for $35. Pam, the Police is already sold. Velvet Revolver $198. Heaven's Edge has not sold yet. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger, a Super Disc $39.99. There's another Police in Yada de Mandata. Don't stand so close. $24.99. Roxy Music Avalon, More Than This. Avalon, Roxy Music, $24.99. John Hott, All of a Sudden, $14.99. And Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything. Wow, this cover's known for having a lot of ringwear. Look how nice. Fantastic. Hello, it's me. $29.99 for Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything. Pot Liquor over here, it does have a clip corner, but really clean. $14.99 on that. All right, so Velvet Revolver is up to Josh Jones. It's at $198. He just bid $205. Now, Hanoi Rocks, we're moving it to that final chance. The high bid is Kristen Driscoll at $75. And the Judas Priest, the last bid on the Judas Priest that came in, the last bid on the Judas Priest was Kaysen Palamambo at $80. And I see two out, so that's a final call. $80 on Judas Priest. Wow. I figured that would do a lot more. Santana Greatest Hits, $19.99. Dun, 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 dun. And then Lou Reed Street Hassle. These are really clean looking records. Lou Reed's $29.99. Pot Liquor sold to Michael Knapp for $11. And then Neil Young, $34.99. Harvest. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. Wow, beautiful copy. And it has the lyric poster. I've been a miner for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old. $34.99. Silver Eagle does have a bid for $275. We've already sold Pot Liquor for $11. Chris Knapp on JH for John Hott, sold. Dan White on Santana Greatest Hits, sold. Now Velvet Revolver still getting bids. It's at $210. And Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, one size fits all. Awesome stuff here tonight. $39.99 on that. $39.99 and 99 cents. Judas Priest is sold. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Plus, I got to swap out crates. This is sold to Kaysen Palamambo for $80. Let me lay that right there. Hanoi Rocks is also sold. No more bids on that. I'm calling it right now, but I got to swap out. Kristen Driscoll has it for $75. I got to swap out crates right quick, but I'm closing those bids so we can put up some more new stuff. Incredible. The only no bid tonight is the second Aussie box set. We already sold one, and now we have another one, the second edition, for $1,500 if anybody wants it. $1,500 if anybody wants it. So there's Judas Priest. Let me fix the OB on this one. It did have a couple rips and tears. There it is. That's sold to Kaysen. Thank you on that one. And then over here, over here, the Silver Eagle is sold to TSO Houston for $275. Thank you. All the Silver Eagles so far tonight have sold. Right now, I just have gold left to price out, and I haven't done any of these yet, so hold the horses. The only gold I have priced out is the $10 American Eagles, okay? Now, first thing we have is Velvet Revolver at $210, and then over here, Hanoi Rocks. The last bid on Hanoi Rocks that came in, HR, Hanoi Rocks, and that was sold to Kristen Driscoll for $75. Let's go right back into here. Awesome stuff in here. A lot of 80s and new wave, all kinds of stuff that's been shown in this crate. Kevin Huffman got Roxy Music for $20. That's sold. And then over here, Judas Priest is already sold, El Snapatown. Velvet Revolver, $210. And then NY for $20. Can't do that on Neil Young, but we have another offer for $25. Nirvana's $36.99. Lou Reed does have a clip corner. Yes, Street Hassle, $29.99. Yes, Fragile with the insert. Boy, what a spanking copy of this. Goodness gracious, $24.99 on that one. All right, let's move on with another auction. Here's Heaven's Edge. Heaven's Edge is going up for bid. A 1990 USOG with press kit. Also with mega metal trading cards featuring the band. Super clean. I bet this was from Scott Leach's collection. $125 start on that. And then, yes, it's sold to Michael Ruttman for $20. I'll do $30 on Neil Young. $30 on Neil Young. Whoever asked first. Scott Dyer, $30. And then Dynamite Danielle, $30 if y'all want that one. Velvet Revolver still getting bids. Let's put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. That's Iron Maiden, the Number of the Beast. Number of the Beast is a 1986 U.S. specialty reissue, super clean. A $55 start on Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. $55 start. Wowie wow. The Who Hooligans Gold Stamp promo. Great Who compilation 2 LP. $34.99. Lee Rittenhour for $9. What do you think, Paul? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Paul. That's so to Christopher Allen for $9. And then Steve Winwood Chronicles. Bake me a pie of love. Bake me a pie of love. Steve Winwood, $19.99. Essentially a solo album, greatest hits. Steve Winwood, $19.99. We also have Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale. It does have a clip corner, but what a beautiful disc. $39.99. Velvet Revolver. Boy, has this gotten a lot of bids. Are we done? Josh is out. So to Michael Hamburger for $210. That's done. And then over here we have Heaven's Edge, $125. 125 and now 135. This is a beautiful Iron Maiden Number of the Beast, an 86 U.S. specialty, and this is a 86 U.S. specialty reissue with the original on her sleeve. Super nice here. And this bid had a bid of 55 with Sam over on Twitch. Steve Winwood, we have an offer and we have a claim. Steven, this is yours if you want it for $19.99. Waylon Jennings, Never Could Toe the Mark, $24.99. Procol Harum, so did David Doyle. And back-to-back, the Marquise, Booker T, and the MGs. That is $19.99 on Stacks. Wow, look at that. Nice, $19.99. Stephen Parton does get Steve Winwood. Iron Maiden has a bid for 65 doll hairs. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Queensryche, The Warning. Queensryche is a 1984 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy with the original on her sleeve. This is super clean, a $45 start. Cody on Waylon Jennings. Maidens at $65. And Song of the Islands, that's old Marty Robbins there. $9.99 for Marty Robbins. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Pin up the $34.99 with Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar. Joni James, 20 Greatest Hits, $9.99. And a Portrait of Ray Charles, $19.99. Heaven's Edge. The last bid on Heaven's Edge was Van Halen at $135. Van Halen bid $135. And then Queensryche, $45, and Iron Maidens at $70. Sam over on Twitch on David Bowie, Let's Dance. And then we have the Sinceros. The Sinceros, The Sound of Sunbathing, $9.99. How much was the Booker? $19.99 on that. Back-to-back, the Marquise and Booker T and the MGs. Bowie's already sold. Jeff Beck Truth with Rod Stewart. Nice. I Ain't Superstitious. $19.99. As featured in Martin Scorsese's Casino. I Cantina, Get It Together. $19.99 on that. And NXS Shabu Shabah. NXS is a U.S. original super clean copy. $34.99 for NXS. NXS. Moving on, Heaven's Edge has a bid for $140. Queensryche is at $55, and Iron Maiden's at $80 with Pete Weisgarber. $80 with Pete Weisgarber. Thank you on that. Let me open up these messages over here with Tanner. Give me 1 second over here. All right, let me send him that. Let me see what he sent me here. Okay, first thing is we have, moving on, we have Queensryche at 50-55, Red Betty on NXS for 28, and then a claim. So Red Betty, this is yours, but it will be sticker price. Booker is at 14 with Danae. Let's go ahead and sell that to Danae De La O for 14. Queensryche 60. Then another offer on NXS. And then Heaven's Edge has a bid for 150 with Van Halen. And then Ike has a bid for 15 with Danae. This is a buy it now best offer. Booker just sold for 14. Then we had an offer for 15. Queensryche at 62. Red Betty does get NXS at sticker price. Okay. We have one Aussie box set sold. We have one more left for $1,500. One more left for $1,500, okay? Now, if you want a smaller increment of gold, those other ones I just showed you were $2,950. I have these right here. If anybody wants these. These are $2,000 even. I have a $1,900 $5 Indian head gold, a $1,901 $5, Liberty head, $1,900 Liberty head, $1,901 Liberty head, and a $1,901 Liberty head. So these are $5 gold pieces. These are $2,000. And then over here, I've got the $10 gold pieces, $2,950. So your pick. Liberty Heads, 2,000, 2,950. That's what I have in stock on those right now. Okay, there's another option on some gold. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,950, 2,950. Over here at the top, we have sold out on HE, and then Tesla's already sold, and then Queensryche and Queensryche. Okay, so first thing is Heaven's Edge. Richard Davis is out. Van Halen over on YouTube has this for $150. That's Van Halen EVH 5150. It's a 1990 USOG with press kit, near mint, super clean, super clean. And this is a final call. This is a final call for $150, okay? And then Iron Maiden, the number of the beast. Iron Maiden, the number of the beast. This was with Pete Weisgarber, and I think Pete was the high bid at 80. I'm going to make sure nobody else wanted to bid again. I haven't seen any other bids. This is at $80, and it's a 1986 specialty reissue, near mint minus. Beautiful copy. And then right next to that is Queensryche, which 3 people have said, which Queensryche, how much is it, and how much can I buy it for, Chad? I would do anything possible, even if I have to stab myself in the leg. John McPatriot has this for $62. Kristen Driscoll, you tied them. You came in second. John McPatriot was at first at $62. $62 on that, okay? Now, this was a buy it now best offer crate. If you need a price, let me know. I'm just going to read the title so we can go right into this crate that Laura just marked. Holy crap, that's going to be busy. Laura just marked off a crate. There's still 2 more over here from Paul, and I still got 3 more crates from John. We got a bazillion and 10 million auctions to do. What number was that, Chad? A bazillion, 10 million auctions still to do. We have Pangea, Kip Hanaran, Grinder Switch Red Wing, Ian Gorey, Sleepless Nights, Mark Gray, Magic, Robert Gorel, That's Not Full of Tension, Girls Can't Help It, Pure Wild, Scott Folsom, Simple Talk, The Book of Pride, Giant Steps, Dave Edmonds, Riff Raff, Honeymoon Suite. If you need a price, let me know. Robert Hine, Nona Hendricks, John Fogerty, Flock of Seagulls, Listen, Andy Frazier, Fine Fine Line, Poussette Dart Band, Jean-Luc Ponty, The Police and Yada Mandata, still available, $24.99. Todd Rundgren, Something Anything, Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention, Lou Reed, Street Hassle, Neil Young Harvest. We had 2 offers. I told somebody I would do 30. They never did say yes or no. The Who Hooligans Honeymoon Suite was $19.99. Gold stamp promo for the big prize. Marty Robbins, Song of the Islands, Joni James, 20 Greatest Hits, A Portrait of Ray Charles, The Sinceros, and Jeff Beck Truth of Rod Stewart. That's an amazing one, okay? What is the John Fogerty? That was I, the Zombie, and that is with gold stamp promo and sticker, $19.99, okay? We got Honeymoon Suite at $15, and that is sold to Sully. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. Honeymoon Suite. Let me figure out what I just did with it. That is sold for $15. All right. Heaven's Edge. Van Halen, you've bought from us before, right? Van Halen over on YouTube. This is sold to you for $150. Pete Weisgarber, thank you on Iron Maiden. Pete, some gold would go good with that Iron Maiden, wouldn't it? This over here is sold to Pete Weisgarber, and this is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $80. Now, we got all kinds of more other auctions to do. Everything in that crate was buy it now best offer. And then let's do Queensryche. And the last bid on Queensryche is right here, $75 with David Saunders. $75. They're still bidding on that. I'm not surprised. Next is TNT, Knights of the New Thunder. An 84 USPRC Richmond OG original under sleeve EX edition, $25 start for TNT, Knights of the New Thunder. And then I don't have any 10. Well, let me see what this is right here. This is, what is this? I think this is another $5. No, I don't have any 10th ounce pure. No, I've just got, I mostly have just older pre-1933 gold. Metal Guy Guerrero says he'll take John Fogerty. First time, submitted the form on the website. I'll message you on Facebook. Great. TNT 25. We got a first time buyer. That's the first of the night. It probably won't be the last. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to CollectCo. You are welcome to bid and buy at any time. I also got Japanese stuff over here that's unadvertised and listed as surprises. So let me go ahead and just throw in a curveball, just something a little bit different right quick. And this is for this Urban Cowboy soundtrack, which is a Japanese pressing. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, the Urban Cowboy soundtrack, near mint minus, a $35 start on that. Price on Jeff Beck, $19.99. Really great album here. Just a hint of ring wear. Yellow Epic Label OG. There is a little bit of writing. $19.99. Let's go ahead and go through this crate that Laura's marked. I bet it's going to be pretty packed and loaded with great deals and great titles. And crates like that, the John's Mart full of vintage OG stuff from the 80s and 70s and 60s. There's 3 more like that to go through. So I better get on a roll. I better start talking like I'm on fire. And the only way to put me out is to start talking faster. We got 3 auctions up. The only no bid technically is the Aussie box set, the 2nd edition. the second edition. Of course, I have plenty to do, but late tonight, I might do the last thing, and that is price some stuff live, which has been very popular. Plus, that gives me extra stuff to show in the morning. But right now, there hadn't been that much new vinyl left in the mornings. And later tonight, I'll tag the Allison Chains lights so everybody gets a thumbs up on their comment. All right, over here. I'm stretching. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Sorry. Y'all are beating me to death. Every day you'll wake up and you're like, you know what? Let's give Chad a run for his money. Let's see how much Chad can really take. We're gonna push this guy to his absolute edge. Here's Paul. He's up here looking through records. I got to get some more ice, Paul. Vanilla ice. Paul has a vanilla ice tattoo. A lot of people don't know that. All right. Paul just bought a collection. He's up here going through more records. We're buying, we're selling, we're tagging, we're trading, we're swapping, we're upgrading, we're downgrading. Chad's getting some oxygen into his lungs. I just did a great stretch. I have a little bit of Monster left over here. I'm pouring it on ice right now. And then I'm going to need a new fresh can. I got chocolate-covered raisins. I got chocolate-covered chips. I got chocolate-covered bananas. And here we go. First thing I have is Sun. This is Sun Record Company, Sunrise on the Blues. This is a 2020 Record Store Day, sealed, $14.99. First thing I have over here is the following. TNT got a bid for 25. Queensryche got a bid for 77. TNT got a bid for 30. Queensryche got a bid for 80. How much was Neil Young? Neil Young was $34.99. Somebody offered 20. Somebody offered 25. I said I would take it for, I said I would do it for 30. And we have another delivery, a box of great looking stuff. That might be a good quick auction. Good job there. We have Laura bringing over CDs. Oh no, CDs. Jeff Beck, Danae, I'll do $15 on Jeff Beck. You offer 12, I'll do 15. Do you have anything from 90s to 2000s? Yes, TNT 40. And then Blue Juice over here. We have Neil Young, Michael Nath on Sun. Did we get the GNR yet? Tyson next on Sun. And Queensryche 88. So Queensryche is at $88 with Kristen Driscoll. $88 with Kristen Driscoll. $88 with Kristen Driscoll. Next to that is TNT. Richard Davis has it for 40. Steve Little's out. If anybody wants Urban Cowboy, he's a $35 buy it now. Beautiful Japanese pressing. I'm going to go ahead and put him in a brand new sleeve. He is $35. $35 on Urban Cowboy original motion picture soundtrack, okay? It's got all the inserts, has this cool Japanese book with it too. That's a $35 buy it now, sold to Mega Blast, okay? There's that. And then over here, next record, Aerosmith Pump, limited edition numbered. Wow. $99.99. They did 2000 on white marble vinyl, number 222 of 2000, $99.99 on that one. Also, we have Big Brother and the Holding Company is sealed, $29.99, a 2021 Record Store Day on purple smoke vinyl. Big Brother and the Holding Company is $29.99. Next is out on TNT, so we're about to sell that. That means we're near the auction. Danae, let me know if you want Jeff Beck for 15. Whew. Somebody asked, what was Marty Robbins? Song of the Islands. Somebody asked, which Marty Robbins? Songs of the Islands. Columbia 2i Mono, $9.99. Neil Young, Let's Let It Roll. Sold. That's the highest offer I've gotten so far. $28. $28. And that was with whom? That was with Back to the Turntable for $28. Okay. And then over here, we have TNT. That way we can put up all new auctions. This is sold to Richard Davis. $40 on this. $40 on this. This is sold. And then we have Big Brother sold to Michael Nath. And then Kevin LeBady. I think I have another one over here that was a no bid the other night. I think I have another one over here that was a no bid. Let me see if I can find that. We had one of those right here. So how much is this the same thing? It is. Sell this one right here to Kevin LeBady for the same price. Okay, how much was that one? $29.99. Yeah, this was supposed to be a starting bid of $30. And so sell this one to Kevin LeBeatty for $29.99. And then Robert, you're next, okay? And then over here, we got Marty Robbins, $6. And that was right here. Let's go ahead and sell that to Brian Legan for $6. El Snappatan. Errol Smith is Pump, 180 gram Andromeda color vinyl, limited edition numbered. It is on white marble, purple and white marble vinyl, limited to 2,000, sealed, numbered, $99.99. $99.99. Queensryche. Now let's look at this one more time. This is a big one. Queensryche. Kristen Driscoll, $88. The last bid before him, I don't even know, but I'm going to say Kristen Driscoll has it for $88. This is a final call. $88. Queensryche, the warning. $88. Queensryche, the warning. $88. The other one is Mamas and Papas. Oh, it is. My bad. Well, if anybody wants that, it's $30. I messed up. It looks very similar, doesn't it? Yeah, boy, that's confusing. They look very similar. Yeah, look at that. My bad. Yeah. So I got Mamas and Papas for 30. Okay. Mamas and Papas, 30. Let's all remain calm, okay? Now, Jeff Beck, she passed. It's marked $19.99. She offered 12. I said 15. She's passing. So Jeff Beck is $15. Now, Danae said she'll take it for 15. Sold. Okay, Queensryche is still getting bids. We need new auctions. Nobody saw anything over here, okay? Nothing. Next thing is we're doing this crate. I need everybody's eyes on the green crate or you're going to miss something, okay? In the back, I'll go ahead and price these because I bet people are like, holy crap, what are these back here, Chad? Rob Zombie, $33.99. Nirvana, $36.99. Rats, $49.99. And Foo Fighters are $38. The Who is $34.99. Record Store Day exclusive, red and blue vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, sealed, $19.99. I can't show anything extra. Nothing else. Y'all didn't see anything else, okay? There's nothing in this crate. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get through this one. We got to get through this one. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's also sealed, $19.99. Neil Young, Roxy, Tonight's the Night Live. Neil Young is a 2018 Record Store Day, $24.99. Aerosmith is sold to El Snappatan. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is George Lynch. George Lynch is a 2021 USOG, limited to 200 with the original inner sleeve. George Lynch is a $55 start. Next is The Doors, Strange Days, 1967, a work in progress. A 2025 Record Store Day blue numbered, $34.99. And to record only water for 10 days by John Frusciante. How do you say that? $49.99. Queensryche, $90 of David Saunders. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Chad Sauls, you're out. 90. Now he bid 130. He bid 103 on Queensryche. George Lynch is just introduced for auction, a $55 start. Next is Robert Warner on The Doors, sold. Michael Nath was second. Years on Linda Ronstadt. These are brand new sealed copies, 2022 remasters. 2022 remasters, sealed, $19.99 each. Also, Chuck Berry collected, the Godfather of Rock and Roll. Chuck Berry is unopened, $34.99. There's still an Aussie box set left, $1,500. There's still an Aussie box set left, $1,500. Next auction is Mad Season. Rarities collection. Mad Season's an unofficial on brown marble vinyl with demos, bonus tracks, live cuts, and instrumentals. Mad Season's a $35 start. Next is Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 180 gram. That is $29.99. Rage Against the Machine, Democratic National Convention 2000. Rage is sealed, a 2024 Record Store Day on clear vinyl, $29.99. The best of Blue Oyster Cult. Music on vinyl, Don't Fear the Reaper, a 2LP unopened on blue vinyl for $34.99. Queensryche's at $103. Kristen Driscoll has it for 103. It's still getting bids. 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 103 with Kristen Driscoll. Next was Mad Season 40. First, before that, Stephen Parton got Rage Against the Machine. Mad Season 35. Any Clutch? Mad Season 35. Chad, do you have any Clutch? And then we have John Howard next on Rage. Mega Blast next on Rage. Mad Season 42. Chad, do you have any Clutch? Rage, Michael Nath. I'm looking to buy Clutch. Mad Season 35. How much is George Lynch? Mad Season 45. Mad Season 50. Paul, we got any Clutch? We got Elvis 56. Elvis 56 Collector's Edition. Unopened. A limited edition of $2,034.99. And the Rolling Stones LA Forum Live. 3 LP and DVD. We just had that earlier tonight. $34.99. GMB wants to know, do we have any clutch? I want to know, does anybody else want to bet on Queens Rock? $103 of Kristen Driscoll, final call. George Lynch is a final chance to bid. George Lynch is a 2021 USOG Collector's Edition, limited to 200 with the original sleeves and both inserts. That's a $55 start. Mass Season's already at 60. Now Queens Rock has a new bid for 105. Does somebody want to go ahead and do me a favor? Kristen Driscoll, we're going to save a lot of time and effort. Do you want to go ahead and bid $200 on Queens Rock? It's going to get there anyway. It may take another hour. It's going to get to 200 eventually. But if anybody wants to go ahead and bid 200 on Queens Rock, be my guest. David Saunders has it for 105. Next is The Who, also at the Monterey Pop Festival. Now, that cover looks a little bit different, but that's part of the same series. That's sealed for $29.99. And we have Jonathan Winters, Unearthed. This is a 2021 Record Store exclusive 3 LP. That's a comedy record, of course, $29.99. Pergy on the Bluest Occult. That's sold to Pergy 33. And then we have, what do we have here? This is Matt Zajac, Garden of Eden. This is a rock album, sealed for $9.99. And then Queens Rock. Queens Rock is a final call. It's up to Kristen Driscoll. It's at $105. Doesn't look like anybody bid on George Lynch. So George Lynch is a buy it now for $55. That's a no bid. Then Mad Season is an unofficial. It's called Rarities Collection. It's an unofficial. Ryan Eaton has it for $62. And then Roy Gallagher, Irish Tour 1974. That's an unopened music on vinyl. $39.99 on Roy Gallagher. Our next auction is Kingdom Come, Motorhead. Let's do Motorhead next. Motorhead is a 1986 USOG with the original inner sleeve, EX edition. $35 start on this. Mad Season is in a resealable baggie, so it's presumed unopened. You can buy it as if presumed unopened or near mint, but it's in a resealable baggie. Never did come sealed. What was the comedy album? That was Jonathan Winters, Unearthed. Comedy Dynamics and Obsessive Comedy Disorder present. That's sealed, a 2 LP, $29.99. Mad Season has a new bid for $65. Kristen Driscoll, are you still alive? Kristen Driscoll, are you still alive? Roy Gallagher is sold to Michael Butler. Mad Season out. I said Lynch start. Sold to Chad Salsden. Lynch, George Lynch is sold for $55 to Chad Sauls. Queens Rock has a new bid for $112. We're still going. $112 on Queens Rock. How much? $112. David Saunders, it's back to you. David, do you want to go ahead and bid $200 on Queens Rock? Mad Season out. Motorhead's also up for bid. We have U2 Octone Baby 30th Anniversary Edition, sealed $29.99. Just a reminder, if you say such and such start, I think you're asking what it is, not necessarily placing a bid. Always make sure you place a numerical, but you got lucky. You got it anyway. George Lynch was sold to you. Next thing over here is Shinedown, The Sound of Madness, white vinyl, sealed. Shinedown, $29.99. Golly. I've got enough stuff for 15 wee years. Wow. Okay, let me... Oh, gosh. Oh, touch my toes right quick. Okay, over here, Linda Ronstadt, Volume 1, sold to Gabe over on Twitch. That's sold to Gabe. Thank you on that one. David Saunders, are you alive? Are you alive? Alanis Morissette, The Collection, clear vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. Mad Season is a final call. Mad Season is at 64 with Tony Swanson. And then Chris Frazier bid 65. Final call on that, $65. And then Motorhead, no bid yet. It's a 1986 USOG Orgasmatron. Looking for a $35 start. JetBlue on Shinedown, sold. Stephen Parton on Alanis Morissette, sold. What was the Shinedown? Already sold. John Barry, everything in here is sticker price. And then we have Bullet Boys, 10 Cent Billionaire. That's sealed for $29.99. And we have the American Laundromat Records presents a tribute to Repo Man. Record Store Day glow-in-the-dark vinyl, sealed for $29.99. David Saunders says, I got to go find out what the bid is. The bid on Queens Rock is $112 of Kristen Driscoll. The bid's at $112. I'm looking for $150. He bid $115. We're getting there. Kristen Driscoll, you've been outbid on Queens Rock. Motorhead 35. Mad Season has a new bid for 70. Chris Frazier, you've been outbid. John Durden gets Repo Man. Richard Davis on Bullet Boys. And then Motorhead 36. And then we have Queens Rock Empire. This is on green vinyl, the 2020 press, $44.99. John Barry says he'll take the Jonathan Winter. Scott Dwallow was second. Justin Chase next on Repo Man. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is black vinyl back to vinyl, $24.99. Kristen Driscoll, you're out on Queens Rock. It's at $115. I'm looking for the next bid to be $150. Mad Season's now at 72. Chris Frazier's in. That means that Josh Jones, you're out. Now Motorhead has a new bid for $40. And then we have Skid Row. This is sealed, $24.99. Besides ourselves, Mad Season is a sealed unofficial. It's called Rarities Collector's Edition. It is Mad Season demos, bonus tracks, live cuts, and instrumentals. There's that. And it's at $72 with Chris Frazier. It's up to now Josh Jones. And then we have the Black Crows. This was the record store day they did on pink vinyl, sealed, just $24.99. And Warren Zevon, The Wind, sealed, $74.99 on that. Queens Rock is on green vinyl. Yes, it's the 2020 press on green vinyl, sealed for $44.99. Also, Jimmy Page and the Black Crows live at the Greek, the 2 LP, limited edition white vinyl, sealed, $39.99. David Saunders, you've been outbid on Queens Rock. The new bid is $118. I'm looking for the next bid to be $150 from David Saunders. It's at $118 right now. We have Jeremy Rourke on BC, and BC was for Black Crows. Sully on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Motorhead has a new bid for $45. And then Gary Samuels wants the Mamas and Papas. Was that the no bid over here for $30 from the other night? So did Gary Samuels. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero on the Black Crows. Oso Adventure sold on Queens Rock. And we also have Allie Venable, Heart of Fire. That is sealed for $19.99. New bid on Queens Rock for $125. Kristen Driscoll, you've been outbid. I'm looking for the next bid to be $150. What about Mad Season over here? This is up to Josh Jones. Chris Frazier bid $72. Josh, let me know if you want back in. And now Motorhead is at $47. I think Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero wanted the Black Crows Lions. You didn't want Jimmy Page and the Black Crows, right? I'm going to put that back in here then. Richard Davis on Allie Venable. Now there's a new bid on Mad Season for $82. Motorhead has a new bid for $47. All those are still getting new bids. Rush, All the World's a Stage, a 2015 remaster. That is unopened, $39.99. And Metallica, 72 Seasons on Midnight Purple Vinyl, $29.99 for Metallica. $29.99 for Metallica. Okay. Now, the last bid on Queens Rock is $125 with David Saunders. I'm looking for $150 for the next bid to Kristen Driscoll. Mad Season. The last bid that came on that was $82. Chris Frazier's out. That's a final call. And then let's jump back over here. Jimmy Page and the Black Crows. That's the white vinyl sealed, $39.99 on that one. And then the Skid Row was called B-Side Ourselves. That's on gray vinyl. That's sealed for $24.99. Michael, that's pending to you if you want it. If not, Dynamite Danielle does take it. Rush is sold to Robbie Woods. And let's breeze through those again. Busy Auctions, Busy Crate. Mad Seasons is officially sold to Josh Jones for $82. That's done. And now Motorhead. Motorhead is a final call. And Motorhead is at 47. No, excuse me. Yeah, Motorhead is at 47. Tony Swanson. Somebody just went out. Okay, Rush. John LaBadie on Metallica. That's sold. Motorhead out. And then Michael Nath does take the Jimmy Page Black Crows white vinyl. Not much left in this crate. Out on Queens Rock. This is sold for $125 to David Saunders. That is sold for $125 to David Saunders. And $150 would have won it. I said it a half hour ago. I said, somebody goes ahead and bid $150, you'll take it. You'll get it. It's sold for $125. Motorhead, this is a final call to Tony Swanson for $47. An 86 USOG original sleeve EX condition. EX condition on that one, okay? Let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. Next is this right here. Pearl Jam Mirror Ball. It's an unofficial on black vinyl. Actually, Neil Young Mirror Ball with Pearl Jam. This is a 45. It is an unofficial $45. See, that was his last bid. 150 would have won it. Try telling everybody. Next auction is Metallica, and this is an 88 USOG specialty press of And Justice for All, Darkness, Imprisoning Me, Strong VG, 2 inner sleeves. $85 start. Man, I'm really hyped up on the monster tonight. $85 start on Metallica and Justice for All. Monster. Neil Young has a bid for $45. Next is The Who, The Kids Are All Right, Record Store Day. 2 LP, double LP, red and blue vinyl, sealed for $34.99. And we have Roxy, Tonight's the Night live, Neil Young. Neil Young live at the Roxy, $24.99. Neil Young has a bid for $45, and Motorhead is officially sold. And this is sold to Tony Swanson for $47. $47 over there. $47 on that. Neil Young over here. 45, 55, and then 75, then 60, then 55, then 85, then 70, then 80, then 75, then 80, then 90. To Record Water for 10 Days by John Frusciante. An unofficial press, $49.99. And then we have Linda Ronstadt's Volume 2. That's sealed for $19.99. And we have Chuck Berry collected. Chuck Berry's unopened for $34.99. Yeah, the Rolling Stones in here, just like we had those in new arrivals tonight, new vinyl. That one's also sealed for $34.99. Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young. Over here, we have our next auction is Wasp. That's inside the Electric Circus. These starting prices high are just me. Mike, that's just you. 1986 US Indianapolis OG with the insert. This is a gold stamp promo EX edition. $55 start. Next is Topographic, and this is over here. Topographic said sold, and that was on the Rolling Stones LA Forum. Next thing over here is Rush, Grace Under Pressure. That's unopened for $29.99. Elvis 56. This is a music on vinyl press. That's unopened at $34.99. The Who live at Monterey Pop Festival, a quick one live. That's sealed for $29.99. And then Matt Zajac, this is sealed for $9.99. U2 Octung Baby, that's sealed for $29.99. Warren Zevon The Wind, that's sealed for $74.99. And Skid Row, besides ourselves, gray vinyl, $24.99. The last bid on Neil Young was C. Crage 007 at $105. $105 on that. Anybody else, that's an unofficial. The last bit on Metallica that came in. Now, don't forget, we usually sell near mint copies of this for like the $300, $400, $500 range. This one right now, unbelievably, just has one bid with Kevin Richards for $85. An 88 US Specialty OG, a strong VG, just $85. Harvester of Sorrow, Shortest Straw, $85 on OG Metallica. Want to make sure nobody's like using the bathroom right now. And then Wasp, but doesn't have a bid yet. Wasp is an 86 US Indianapolis OG with insert EX edition, a $55 start on that. Now Metallica's at $90. Okay. And then we have Wasp at 55. Repeat on Signals. We got Skid Row, Warren Zevon. We got U2, Matt Zajac, The Who, Elvis, Rush, Grace Under Pressure is unopened, $29.99. Chuck Berry collected, Linda Ronstadt, John Frusciante, Neil Young, and The Who. If I missed anything or if you have another question, let me know. Let's go through another vintage pre-owned crate for Buy It Now or Best Offer. And Metallica's at 100, okay? What's the vinyl and covers condition of the Ozzy box set? The Ozzy box set we still have is everything is near mint minus. No damage on anything. Yeah, we've went through. There's no seam splits. I'll give you an example. Here is Diary of a Madman. The Ozzy box set, everything is near mint, jackets and vinyl. Near mints and jacket and vinyl. Everything's near mint, Scott. The second one I have is $1,500. $1,500 on that. And everything's near mint. They went through them today. Near mint jackets and vinyl. Beautiful set. Okay, so shout out to Craig. Craig gets this for $105. And this is Neil Young Mirror Ball, $105. And Craig, I'm going to send this to you for free, no charge. Shout out to Craig. He is a unpaid volunteer out in California that shares all the track listing, $105. Stephen Parton on the box set, no problem. Or you are the backup bidder, and I've got two surprise auctions I hadn't put up yet. Do you want a box set, or do you want another one here that's sealed on gray vinyl also for $105? It's another unofficial just like that. If he passes, does anybody else want one for $105? That's another unofficial. Thank you, Craig, and let's tag that for Craig for $0. Craig, if you didn't hear me the other night, I said, Craig, you signed off, and I said, Craig, I'm going to send you a record for free, the Nick Drake record, if you don't buy anything else tonight. So how about I send you the $100 record for free, okay? So I'm going to send Craig. You didn't hear me the other night. I think you already got off. You bought the Nick Drake out of the crate, and I was like, it was so busy. I was like, I'm going to give that to Craig unless he gets something else for more this week. And you got the Neil Young. It's 3 times as more. So how about I give you a free $100 record? And then this one over here is sold to Stephen Parton for $105. Now, if anybody wants the box set, this is now in print, but you got to buy the Neil Young box set. They're only $179, and that includes a 2 LP remaster of this, the 2 LP remaster of Unplugged, the 2 LP remaster of Angels, what's that other album called? And then Harvest Moon. So if you want the Neil Young box set, they're $179.99, and that includes Mirror Ball, and that's the only way it's available officially. All right, sell that to Stephen for $105. Metallica is at $105, and then Wasp has that one bid for $55. And folks, we have an air horn. The other Ozzy box set is sold for $1,500. $1,500. The other Ozzy box set is sold $1,500, and that was to Scott Williams. Thank you, Scott Williams, on the other Ozzy box set. Paul, I'm about to blow this, but Paul's going to leave the room first. Thank you, Paul. Good night. I'm blowing the air horn. Thank you, Scott Williams. This is for the Ozzy box set. Awesome. Won't be the last air horn tonight, especially when a few people thinking about all the gold coins says, Chad, give me a $5 gold piece, give me a $10 gold piece, give me both $10 gold pieces. This is sold. Scott Williams, $1,500. The other one sold for $2,000. Thank you on that. Let's keep rolling right here. Got a lot of stuff still to sell. These are beautiful. They were brand new, still in the shipping boxes. Let's grab another crate to do buy it now best offer. I hadn't even looked at these, but we're about to go through them and see what we have here. Y'all ready? Here we go. Here we go. Now, awesome looking crate here. A lot of super clean looking stuff. And let's update where we're at. The last thing I had over here was Metallica at $105, and then we have Wasp, and that just had one bid for $55, right? One bid for $55 to Hoopy. That's surprising, but it's gone, okay? Now, that's done, and let's put that away. Tesla's already sold. Now, there was two people that's asked about the Warren Zevon from the last crate. Let me grab that right quick, and let me show it to you, okay? Warren Zevon is right here. This is Patty asked about it, and then somebody else just asked about it. It's called The Wind, 20th Anniversary Record Store Day, sealed, $74.99. Now, one more look at Metallica. Great price for an OG copy, a strong VG. This is going to blow your socks off, okay? $105 for Corey Ross. $105 for Corey Ross, an 88 US OG specialty press. It has both inner sleeves, and it's a strong VG copy. Both inner sleeves and a strong VG copy. The last bid is Corey Ross at $105. Now, the next auction. Somebody's been asking, did Stain sell? Have you sold Stain? Is Stain sold? Well, it has, but I have another one. Give me 1 second. I've got it over here somewhere. I'm about to get into some bonus. I've got a lot of unofficials over here that you're probably going to be like, whoa, Chad. Hold the phone, man. What is going on? You're about to blow my mind. And here it is. So here's another stained Break the Cycle. The last one sold for what? 105, 108. Here's another sealed one, an unofficial. It's never been released on vinyl. A $75 start. I don't think I have another one. Stained is a $75 start. Here we go. Next, Patty asked about the Warren Zevon. She was first, and now she's getting it. Okay, that's so to Patty. These are all bought now, best offer. I still got Faith No More, Metallica's over here, Dio, Guns N' Roses. Let's do Living Color Vivid, Cult of Personality. This is an 88 US Carrollton OG with the original under sleeve, EX condition, a $45 star, $55 star, excuse me. Living Color Vivid, that's an OG copy, okay? Now, over here, somebody saw some stuff earlier. I have some buy it nows from the other night. Jackson Brown, $35. Hall & Oates, $35. These were beautiful Japanese pressings that were put up really late the other night that were no bids. Jackson Brown, $35, and Hall & Oates, $35. Now, earlier, somebody caught a glimpse of this Metallica Kill 'Em All. I think y'all know what this is. It's signed. It's $15,000. It's a signed Metallica Kill 'Em All. It's $15,000. It's technically for sale. I'm about to take it somewhere very safe, a.k.a. our safe, and it's about to be put up for a long time. I'm really not going to list it for sale. I also have a signed Ride the Lightning. This is signed by Cliff Burton. I've got a signed Ride the Lightning, and I've got a signed Kill 'Em All. They're $15,000 or best offer. Your choice. James Young on Jackson Brown sold. David Johnson on Hall & Oates sold. $35.35. Now, Kill 'Em All is available. I'm letting my customers, I'm letting Colectco customer base know that I have it. It's really not something I want to sell. It's going to go to my personal collection, but for the right deal, for the right incredible something another, it's signed by James Hetfield, Lars Ulrich, Kurt Hammett, and Cliff Burton. It comes with a full letter from JSA. I'll also guarantee it to pass Beckett. I'll also guarantee it to pass PSA. It will pass Metallica graphs. It is 100% authentic. No questions asked. It is. Now, I also have a signed Ride the Lightning. If you want that one, that's more the one I'd be willing to deal on. I have it, and I have that one. So, your pick, okay? Now, we have over here that somebody caught some glimpses of that. That is a Metallica Grail. It's an OG pressing, too. So that is that's about to go home with my other autographed album collection, because I have a strong feeling. When we got the Ride the Lightning, I was like, I'll never be able to get one of these. And then I made a post and I advertised it. And I was like, hey, we're looking to buy signed Metallicas. And we had 2 or 3 people reach out. Hey, I've got this. Hey, I've got that. And I was able to get it. So there it is. Danae said, crate. What Danae's trying to say is, Chad, please start showing records. None of us want to hear you talk about autographs. No one's going to buy that record. If they do, they're going to have to tell you right now, because we're here to buy records. $15,000, start shelling it out. We have Southside Johnny and the Asbury Dukes. This is $9.99. Nobody wants to drool over that all night. It's $15,000. Just say, Chad, I'll take it. I'll wire you the money. You're either going to buy it or you're going to pass. I have a feeling most people's passing right now. Poco Blue and Gray, $9.99. Roman Holiday, fire me up. Roman Holiday is $9.99. And Squeeze, Cool for Cats. Squeeze is $24.99. This Metallica, a lot cheaper. This one sold for $105. This is a Bot Now Best Offer crate. Corey Ross gets this Metallica for $105. Stained is sold for $100 to Stephen Parton. One bid, $100. That's sold for $100 to Stephen Parton. That one's done. And then Living Color has one bid for $55, and that's going once, going twice, okay? Over here, Living Color, the last bid was $55, and we're about to sell it to Dekong. We sold those 2 Japanese pressings, and then we have Sully on Poco. That sold, and then Al Cox on Southside. Here we go. My crate's full, but first let me go ahead and show a few more records. Dave Edmonds Information, $14.99. Graham Parker, Look Back in Anger, $14.99. And Baxter Robertson, this is $12.99. Vanishing Point 2, $12.99. 12-inch single of Simple Minds, Alive and Kicking, a promo copy, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Faith No More, live, Hollywood, November 1990. This is an unofficial on clear vinyl, live, Faith No More, $25 start on that. And then Metallica had a bid for $110. Who bid $110 on Metallica? Matthew Hendon bid $110 on Metallica. Corey Ross, you've been outbid on Metallica by Matthew Hendon. We got to give this one more chance. Corey probably didn't even see that. I didn't see it, but it was definitely on my screen. That's a final call for $110, okay? Now, over here, Corey, you're out on that. Let me swap out crates then. This one's full. Let me grab a new empty crate to start filling up. And let me do that right now. Still got tons of stuff to go through, including some other silver over here. I'll start putting some of that up in just a second. But first, let me do this. So let me put this right there. Okay, then moving on. Now, Simple Minds is sold to Mega Blast for $10. So, Corey, hopefully he's still watching, because I've already said so to him. We'll have to give him plenty of time. Living Color is sold to Dekong for $55. $55 on that. $55 on Living Color Vivid. And then next is Louisiana's LaRoe. Louisiana's LaRoe is $14.99. Level 42, standing in the lot. Level 42 is $19.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number. The Fabulous Thunderbirds is $19.99. And Eurythmics. Eurythmics is $19.99, and this is One Mind, Jaquin Lavino, I think. Ambient from 1987, $19.99. Final chance. I'm assuming nobody wants to bid on Faith No More. No one has bid, so it's a final call. Clear vinyl, Palladium, Los Angeles, 1990, a $25 start. Corey Ross, are you out there? If not, we'll just have to put this aside till I know he's watching again. Final chance. Corey Ross, are you out there? He's still watching. Good. 115. Matthew Hendon, you've been outbid. Next auction is the Dio Zoetrope picture disc of the last in line. Dio is a $55 start. That's now going up for bid. We also have Logic Nomadic Sands. That's $12.99. And Greg Roll. This is two sides. Is that what that says? $9.99. L42. Level 42 is called Standing in the Light. $19.99 on that one. And Lee Cosman, Stop the Clock. $9.99. Excuse me. The English Beat, What Happened, $24.99 on that. So Matthew Hendon, you've been outbid on Metallica. It's now at $115. Matthew, are you still watching? Faith No More, 25. Faith No More, 25. Faith No More, 25. Faith No More, 27. Dio has a bid for 55. The Flame, Annabelle Lamb. The Flame is $14.99. Looters. And this is Flashpoint. Looters is $9.99. Bill Laswell, Baselines. That's $19.99, an 83 experimental record. And Mary Kakuli, Even When I'm Not. That's a 1980 dub, new wave, $19.99 on that. And NRBQ Wild Weekend. This is like another loaded 80s crate, $19.99. Ivan R. I'm Bill Laswell. That's sold. Faith No More is now at 30. I'm assuming nobody else is done on Dio. And now we got to wait to make sure Matthew Hendon, he might have got off when he found out I missed his bid. Corey Ross has it for $115. And now we're going to put up kicks. We're going to go ahead and do a fourth auction then. A 1983 U.S. Specialty OG of Cool Kids. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. A $35 start on that. Faith No More has a new bid for $32. Carrera, C-A-R-R-E-R-A. I think. $24.99, gold stamp promo. NRBQ Pittman, second label, $24.99 on that. And Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant has the hop sticker, $19.99. And the original inner sleeve, Mr. Plant, $19.99. Dio has a new bid for $65. Faith No More at $35. So we're still bidding on Dio. Still bidding on Faith No More. Kicks at $35. Matthew Hendon, are you out there on Metallica? Next is the Very Best of Poco, $16.99. Level 42 is sold to Mega Blast for $13. We have Graham Parker, the Mona Lisa's sister, $14.99. And then Robert Palmer, and this one's called Secret, Bad Case of Loving You, $19.99 on that. Will the Circle Be Unbroken, $39.99. And we have the Fabulous Thunderbirds T-Bird Rhythm, $19.99. Matthew Hendon, are you out there? The Metallica is now with Corey Ross at $115. Final call on that one. Faith No More is at $35. Everybody else is out. Dio's at $65. He set out. Keeks doesn't have a bid yet. So Dio, a final call to John McPatriot. Keeks is a $35 start. Faith No More, $37. Tom Petty, Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. That is a gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve and hop sticker, $34.99 on that. And the Best of Naz. Naz is $24.99. Best of Naz, $24.99. And Monty Python, the final ripoff. The Monty Python albums, a Gatefold 2 LP, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Dio is sold for $65 to John McPatriot. I lost Matthew Hendon, so we're selling this without a doubt now. This is selling to Corey Ross for $115. I lost Matthew Hendon. Monty Python sold to Stephen Parton. Dio just got a bid. I've already sold it. And then Faith No More is at $37, and Keeks has a bid for $35. Next auction is Dawkin, and Dawkin is called Beast from the East. Dawkin's a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG Club copy, VG condition, a $25 start on that. Scott Dwallow second on Monty Python. Pink Floyd, boy, this is a beautiful copy. A gold stamp promo, original inner sleeve, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Amazing. Gold stamp promo, $49.99. Robert Plant was $19.99, shaken and stirred. Also, Robert Palmer, some people can do what they like. Robert Palmer, $19.99. And Jonathan Edwards, rocking chair. Jonathan Edwards, $14.99. Dawkin is at $27. Both Fabulous Thunderbirds for $20. Let's go back and find those. There's one, and I didn't even know we had another one. I guess there's one further back here then. Right here. Sell these to Mark V's, $10 and $10. Chad Sauls on the very, very, very nice Pink Floyd. Dawkin has a bid for $40. And how much was Naz? Naz was $24.99. And the English Beat, what is $29.99 on that one? Okay, Faith No More. Nobody else bid. This is officially sold to Mike Quadrini for $37. Keeks, unbelievably, just one bid, sold to Hoopy for $35. And now Dawkins at $41. That means we need some more auctions. So let me slide this one down right quick. Awesome. That's going right over here. And then we have Kevin Eubanks, the Heat of Heat. That's $9.99. Dave Edmonds, get it, $19.99. And then Friction Groove, the black box, an 85 New Wave, $9.99. Patty says, so I guess the answer to my question is no. I'm not even sure that you answered a question. Patty, hey, not had. Patty, hey, Chad, someone else wanted the Harvest Moon. Can it be passed to them? I'm thinking about the box set, but still thinking if I haven't understand. Okay, let me try to figure out what you're saying. So what you're saying is you bought a Harvest Moon. You're wanting to know, can you put it back and possibly order the box set? The answer is yes. I just don't know who was the second person. Did they comment that live? Did they comment that on the video this morning? The Fabulous Thunderbirds is $19.99. And Everything But the Girl, a gold stamp promo, $39.99 for Everything But the Girl. Next auction over here is White Snake slotted in. White Snake is a sealed. It's a U.S. reissue, a vintage club copy. We just don't know exactly what year. It's sealed. White Snake, $35 start on that. Next is this Fabulous Thunderbird sold to Stephen Parton. Robert Palmer, is that RP? This one here or Robert Plant? This Robert Plant I'll sell to you for $15. And then Dawkins has a new bid for $55. We have the Eurythmics Sweet Dreams are made of this. The Eurythmics is $19.99. And Heaven 17, How Men Are. Heaven 17 is $19.99. And Robert Hazard, Wing of Fire, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be this Metallica picture disc. S&M, wherever you can find a spot. That there's good, yeah. I got to clean off my shelf tonight. We have a Metallica, thank you, Laura, for the picture disc. How about an unofficial picture disc of Metallica S&M? Pretty cool. That's an unofficial picture disc, $35 on that. And then Robert Hazard, Dawkins at $60. Robert Plant sold for $15 to Mega Blast 9. I guess if you want to put it back, I'll have to go and have them go back and check the feed and then figure out and then tag it, or if they claimed it, go ahead and tag it for them, or then send them a message, and that's what we can do on that. And then we have Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods. Jerry Harrison from Talking Heads, $14.99. Emmylou Harris, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. And Jakula, Stand Your Ground, $12.99. Fabulous Thunderbirds is being put back. Back to the turntable, offered $15 to the Eurythmics sold. So last bid on Dawkins was $60. John Bergenstorm out. And then the White Snake is sealed, a $35 start. And the Metallica picture disc, a $35 start. Went through that crate fast. Sold several, but there's a lot still left. Does anybody else want a price on anything? I'm about to just read the titles. And then we still got 2 crates over here that Paul marked. I'm going to take a look at them. Still got 2 more vintage crates like that. That will be best offer. Let me see what other kind of stuff Paul marked. I was curious if he got into some more jazz stuff. Oh, and then he marked jazz CD box sets. Yeah. So part 2 tonight, we're probably going to be going through coins, and we're probably going to be going through some CDs. There's been people basically said, Chad, at this point in my life, I will do anything to obtain CDs. I mean, last night this guy was like, I don't care if I have to shave my head and change my name and leave my family. I will. That's how desperate I am for CDs. And I was like, okay, let's just calm down, okay? Please. Let's not do anything rash. I will find some CDs. But we've had a couple people said, listen, I don't care what it takes, Chad. You have got to sell me some CDs. I'm about to lose my mind if you can't give me some CDs. Okay? And I was like, God. So I've told everybody at the store, we have got to come up with some CDs. We've got tens of thousands. They're buried. We still got that jazz collection back there. We still got all the blues and rock. But they have found some recent stuff that we've acquired. And then the second thing is 45s. Last night, this guy said he would go on a hunger strike if I didn't start showing some 45s. And I was like, man, let's just remain calm. Okay, we will get you physical media. We've got some people that have want all kinds of physical media, cassettes, CDs, vinyl, 8-track, Laserdisc, Select Divisions, whatever it takes. Whatever we got, they want some sort of music they can hold in their hand or they're about to lose their cool. And I was like, okay, we're going to do it. Let's just remain calm. Docking is sold to John Bergenstorm for $65. John Bergenstorm, $65. That is sold to John Bergenstorm, $65. That's done. Nobody bid on Whitesnake, a $35 buy now. What is Metallica? More info on Metallica. What is the picture disc? Metallica S&M. Metallica S&M has one bid for $35. This is an unofficial press. An unofficial press, $35. Yes, we will show some CDs tonight. Levi Hilton is one. He said he was about to attack me, like physically show up and start kicking in the door if we didn't bring out some CDs. Paul marked some jazz, Danae. We'll do those in just a second. But right now, how much is this? $39.99. I'm just going to go right into another crate. Does anybody else want a price on anything in here? Are you still thinking about it? Et cetera, et cetera. Paul Cruz gets the sealed Whitesnake for $35. I mean, if you don't think people want to buy music, if you're out of touch and you don't realize that people want records or people don't want CDs or people don't want cassettes, well, just tune into this show every night and you'll see how many people across America are looking to purchase physical media right here every night. An 89 US Hop Hog OG of Kingdom Come in your face. An OG, this album's not in print, a $35 start. Okay? Next thing is this. Stephanie Hill on Will the Circle Be Unbroken, sold. S&M has a bid for $40. Metallica has another bid for $40. And then over here, we have Lynch Mob already sold. Lynch Mob is gone. Kingdom Come has a bid for $35. Emmylou Harris was $14.99. That was an incredible crate. Y'all missed a lot of stuff. That's the bad part of not paying attention. If you think, I'm going to go over here and walk my dog right quick. That's a good way to miss like 300 records you've been looking for your whole life. So hopefully you've tucked in your kids, you've walked your dog, you've ate supper, and surely by this time of night you have no plans. You've told your wife or your husband, you've said, listen, wife or husband, I am done with you tonight. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk about your day. I'm going upstairs. I'm watching Coletco with Chad. I'm buying records, and I am not talking to you for the rest of the night. Kids, good night. Go study for your homework. See ya in the morning. I'll drive you to school, and when I'm driving to school, I'll be re-watching Coletco. I'll be watching more Coletco on the way to school, the 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. videos, so I can buy more records. Tesla is sold. Here we go. More buy it now best offer. Bonnie Raitt, 9 lives, $9.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99. And The Mothers, Fillmore East, June 1971, $39.99. The Metallica is at $40 with Steve Weaver. Tied, Iron Wheel, you came in first. $40. It is near mint minus. Kingdom Come has a bid for $35, and now $37, then another $35. Metallica has a new bid for $41. Topographic on Yes. I don't think that's a claim. And then over here we have Songs in the Key of Life. This is a booklet and EP, $34.99. My wife told me to tell you, well, I can't say it. Go ahead, Master Ma's wife. Sean Lee Hooker, 666. Sean Fairweather, go ahead. Say what you want to say to me. We have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. Gatefold Jacket, superb copy. Good gosh, look at some of these records. Holy crap. Neil Young Decade, $44.99. Goodness gracious. Zappa, $34.99. Oh my gosh. Santana, 25 hits, a 2 LP, $34. These look like they were just new. Buddy wants to know how much the gold is. $5 gold pieces, 2000, 2000, 2000. 1901S, 1901S, and 1900. MS62, MS62, MS63. 2,950, $10 gold pieces. $10 gold pieces. 2,950, $10 gold pieces. 2,950, $5 gold pieces. 2,000. Come on, Buddy Johnsey. Come on, Buddy Johnsey. Over here, first thing we have is this. We have Kingdom Come 36, Kingdom Come 30. Will Smithson on Stevie Wonder for $30. and this is sold. Somebody was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Kingdom Come 40, Kingdom Come Out, and then over here we have, is that 1 and 2, and then Paul Cruz got Zappa. This is Joe's Garage Act 1. Let me know if you want it. If not, Paul Cruz. Next is The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, Qui-X, limited edition vinyl, gold stamp promo, original on sleeve, $24.99. How much was Santana? This is a 2 LP compilation, 25 hits, $34.99. Over here, we have Danae on Neil Young Decade, Great Decision, sold. Patrick Lear on The Pretenders, sold. And the Metallica picture disc, the last bit on 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 the Metallica picture disc was Aaron Civic at $41. Nobody else has bid. Nobody else has set out. Final call for $41. Kingdom Come, the last bid on Kingdom Come. The last bid on Kingdom Come was $40, and that was with John McPatriot. Nobody else has bid. Nobody else has bid since then. Paul Cruz got Joe's Garage, sold, and that was on Zappa. Santana's still available, and Master Ma wants Monk. No Monk in here. And then we have the Rolling Stones. This is $39.99. And we have Bonnie Raitt Streetlights. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy. That's a 2008 USOG sealed, a $95 start. There we have it. Metallica. This crate has never been gone through before. This crate has never been gone through before. Kingdom Comes at 41, Kingdom Come at 45. Steve Weaver has finally got back in from using the bathroom, and now he's finally bid 42 on Metallica. He must have went to the fridge to get another beer or something. He finally came back and bid $42. Free, the best of free, a white label promo, $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer, and this happens to be a white label promo, $29.99. We have Richard Pryor, $19.99. NXS, listen like these, $29.99. The Rolling Stones, get your yayas out, $34.99. John Bergenstorm put GNR. Make sure if you bid, you put GNR 95. Kingdom Come has a bid for 46, and The Pretenders, the extended play. The Pretenders is $19.99. Santana Caravanserai is $19.99. And the Yardbirds, Sonny Boy Williamson, a 2-in-1, $29.99. What is the Santana? It's a 2 LP. It's a foreign press. This is definitely from Holland. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. Now, Metallica has a new bid for $44. Steve Weaver, just go ahead and bid 60 and we'll wrap this thing up. Now Kingdom Come is still getting bid. Santana is a pretty firm price at $34.99. Very firm on that at $34. Went to the fridge and got a Pepsi. I know when some of y'all walked away, y'all were bidding, our Metallica. Here's what a lot of people do. Metallica, $40. Hey, honey, I'm going to go here to the kitchen right quick and cook a hot dog. And then they come back and they're like, I wonder if I got outbid on Metallica. Okay, Metallica, $45. Hey, honey, I'm going to go outside and walk the dog right quick. Golly, I need y'all focused. I got to get y'all focused and locked in because these bids come in. Some of these people, they're ready to bid against you. You can't bid and then go get a Pepsi. First thing we have is Richard Pryor, sold for $14. That's sold to Stephen Parton, NXS, and then Santana. Who asked first about this? Who is the very, 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 very first person to ask this? Red Cave Collection said how much, and then we had Henry's Choice said info. This is already sold. This is already sold to Red Cave at $34.99. Metallica's at $50. And then the last bid on Kingdom Come, Jared McLaughlin, $46. No one has officially bid on Guns N' Roses. John Bergenstorm put GNR out. He put GNR and then GNR out. So no one's bid. Final call for $95. Next is The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, $24.99. Sherry Darnell wants the Yardbirds and Sonny Boy Williamson. I think there was an offer on something else. NXS, $25. That one's this one right here. I'll sell this to you for $25. Sold to Back to the Turntable. Metallica's at $50. GNR's at $95. And the last bid that came in on Kingdom Come was Jared McLaughlin at $46. It is OG. Oso wants to know what it is and everything I can tell him about it. I will do that gladly. This is an 89 US Hop Hog original. It has the original on her sleeve. It's an EX edition, and it's a super duper nice copy. It is now at $47. And then GNR at $95. Next is Steve Winwood, Back in the High Love. Bring me to a higher love, or also known as Bake Me a Pie of Love. 1999. Another Steve Winwood, this time with Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen, 1999. Mike Oldfield, 14.99. Hergest Ridge. Frank Zappa, don't recall seeing this one. True Glove, an 84 German, 29.99. Kingdom Come 47, Kingdom Come 48. I've lost Steve Weaver again on Metallica. No, I lost somebody else. I lost Iron Will. Iron Will, are you out there on Metallica? He says he's done. Next thing over here, we have Station to Station, David Bowie, $34.99. $34.99. And John High, Slugline, $14.99 for John High. And Charlie Daniels Band, Windows, that's in Shrink, $24.99. Guess what? Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $96. Guess what? Iron Will's done on Metallica. That might be done said to Steve Weaver. Ivan R on Zappa for $25. Sold that to Ivan R for $25. And Genesis Abacab, $19.99. I feel like I'm a little sluggish. Here we go. From Augusta, Georgia. This is an Arnold Palmer Masters on CBS. Hello, friends. Welcome back to Collectco. We're going to go down to Amen Corner on the 12th hole where Jack Nicklaus standing over a 8-footer. We have the Doobie Brothers, the best of the Doobies, $14.99, and another Doobies one step closer, $14.99. Metallica is sold, and Steve Weaver is popping his Pepsi. Steve Weaver just cracked open that Pepsi and poured it all over his face, and he said, I am alive. Metallica, $50. The last bid on Kingdom Come, Jared McLaughlin, 51. Oso, this goes back to you. Oso, Mr. Avenger, this goes back to you. Sounds like the guy that keeps calling my wife. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and put this away. Now, Guns N' Roses, we have a war. War has been declared between Corey Ross and Angela Ledbetter. Good luck. Sherry Darnell on One Step Closer. And then we have Steve Winwood, Arc of a Diver, $19.99. Bob and Turnover Drive 2 with Hop Sticker. Let It Ride. I don't see that sticker too often. $19.99. Next auction is Black Sabbath, Headless Cross. Black Sabbath is a 1989 USOG club with insert in Shrink, a $55 start. It does have a seam crackle up top. Very cool Black Sabbath. $55 start on that. And then I have an unofficial from who? From Pearl Jam. And I don't think this, if this has been officially released, it's really pricey. This is called Pearl Jam 20. It's on silver or gray vinyl. It's Pearl Jam, and it's a $55 start. Good luck. Next is Kingdom Come 55, now 56. Ray Charles Live, Historic Concerts, Newport 58 and Atlanta 59. Has a promo sticker on it, $29.99. Lou Reed Berlin is $34.99. So GNR, the last bid was Angela at 97, and that means it's up to Corey Ross. Corey, you're out on Guns N' Roses. Black Sabbath just got put up. There's the Pearl Jam unofficial of Pearl Jam 20. And we have I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy, $9.99. $9.99. And Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention, Uncle Meat. Boy, this looks like a nice copy. Fantastic, $49.99. And then over here, first thing is RC25. Ray Charles and so did G Mac. BTO is an OG copy of Bob and Turnover Drive 2. Has the original company inner sleeve, Shrink, and the hop sticker, $19.99. Angela, you've been outbid on Guns N' Roses. Kingdom Comes at 57. Jared McLaughlin, you're out. Guns N' Roses 100. One more look at the Black Sabbath here. An 89 USOG club copy in Shrink, near mint, and that's a $55 start. Same price for Pearl Jam 20. And then Berlin, that was Lou Reed Berlin. Lou Reed Berlin, $34.99. Now Kingdom comes at 60. And then we have Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99 on that one. George Jones, The Battle. George Jones, The Battle, that's $9.99. Marty Robbins, Island Woman, another Marty Robbins, $9.99. What was the Steve Winwood? That one was right here, Back in the High Life, $19.99. Bake Me a Pie of Love. Diesel, $14.99. And we also have Music of India. That is $14.99 by whom? Dr. Gaurang Yodath Sitar and Dinesh Patel on the tabla, $14.99. And then Flock of Seagulls, The Story of a Young Heart, $29.99. George Jones 6. No. George Jones 7. George Jones 7. And then Kingdom Come over here. This is sold to Jerry McLaughlin for $60. And Guns N' Roses is up to Angela. Angela, you've been outbid on this. It's at $100. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. And this is a $55 buy it now. Black Sabbath is a $55 buy it now. That's a no bid. And if anybody wants Pearl Jam, it's a no bid unofficial Pearl Jam 20. Wow. $55 buy it now on that. It's going right over here. Next is we have George Jones sold for $7, the Mega Blast. And then Sherry was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. $3. That's like a monster. I just basically took a monster and crushed it and poured it out, and I didn't even get to drink it. That's what just happened. That's how much my heart just got broken. All right, let's put Pearl Jam in a new sleeve. I got all kinds of Japanese pressings over here. Goodness gracious over here. Holy moly. Oh, my gosh. And then James Lavender put hi. How are you? And then we have Irene Cara Flash Dance. That's $9.99. Guns N' Roses. Rad is $49.99. Who wants to buy it? It's almost ready to jump into somebody's bin. It's a lenticular cover. It changes colors. It's on splatter vinyl. It's $49.99. Next thing over here is Pearl Jam, already sold. Then Sherry was going to pay full price as well. Steven already paid full price. Guns N' Roses, I'm waiting for one person. Angela Ledbetter. Corey's had it, though, for 2 minutes. About to sell that for $100. Next thing is Lou Reed, Coney Island Baby. That one was $24.99. And then Boz Scaggs, Other Roads, $14.99. And the Beatles, Live at the Star Club Hamburg, $34.99. All right, moving on. I have a metal record, but I don't even know how to pronounce it, or what does it say? This is, I don't know. AKIRA, Tusk of the Jaguar. An 82 Netherlands. The main page for this release says it came out in 86, but all 4 pressings listed on Discogs say 82. There you have it. $15 start on that. And let's go ahead and add another auction. Let's revisit the Japanese collection over here. Holy moly. The what collection? The Japanese collection. Holy moly. Sister Christian, won't you motor in? A Japanese pressing of Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, and folks, this is near mint minus and pristine. And then there's the Night Ranger book. There is the insert. There's the shrink cover Obi Hype sticker. $35 start on that. Okay. The Steve Winwood. It is Ark of a Diver. No, Back in the High Life is that one. Back in the High Life, $19.99. Akira has a bid for $20 with Cindy Yarborough, and then Carl Berger wants the Beatles Star Club. Corey Ross, you get the Guns N' Roses for $100. Akira has a bid for $20. Night Ranger has a bid for $35. Getting back into some of the Japanese titles all of a sudden. Here's another Guns N' Roses, and this is called Unplugged, 1993, an unofficial. Not an MTV Unplugged set like the title suggests. Guns N' Roses never appeared on MTV Unplugged. This is a compilation of various acoustic tracks that GNR performed at different dates in the 1993 Skin and Bones tour. The sources are unknown. Sealed, $25 start on that. And then I have a CD here. I have a CD. Mother Love Bone for a $7 start. Mother Love Bone, $7 start. Interesting. It was laying on top of the box that Laura brought up here. That's going to go up for a $7 start. I also showed Ark of a Diver. Here's still what's left in here. Steve Winwood, Boz Scaggs, Lou Reed, Irene Cara, Flock of Seagulls, Music of India, Diesel, Marty Robbins, Melissa Manchester, Lou Reed, Bachman Turner, Frank Zappa, Glenn Campbell. Ark of a Diver, also $19.99. Yes. Also $19.99. So here's where we left off. Akira has a bid for $20. We sold the Beatles, Night Ranger 35, Night Ranger 35, Akira 22, Night Ranger 38, Night Ranger 36, Akira 25, Guns N' Roses 25, Mother Love Bone 7, Mother Love Bone 15, Night Ranger 20, Akira 26, Night Ranger 40, Night Ranger 42, and Guns N' Roses 25. So all 4 auctions are currently actively getting so many bids, I can't even spell my name. I just got a pen and paper out earlier and I tried to write down my name and I couldn't. Kind of like Jim Carrey on Liar. This pen is... This pen is... Next crate. Right into another crate. If you want some out of that last one or make an offer, I would love for somebody to say, you know what, Chad? I've had a couple hits of Jack Daniels. I'm feeling a little bit wild. Go ahead and just give me that entire crate. I'll figure out how to pay for it on Monday. We sold 2 Aussie box sets. The original sold for $2,000. The repress sold for $1,500. They're both gone. Okay? They're both gone. I'm going to do some stretching right quick. Oh. Whew. Okay. I have all this week, we've had an incredible week leading up to Metal Night tonight, which has been already a huge success, and we're probably just at the halfway mark. But tonight, after I film the videos, I'm going to go straight home. I've basically went home and took 3-hour naps for the last 4 days. So I'm pretty like, I'm running on caffeine, but I know exactly what I'm doing after that sale. Might head to the gym for a few minutes, but this week has been pretty incredible, the amount we've sold, and just everything to get caught up from all the chaos of the snow and everything. And tonight's been successful. So thank y'all. But running your own business, a lot of work. It's basically, man, I don't know. I probably, I'm on pace to work like 19-hour days for the last, I don't know how many days straight, it seems like. This is sold to Back to the Turntable for $15. Thank you on that one. Okay, so let's update these auctions. But that's thanks to y'all, because I'm like, we've got to keep, this fire is burning bright right now for the first of the year. We got to keep going. We cannot slow down. There is so much going on a daily basis here. The last bid on Akira that came in was Cindy Yarborough at $30, okay? The last bid on Night Ranger was Jay Davis at 45, then Mike Owen bid 48, and then Jay Davis bid 51, then Mike Owen 52, then Jay Davis 55. So Night Ranger's at 55. Akira then was at 30, so 30 and then 55, and then the Guns N' Roses Unplugged, which was sealed, was Scott Dwallow at $35, and I think the Mother Love Bone CD got up to 15, and that was Stephen Parton, and we're about to sell it, right? Yes, 15 on that final call. I have not watched 7 yet. No, I haven't. I do have more silver. I'm about to... So, still got all the gold. I hadn't priced it all out, but, I mean, that was my first option, so I'm going to set these. I'll leave them right back here. And then let me... I do have other silver we'll start putting up for auction. That was some other stuff that I picked up today. So let me grab that. I got some pretty cool premium stuff and other silver. I've got other silver... what am I trying to say? Silver dollars that are slabbed, okay? Here, first thing we'll do is this, and Black Sabbath is sold to Weasel for $45. There's no bids left over. Mother Love Bone is sold for $15, and then over here we have, if Carol didn't bid 50, then I don't want to be out. Did somebody bid that Carol bid 50 on Guns N' Roses, okay? Carol bid 50 on Guns N' Roses. That's a new bid. Okay, here is our next silver coin. This is really cool. It's a colorized 1-ounce silver Back to the Future. 1 ounce Back to the Future colorized. Look how cool this is. Back to the Future 2. It is a Canadian 1 ounce 999 silver that's been colorized. Really cool there. Back to the Future 2. It is 999 silver from New Zealand. It's on glow in the dark. It glows in the dark. Hold on a second. Ooh. Trying to get it in here. Yeah. I can see it a little bit. I was trying to cup it in my hands, but $135 on that. Okay. 135 Back to the Future. Let's sell these other auctions. Y'all ready? Let's put up new stuff. We're about to get into another new crate. Jay Davis, you get Night Ranger for $55. Still got all kinds of stuff to put up. And then we'll start doing some recapping and then other best offers. We hadn't took any offers on anything from those crates the other day. We have a Kara. This is sold for $30 to Cindy Yarborough, and that means Guns N' Roses is a final call to Carol Puckett, and that is a final call to Carol for $50. Back to the Future is a $135 start. $135 on that. That's the box that goes with it. Let's introduce some other auctions. And next auction is a Japanese pressing of Vandenberg. Vandenberg is near mint minus and pristine with Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine with Obi. There's the insert. This comes with a Vandenberg sticker. Look at that. Vandenberg stickers included. $135 on that. So the first person to technically bid was Derek Porter at $135. And then Paul, let me know if you want to bid again, or if you do want to bid, okay? One second over here before I get rolling. Okay. We have Tom Robinson, Hope and Glory, $14.99. Robbie Robertson from the band, Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. Baxter Robertson, Mere Mortals. This is $9.99, has a promo compliments of sticker on the front. Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down all night long. Back to the Future's at $144. Guns N' Roses is sold to Carol Puckett for $50. Thank you, Mr. Carol. And let's sit that right over there. So Vandenberg, a $35 start. Back to the Future, $140. And we have the Rescue Messages. This is $9.99. And the Jukes is $9.99. And Renaissance Timeline, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Split Ends, Waita. Split Ends is $19.99 for Split Ends. And UK Squeeze on red vinyl. They did the first pressing of these on red vinyl, $24.99. All right, next auction. Sorry, I got the hiccups from trying to drink Monster too fast. We got another Japanese pressing over here, and that is going to be this right here. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and what? Pristine. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, $35, insert, cover and Obi. I don't know. That job posting was weird. We got hit by some kind of spam. I don't know. It was bizarre. We had like bots messaging us, and we was actually getting text messages and emails. And it was really bizarre when that went down, when I made that post of the morning. So we were honestly overwhelmed, but I don't really understand like how that happened. But we were hit with bots on that job posting. So we had to really sort through and see who was real. But I mean, it was like 100 plus in minutes. So it was really weird, or I should say in a couple hours, not minutes. So it was really bizarre how that went down. Okay, this is an unofficial, I believe it is. It's an unofficial pressing, a Screaming Tree, Sweet Oblivion, a $35 start. Back to the Future's at $148. Steely Dan Gaucho, $34.99. And this is OG Bob Lugwood mastering. Beautiful copy of Steely Dan, $34.99. Roman Holiday, Cooking on the Roof. Roman Holiday is $9.99. And David Lee Roth, Stand Up, a 12-inch single, promo, $14.99. The Vandenberg is a Japanese pressing. It's called Heading for a Storm. It has the sticker with it in the inner sleeve or the insert, the cover and Obi. It's a $35 start on that. Layla is a Japanese pressing. Eric Clapton, a.k.a. Derek and the Dominoes. $35 is the high bid on that, just one bid. And then the Screaming Trees is an unofficial, looking for a $35 start on that. David Lee Roth is sold a Mega Blast for $10. And then we have Roxette Heartland, $124.99. Wow. $124.99 on 1984, $124.99 on that. Kelly was second on David Lee Roth. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Derek Porter back in on Back to the Future for $150. And let me have the Royal Court of China, $14.99. Let me make sure that, let me do a quick, double check on this, okay? Let me see what's going on with this. Well, this doesn't show up anything. 7777 15018. Yeah, there doesn't need to be a 4 there. It is an expensive. I mean, for some reason they've sold for as much as 357. I don't know what's the deal. I mean, some of them sell for like 200, and then some of them sell for 50. What a bizarre thing. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, some of them have sold for nearly $400. I don't know what's up with this. So $124.99. Buy it now or best offer. Back to the Future 150. He's out. And then Screaming Trees track listing. This has Shadow of the Season, Nearly Lost You, Dollar Bill, More or Less, Butterfly, For Celebrations Past, Secret Kind, Winter Song, Trouble Times, No One Knows, and Julie Paradise. So this one's bizarre. It's kind of all over the place. It is near mint though. Okay, moving on. Royal Court of China was $14.99, and then this is Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, Denny Diaz, $34.99. $34.99. You got to walk it like you talk it. And then Real Life Heartland. Real Life is $19.99, and Red Rockers, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Back to the Future is sold, and that's sold to Derek Porter for $150. That's sold. Let's put that away. Thank you, Derek. That's gone. Here's this. And we have Vandenberg, a no bid. You can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. Just 0 bids on that one. Just 0 bids. So that is available for whoever wants it right now. For how much, Chad? Just $35. And it has the Vandenberg sticker you can put on the back of your Toyota Tacoma. And then over here, Derek and the Domino's Layla. That is sold for $35 to Seth Lucas. Seth, are you a first-time buyer? We have another Seth that's around here. I don't got to tell you about him. But Seth Lucas, if you are a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. That's sold to you for $35. And let's put up some new other auctions. And Screaming Trees does not have a bid. So this is a no bid. A buy it now, Sweet Oblivion, $35 on that. Buy it now for $35 on Sweet Oblivion. That's for Screaming Trees here, okay? First-time buyer. Looks like you're on Facebook, so make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. And we have also a new buyer. I don't think I've ever seen this name. James. Okay. James, your last name is Papa Constantine. Papa Constantine. Is that right? That is so do you. Are you also a first-time buyer? If so, I just need y'all to DM us. Direct message. Private message. I need y'all's name, email address, and your mailing address. Email, mailing address, send that in the Facebook message, okay? And then Screaming Trees is sold to Scott Smith for $35, then Ron Duffield. Papa Constantine. Wow. In first grade, well, imagine having to learn how to write that for the first time. We have Red 7, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing, $19.99, and a 12-inch single from Refugee, Listen to Your Heart, $9.99. Okay, moving on. We have more auctions. In the Japanese crate, I got Miles Davis, Elton John, David Bowie, Christopher Cross, Weather Girls, Miles Davis, Miami Vice 2, let's do that one. Madonna, Genesis, let's do that one. John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Eric Clapton, Miles Davis, Paul McCartney, Grand Funk, Willie Nelson, Billy Joe, Christopher Cross, Billy Joe, Footloose. And here is Miami Vice 2. This is a soundtrack, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It's going to go up right now for a $35 start. I got some other bootlegs and metal and other stuff like this. I've got to move some stuff around. This is a $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And we have Genesis, Invisible Touch. Nice. Domino. Phil Collins. $35 start on Genesis. This is what? Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Wow. I know. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Here it is. And that's a $35 start. Next is Southside Johnny. $9.99. And Michael Franks. That's $9.99. And Squeeze. The cover's actually been squeezed there. $19.99. 6 Squeeze songs crammed into one 10-inch record. Let's see what's going on over here in my bootleg collection. Give me 1 second. About time to get into some like surprises where people go, yeah, this is exactly why I don't go to bed early on metal night. Some people like, yep, this is exactly why I stay up all night and watch Chad. Yep, this is why I'm going to be here for tonight, tomorrow, the next night, the next night, the next night after that. And then that's why I'm going to stay here for this night, and then another flipping. Golly, holy moly. Look at some of this stuff. Oh my gosh. I'm not exaggerating either. I can't read all these names because there's no way we can sell all this tonight, nor do we are prepared to sell it tonight. But golly, goodness gracious. Okay, let me see what I can run in here. Oh my gosh. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Metallica, Van Halen, Oasis, Ozzy, Mazzy Star, Velvet Revolver, Steelheart, Ozzy, LA Guns. Oh my bad, am I talking out loud? Oh my gosh, what's in this crate right here? I'm just making sure there's no other bootlegs over here that I know well enough to sell. Oh my gosh. The Who, Neil Young, The Who, Neil Young, The Who, Neil Young. Ooh, what's this? Stone Temple Pilots. Stone Temple Pilots, Rush. Stone Temple Pilots, Neil Young. Oh my gosh. Tesla, Tower of Power, Chris Cornell, Soundgarden, Stained. Oh my gosh, it's another Stained, Steppenwolf, Smashing Pumpkins, Screaming Trees. Oh my gosh. All these records. Skid Row, Slave Guard, Soundgarden, Chris Robinson, Rich Robinson. Wow. Okay. Well, I just seen enough records for the next 30 metal nights and next 20 nights of auctioning. So here we go. Let's jump right over here and see what's going on. Here's, let me figure out what this is. I've never seen this before. Let me figure out what this is. Let me cancel all of my apps over here. And, okay. Sorry for the timeout. We're about to get reset into full focus. All right, this is Stone Temple Pilots. This is a 2 LP. It's an official release for Record Store Day, live in New Haven. It's a Record Store Day purple vinyl, sealed, a $55 start. Stone Temple Pilots. Okay, now when I left off, Genesis got a bid for $35, and then Miami Vice got a bid for $35, and then Stone Temple Pilots is an official release, sealed, $55 start. Next is Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador. Carlos Santana's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. That's OG gold stamp promo with hop sticker, $34.99 for Simple Minds. Nice. Carly Simon, Hello Big Man. A gold stamp promo, $9.99, and the Siegel Shore Reunion Concert. That's on Alligator Records, $9.99 on that one. And the shirts. And the shirts is $14.99. Also, Shadowfax Watercourse Way. Shadowfax is $14.99. And Poco from the Inside's $9.99. And then Santana again, Freedom. Some nice Santana records in here. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. All right, Genesis just got one bid. And that's sold to Mike Owen for $35. Thank you. Let me get that in a new sleeve. And then Miami Vice got one bid. That's also sold for $35. Let's put that away. That's going to go right here. Miami Vice, and Miami Vice is sold to Justin Chase for $35. There's that. Let's put that away. Awesome. Sweet. Nice. Let's do that right here. Let's do that right here. There's that and that. Final call to get a bid on the STP. This is an official press. It is a Record Store Day exclusive, 2 LP purple vinyl, and this is unopened. And great price on that at $55. Final call on that. First thing is Simple Minds is sold for $30, and that's sold to Shannon Mashaka. Thank you. And then Slade is sold for $15 to Sully. All right, moving right along. Next auction is a live unofficial, and that is Pearl Jam. And I don't recognize this show. Finsbury Park, London, 1992. That's sealed for a $25 star. Sealed Pearl Jam. So sealed Stone Temple Pilots, sealed Pearl Jam, and then L7. Yes, I forgot to answer that. My bad. L7 was right back here, or Red 7, not L7. Red 7 is $9.99. Jim B has STP for $56. Golly. Jim B is bidding $56. Can anyone hear on YouTube? YouTube. Everybody's saying there's no sound on YouTube. I have sound. Everybody else has sound. Test 1, 2. Sound. They're bidding. Why do some people not have sound on YouTube? Can someone explain that? Bob Panozniak on Red 7. That's done. Not for sure. Says no sound. Can anyone hear on YouTube? No sound on YouTube. Hello? Is there anybody out there? This is Kansas Power. Kansas is $19.99. And Kaja, extra play. Kaja is $19.99. And then we have Eurythmics Touch Dance. Eurythmics is $14.99, okay? Back up at the top. So we started with STP, $55. Then Jim B bid 56. Then STP 58. Then STP 59. Pearl Jam 25. Pearl Jam 25. STP is at 62. And then over here we have George Lynch is sold. Yes, that's already sold. Actually, all the everything from the hot pictures that was posted on Facebook, all of that's gone. And right now we're into bonus and surprise auctions, like this entire crate of Japanese, like this 3 entire crates of bootlegs, and then like these 20 crates of Japanese and 20 crates of metal, which are to be released at a later time. Next thing over here is The Direction West by Kazu featuring Carlo Rios. What a wild cover that is. $24.99. And then over here we had Pearl Jam at 28, Mike Wilt on E for 10. Eurythmics sell that to Mike Wilt for 10, done. And then Tommy Keene, Songs from the Film, $19.99 on that. And Nick Kershaw, The Riddle. Nick Kershaw is $19.99. Nick Kershaw, The Riddle. Don't forget, I got some silver to auction as well. Let me go up front and get that other stuff. But right now, I am going to put up this right here. It's another Back to the Future coin. This is a Back to the Future 35th anniversary, 1 ounce UK, $9.99 silver. Very cool. There's the DeLorean. Back to the Future 35, and that's going to go up for a $135 start. That's now up for bid, $135 start on that. Kid Creole and the Coconuts, Wise Guy. Kid Creole was $14.99. And The Voyeur Speaks, The Lover Speaks. Dark green vinyl, 1986 synth pop, $19.99 on that. And Lionheart, Hot Tonight. Lionheart's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Little Steven, Freedom No Compromise, $14.99. Back to the Future coin, $135 start. Pearl Jam's at 28, which means somebody's outbid. And Jim B's out on STP. Final call to Empty Map for $62. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be Madonna, True Blue. Don't forget, Laura's marking another crate, and she is marking some brand new stuff as well. $35 start for Madonna, True Blue. The vinyl is really nice. Near mint minus and pristine. Does have the insert with it, cover and Obi. And Pearl Jam has a new bid for 30, and Back to the Future is at 135. And Empty Matt, you've been outbid on STP. Danae has it for $68, just by the way. Next thing we have is Level 42, Running in the Family. Level 42 is $19.99. And then we have Tane Kane. That's $14.99 for Tane Kane. And then The Best of Eric Carmen, $9.99. All by Myself is the first track. Mystery Walk, Mike and the Mechanics, or Eminem. Is that Martha and the Muffins? I think it's more so Martha and the Muffins, yeah. Martha and the Muffins is $19.99. We have STP. Also with a new bid for 70. So Empty Matt's done, but now we have 2 new bidders. Back to the Future, final call, 135. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero on Little Steven. That is sold. Madonna's a $35 start. And Eric Martin Band, Sucker for a Pretty Face. Eric Martin Band, $19.99. And Peter Cetera, One More Story. Peter Cetera, $9.99. Cats Can Fly. A gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Captain Sensible, A Day in the Life of Captain Sensible, gold stamp promo, $19.99. So STP, $70.75. The last bid on Pearl Jam was 30 with Ron Duffield. So Justin Chase, you're out. Nobody's bid on Madonna yet, looking for a $35 start. We have Loaded Dice, Bill Carter. That's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. And then James Papa Constantine. I'm going to start calling you James Papa, okay? Eric Martin, so to James Papa. That's So Do You, Thank You. And then the Leroy Brothers, that is $9.99. And NRBQ at Yankee Stadium, $34.99. NRBQ. So these are all new vintage arrivals. Buy it now, best offer. If you're new, $8 limit shipping. That doesn't matter if you buy 1 record or 20 records. That starts on Monday. This is Thursday. We're going to be live for several more hours tonight. We got several more hours of selling. And then we do another show tomorrow and then Saturday. Sometimes I do shows on Sundays. Sundays are typically for coins and knives and miscellaneous, mostly for coins and silver here lately. If I don't sell all this, we probably have enough to do a little bit again tomorrow. Rob and Glenn on Peter Cetera. And that's so to Rob and Glenn. Thank you on that. Mark and the Watts for $19.99. Mark and the Watts. Martha and the Muffins. That was called Mystery Walk, okay? So first thing we're going to do is sell Paul Brothers, the other Back to the Future, for $135. And then over here, Madonna was a no bid, so you can pick that up for the buy it now price of $35. Madonna is the buy it now price of $35 on Madonna. So let's go ahead and get that in a brand new sleeve. Madonna's a buy it now of for $35. And then Pearl Jam that Justin bid again. And this is Ron Duffield's for $30, and that's sold for $30, okay? Let's put that in a new sleeve. And here is I've sold two already tonight, one for $108, one for $100. I'll start this one at $95. And here is a third stained Break the Cycle. Never been officially pressed on vinyl. That's the third one tonight. A $95 start on stained. $95 start on stained. Break the Cycle. There's a third unofficial. Should be on colored vinyl. Next is LaRoe. That's East Safe Place for $14.99. And Monty Python's Contractual Obligation album. That's $14.99. Laura just delivered a new crate. We'll do that one next. We still got two crates that Paul's marked, which is a lot of jazz over here. Monty Python, so does Stephen Parton. Jeremy Rourke has Stained for $95. STP is with Danae at $94. Let's put up another bootleg here. Screaming Trees live at the Coach House, San Juan Capistrano, 1993. Screaming Trees is sealed, and that's a $25 start. Sealed for a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Stained has a bid for $95. You have not missed any Scorpions. We have an offer on Madonna, and does Madonna have poster? No poster on Madonna. We have an offer. Larry, I'll do it for $30. I'm going to pass at $25 for right now. And then we have MP. What was MP? Monty Python. That was so to Steven, then Justin, then Jay Beach. Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation Live, Gold Stamp promo, $39.99. Robert Palmer, Sneaking Sally Through the Alley, $19.99. Graham Parker's $9.99. And Poco Under the Gun, $9.99. So STP is sold to Danae for $94. Let's tag that. We're going to go right into this other crate, Laura marked. And I'm going to have to do a cleanup and condense in here in just a second. Let me run some other silver for auction too. I got to do that. But Stained is the final call for $95. Sealed Screaming Trees live, a $35 start on that. I'm just going to go ahead and go right in this other crate. Yeah, let me go up front and grab these right quick. Oh, this is a pretty cool piece. This is a Batman Batarang. And this Batman Batarang is a it is a 1 ounce silver. It comes in an airtight. It's die cut like a Batman Batarang. Very cool piece. And that's $135. $135 on that. Larry Gonzalez said he would do $30 on the Madonna. That's so to Larry Gonzalez. And then Martha for $10. I'll have to split that one with you. I'll do it for $15. I'll do that one for $15. One more night. One more night. One more night. Phil Collins. I don't want to. One more night. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is an intermission, so that's why I'm playing music for you. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, we're gonna see if he wants that one. This is a Greenwise Crusty White Baguette Baked Fresh Daily from Publix. That's gonna be my supper. That's gonna be my supper. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Out here in the fields, I fight for my meals. I get my back into. Bob Panozniak said he would do 14 on Martha and the Muffins. Sold for $14. Okay, there's that. Stained, sold $95. So they've sold for 108, 195. All to backup bidders, it looks like. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke for $95. And I don't have any more, so those are gone for a while. The Batman Batarang is $135 if anybody wants that. And Screaming Trees is a buy it now for $35. Screaming Trees is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Okay? Here we go. Sold to Master Moss 66666. Moving on. Japanese Jazz. Miles Davis, Birth on the Cool. We got to cool out the auction block. Been a lot of heavy stuff up there. How about a Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool? Awesome. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi, a $35 start. Batman is sold to Jeannie Potts for $135. Gerald Whitworth, you were next. Okay? So that was sold to Jeannie, and Gerald was next. Make sure if you really want the silver, you place a bid. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is a this is an 1881S Morgan Silver Dollar PCGS MS63, $135 start. Okay, $135 start on the silver dollar. Moving on. We got the Who, a box set, 4LP sealed, a 2023 4LP box. This is remastered, and then a 3LP complete live show from San Francisco, 1974, 1971, $84.99 on the Who. Awesome. And then UFO Phenomenon. UFO is a 2019 remaster, $32.99 on that. And Black Crow's Crowology, sealed, gold vinyl, $49.99. Now, if nobody buys that, there's like 7 people in this morning's video that are backup claimers for that. Goodness gracious. Here's our next auction. It's going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be, hold on a second. Where's my bonus crate at? Oh, I got other Japanese right down here too. Aha. I've got, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Here we go. Here we go. Let me scan this right quick. I bet this is significant. Golly, this looks amazing. Okay. Let me open this. None for sale. Golly. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to sell this. Oh, there is one for sale. $425. It's in Japan, of course. They last sold for $260 and $200, but this is amazing. This is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. This is a 2LP, single-sided, the clear vinyl with the screen print, that new anniversary edition. This is the Japanese pressing of that. Okay, this is a $250 start. It's new, sealed, resealable baggie. It's brand new. Dark Side of the Moon, UV art print on clear vinyl, Japanese press, a $250 start. That's now for bid. There's only one for sale in Japan for $400 and something. Okay, so up at the top. Miles Davis, 35, Miles Davis, 35, Miles Davis, 37, Miles Davis, 40, Miles Davis, 42, Miles Davis, 37, Miles Davis, 45, Miles Davis, 47, Miles Davis, 45, James Papa on UFO, Joshua on Black Crows, and Pink Floyd has a bid for $250. Final chance to bid on the 1881 San Francisco Morgan Silver Dollar, MS63, $135 on that. Next is Vicinio, 2 decades of Seether, 2 LP purple vinyl, that is $29.99, and Motorhead Aftershock. Motorhead is a 2014 Record Store Day exclusive picture disc, $39.99. The Morgan has a bid for $135. That means Miles Davis Amenities has it for $47, and he's the last person. Final call on that one. Pink Floyd $250 and the Morgan $135. Now Miles has a new bid for $50. Amenities, you've been outbid. The Cold Stairs Heart Bent, Heat Bent, Heart Head Bent. The Cold Stairs Head Bent, clear vinyl. They're a blues hard rock band. The top seam does have a crackle, sealed for $19.99. Still got the Who box set, Seether, Motorhead, and Jeff Tate, Kings of Thieves, Record Store Day, lime green vinyl, unopened for $19.99. And Real Live Volume 1, Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, sealed for $19.99. New bid on Pink Floyd for $260. The Pink Floyd, it looks like it originally came, yeah, it originally came in a resealable baggie. And it looks like it's never been opened. So this didn't come sealed. It came in a resealable baggie, and then it's in a sleeve. So it is essentially, yes, new and unopened. New and unopened. Pink Floyd $260, Miles Davis $55, Ron Duffield on Jeff Tate, and then Joshua Cross on CS. And CS was for Cold Stairs. And now my crate's full. Let me swap out these right quick. And let's bring over a new crate. One second. All right. Let me move this cart of John's. Done. Empty crate on its way. Okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. Sorry. Stretching's over. This is sold to Jeannie Potts for $135. Thank you, Jeannie. Miles Davis, $60. Pink Floyd, $300. Back to this crate. Oh, so that's Volume 1, Volume 2. Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, Volume 1, Volume 2. Sealed, $19.99 each on those. Sealed, $19.99. Pink Floyd's at $300. Miles Davis is at $58. Our next auction is another Japanese pressing. This is Cheap Trick Dream Police. Cheap Trick Dream Police is a gatefold jacket with obi, a Japanese pressing original. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is got the insert booklet with it, and should have a flexi. Yeah, also has the flexi pictured like cardboard flexi that came with it. That is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Pink Floyd $315, now $320. And Miles Davis is at $60. Amenities, you're outbid on the Miles Davis. It is at $60 right now. LA Witch. This is a sock surf post-punk on orange vinyl. LA Witch is $24.99. $24.99. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Cheap Trick has a bid for $35. Joey Ramone, Don't Worry About Me, Record Store Day, $64.99. Pink with black splatter, $64. I'm just going to keep showing the other Morgans at Buy It Nows. Here's the next one, $135. An 1890 PCGS MS61, $135 on that. That is for the 1890 PCGS MS61, $135. Bob Seger, Live Bullet, 2LP orange and red swirl. That is on colored vinyl. Orange and red swirl, sealed, $34.99 on Bob Seger. And Mammoth, another one. Which version is this one? Standard black vinyl. That is sealed for $24.99. And Stained, it's been a while. This is live from Foxwood, 2009. Stained is live, $24.99. So Miles Davis has a new bid for $65. Bob Doan, you're out. Pink Floyd is at $370. Mark Weiss is out, and Cheap Trick has one bid for $35. Stephen Parton on Stain, TSO Houston on the Bob Seger, Alex Miller second. I'm going to start showing some of these Morgans for Buy It Nows. Like I said, that one is $135. We have Metallica on the Walmart exclusive clear and black marbled. Nothing else matters except what? You buying this record. $34.99. Miles Davis has a new bid for $68. This is Tarja, Tarja, the Shadow Self. That is white and black. She was the lead singer for Nightwish, $24.99. And Memphis Slim, House of the Blues Volume 7, that is sealed for $19.99. Also, Sound City, this is billed as Sound City, reel to reel. That's Dave Grohl, Stevie Nicks, Josh Homme, and more. $34.99 on that. Miles Davis, 68. Michael Butler on Memphis Slim, sold. Miles Davis has a new bid for $100. Hiram Aponte on Tarja. And then Master Ma was that was for the what was Memphis Slim, probably. Was that Memphis Slim? And then James Handy next on Tarja. Promise, the desaturating 7. Promise is $24.99 on Rainbow Splatter. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm definitely going to go ahead and sell the Cheap Trick. And Cheap Trick is sold for $35 to James Papa Constantine. $35. Let's put that away right over here. That's done, and that's going in a brand spanking new sleeve. So that's done. And then let's introduce Pink Floyd as a final call. This Japanese pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. How cool is that? The new UV screen printed. This is at $370 of amenities. That is $370. And then Miles Davis, this is at $100, also with amenities. Danae, you're outbid. Promise is sold to Stephen Parton. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Those are about to sell. What is DMD? Dave Matthews Band. No Dave Matthews Band in here. We have Alligator Records, 50 years of genuine house rock and music. That is sealed for $24.99. Stephen Parton on Sound City. That is sold to Stephen Parton. And Nirvana at the Paramount, 2019, $32.99 for Nirvana at Paramount. Okay, I've got another pretty incredible, like modern. Well, I'll give you the two next possible Japanese. One is Pink Floyd Animals, the remix, and then I've got Oasis. And if I can find out what these are pretty quick, I'll go ahead and put them up for auction. Here's another presumed sealed, or is sealed. Let me see what this, I've never seen this before. Yeah, this is pretty sweet. Brand new sealed. They're probably all overseas, I bet. This one's not. It's opened. Okay, this needs to be a $75 start then. This is Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix, Japanese pressing. $75 start on that. $75 start for the 2018 remix. New, $75, okay? That means Pink Floyd is sold to amenities, and he gets that for $370, and he also gets the Miles Davis here for $100. So those are done and done. Let me put up some other stuff. There's our next one. $75 start on that. Right now, we're in a new arrival crate, and everything you're seeing right here in front of you, these are new arrivals, sticker price, no more, no less, okay? Awesome there. The remix, Japanese press. UFO, Werewolves of London. That's a 2023, $32.99. And then we have some 10-inch here. CCR, the 69 singles, Record Store Day white vinyl, sealed, $19.99. I've got some other stuff. What is the other stuff, Chad? You got it. I will put it up right now. This is, oh, wrong crate. This is, I need to go over here for a second. Okay, I've got an unofficial pressing of Mother Love Bone, Apple. This is a 2 LP with some bonus tracks, I think. Yeah. So this is Mother Love Bone Apple. It's an unofficial on silver vinyl, a $35 start. $35 start on that. $35 start on Mother Love Bone. $35 start. Okay. Let me see what's next over here in the coins. Let me do this with the coins. Let me go ahead and get all these off the table for this tray fall. So I got that one Morgan in the back, And then these are also $135, 1924 Peace Dollar, 1880s Morgan, and 1880s Morgan, okay? Those are all $135. I'm going to put them right back there. Now you know I've got 4, and that's the last 4 I have that are slabbed. Okay, there's that. Okay. Next is... let's make sure. Pink Floyd is a let me see here. That when I scan this, it shows up as a 2023 Japanese release. Japanese issue of Obi Hop sticker, 20H colored booklet, etc., etc. So yeah. Japanese release. Country of manufacture is, let's see if we can figure this out here. It's a 2023 import from the Netherlands with Japanese. It's a Japanese release imported from Netherlands, just to be on the clarification on that, okay? First thing is this. We have Sherry Darnell on CCR. Thank you on that. And then Pink Floyd's at 155, 156, Pink Floyd 158. Mother Love Bone, a $35 start. Was there any claims before that? There wasn't. Did I see a claim for UFO? No. Okay, moving on. We have Ramones, and the Ramones is sealed for $24.99. And this is $24.99. It's called Meltdown with the Ramones. Rhino vinyl, a 10-inch reissue of the original 1984 track UK EP. Sealed $24.99 on navy blue vinyl. And then Hailstorm Into the Wildlife Chicago. Record Store Day, sealed $24.99. Michael Butler on the Ramones. And then we had Foreigner, The Flame Still Burns, sealed for $14.99 on Foreigner. Moving on to our next auction. Roy Gallagher. This is called Top Priority, a Japanese pressing. I don't recall seeing this too many times. Roy Gallagher, Top Priority. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. A $45 start on that. Mother Love Bone doesn't have a bid. It's a sealed unofficial 2LP. And Roy Gallagher is a $35 start. Ramones went to Michael Butler. Mortgage Guy Rob second, but Mortgage Guy Rob was first on Hailstorm. Now Roy Gallagher has a bid for $50. Sean, you were third on the Ramones. And Property of the Doors. This is that... we had the box set this the night, the band from Venice, before they broke through. The Doors, Record Store Day, $34.99. And then this is Blackberry Smoke, Wood Wires and Roses. Blackberry Smoke is sealed, $19.99. Pink Floyd is a final call to amenities for $158. And I just told you about Mother Love Bone, and Roy Gallagher already has a bid for $50, just FYI. Danae on The Doors, this one right here, right? And then we also have The Animals, another Record Store Day, 10-inch, sealed $14.99. The Silver Dollars, Danny, is a 24-piece dollar MS63, an 1880s Morgan MS63, an 1888S AU55, and an 1890 MS61. Those are all $135 a piece. And then she said no on the Doors, to the other side. Okay, maybe that's something else in here. And then we have Cheap Trick Found New Parts. That's sealed for $14.99. Christina Curtis on Blackberry Smoke. That's sold. Sherry Darnell got the Doors. And then over here we have UFO as a 10-inch, sealed $14.99. Mother Mary, This Kid. Strangers in the Night studio versions, $14.99. All right, so Pink Floyd is sold to amenities for $158. The Mother Love Bone is a buy it now for $35. Mother Love Bone, a buy it now. That's a sealed 2LP silver vinyl, $35 on that if anybody wants it. Okay, and then Roy Gallagher has that one bid for $50, a Japanese pressing. That's going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Let's move that right over here. And then Sully on Cheap Trick. That's sold to Sully. Now, we need another auction. I'm very curious what version this Oasis is. I'm hoping it will have a quick, easy... scan. There's a Japanese sticker over the barcode. We could do it this way and find out pretty quickly, because this is a pretty dang cool record to have a Japanese pressing of. This is, let me close out of this app. Let me open up Discogs. You got to close it out every time. And this is SIJP 1059 60. Let's see what that pulls up. White vinyl Oasis. So there's a 2022 and a 2025. Okay, there's two different versions, a 2022 and a 2025. Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. Japan. Trifold jacket, a 2LP white vinyl. I don't know if there's a quick way to tell right off the bat, but based on what I'm seeing, there's not many of, no, this is the, yeah, I can tell from the Obi. This is the 2022. 2022, and at quick glance right here, let's start this at $95. What's the Story, Morning Glory? $95 start on that. I've never seen a Japanese pressing of that. Well, let me make sure once again it's Japanese. Some of them, like, they're imports and then they're packaged for Japanese. They did 2000 Obi. Is this one actually made in Japan? This is made in Japan. Yeah, this is actually a Japanese manufactured record. Okay, and then Roy Gallagher is sold for $50 to Michael Butler. Sold for $50 to Michael Butler. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. All right, and let's read through that crate again because that was amazing stuff in there. Amazing stuff. Somebody said, can I run more silver auctions? I will gladly run more silver auctions. Let's move this over right here. Oasis. And then we have, let me move this, get all these Japanese pressings together. Let me get this box of silver and gold a little bit closer to me. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Okay. This is probably some of the cheapest I can sell you right now. If you just want some bullion. Let me get these stacked up for you, okay? Okay, Oasis has a bid for 95. And let's go ahead and put up more insane metal stuff since Steve Weaver thinks he's going to go to bed. Terrible decision. Absolute horrible decision. Terrible, terrible, terrible decision. Horrible, horrible, horrible decision. Okay. Here's a Doors unofficial. Let's put it up. The Doors is Light My Fire live, 1967, 1972. This is a live unofficial over 3 LPs, and it's numbered on yellow vinyl. A $35 start on the Doors, Light My Fire live, 67 to 72. Okay. Jerry Torres put BE. Let me figure out what BE was. And then Oasis has one bid for $95. One bid for $95. That's going once, going twice, okay? Next is the Who. Who's Next? A 4 LP box, and that is sealed, $84.99. We also have Vicennial, 2 Decades of Seether. This is sealed on purple vinyl for $29.99. Motorhead Aftershock. This is sealed, $39.99, a 2014 Record Store Day picture disc. Motorhead's $39.99. Jenny wants the 1888 Morgan, so that is this one right here. That is sold to Jenny for $135. I still got the 1924, the 1880, and the 1890. Okay, there's that. And then I have the Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. Record Store Day limited edition double vinyl. That's sealed for $19.99. Volume 1 and Volume 2. Still got both volumes. Joey Ramone is still available. Don't Worry About Me. Limited edition pink and black splatter. And this is sealed for $64.99. Hammers up on Oasis. I'm about to sell it for $95 to Matthew Hendon. The Doors is at $35, and then $35, and then $37. Mike Pierce on FM for Frank Marino. And I have a feeling you'll want Volume 1 and Volume 2, right, Mike Pierce, on that, okay? And then I have Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. That's sealed for $24.99. And then Metallica, Some Blacker Than Marble vinyl, clear with black marble, sealed for $34.99. So that's the Walmart exclusive, okay? I'll show this right quick. These are all $135. These are all $135 if anybody wants to grab these. Let's see. I have this Merry Christmas Silver Round, Season's Greetings The Simpsons, Merry Christmas Bar, this COVID, minted during the COVID-19 pandemic, and these two colorized Happy Halloween Silver Rounds. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options here. 5 different items, six total options. I'm going to get that on the table. Okay. Oasis has a new bid for 100. Matthew Hendon out. The Doors is at 43. Alligator Records, 50 Years of Genuine House Rock and Music. That is a blues compilation sealed for $24.99. Jeannie Potts said she'll take the bar for $135. That's sold to Jeannie Potts. And then Nirvana live at the Paramount. That's $32.99 for Nirvana. And then UFO Werewolves of London. That is $32.99 for UFO Werewolves of London. Foreigner, one of the few 10-inch left. The Flame Still Burns, $14.99. The Animals is sealed $14.99. And the other UFO, Mother Mary the Kids, that is sealed $14.99. Let me go ahead and take this first little stack of silver in here before it falls over. And let me get another, I need to get another spot going over here on the table to spread all this out. Right here would be the first good spot. Awesome. Okay, and then just seen a bunch of claims, so let me grab all this right quick. First thing is Jeannie got the bar. I've already set that in there. Tim Jensen wants the last 3. These aren't Eagles. These are silver dollars, but they're yours, 135. The 2 Morgans and the piece. Those are sold for $135 each to Tim Jensen. The Alligator Artist, that's from the label, of course, Alligator. Hound Dog Taylor, Coco Taylor, Big Walter Horton, Fenton Robinson, Little Ed, Sun Seals, Albert Collins, James Cotton, Johnny Winter, Luther Allison, Lonnie Brooks, Sapphire, Marcia Ball, Tommy Castro, Elvin Bishop, Sulin Birchwood, Coco Montoya, Rick Ernstein, Kingfish Ingram, Samika Copeland, Curtis Salgado, J.J. Gray, Tinsley Elson, Torzino Cannon. Okay, and then the next claim was Oso wants both of the colorized Halloweens. These are sold to him, $135 and $135. And then Oasis got a new bid for $105 with Danae. Sean Miller wants the Who box. The Doors got a bid for $45 and then $50. And then Oasis at $111. Okay? So we have Alligator Records, UFO, The Animals. We have Foreigner, UFO, Nirvana, Metallica, Mammoth, Joey Rowe, Motorhead, and Seether. All right, I've got 2 more crates that Paul has marked that has never been gone through before. So we always keep showing new arrivals until everything's done, and then we'll move into part 2 of the show, which will probably be the CDs. And if I have time, I'll start slipping in some of that other stuff, trying to get all the silver I have out on the table. I still got the Simpsons Christmas Silver Round, and then the Santa Claus one, and then the COVID-19. Okay, now the gold that I showed earlier, I still have $2,950 for the $10 gold pieces, and then $2,000 for the $5 gold pieces. $2,000 on those, $2,950 on the 10s. Those are available, okay? And I still got other stuff to show. There we go. All right. We got more auctions to run too. Here we go. A lot going on. Trying to make sure I've got answers. Claims, bids. Oasis, let's go ahead and sell that to Matthew Hendon for $111. Simpsons is $135. Simpsons $135. Let me put this in a new sleeve for Matthew. Still got plenty of Japanese auctions to run. And then I plan on doing CDs and hopefully 45s. I can't promise too much because it's going to keep getting later and later. But if you're here for the long haul, that's what's going to happen. All right, Sherry Darnell gets the Doors for $55. That way I know the table's clean and I can see what we can show next, okay? All right, so there's that. And here we go. Gerald Whitworth's going to go ahead and get both of these UFOs in here. There's UFO and there's UFO. Yeah, we still got 2 more crates of new arrivals that have never gone through before. We got auctions to run. Now, here are the other silver dollars I have for $105. I'll do these for $105. That's not slabbed. I'm going to show those in just a second. I got them right here in airtights. And I got to move some stuff around. So let me see. Here was the other. Let me see here. Okay, this was the stuff Paul marked. Yep. So some metal stuff that got shown earlier you may not seen. War Kings, Ghost, Crypta, Beast in Black, God Forbid, KK Priest, and DRI. If any of those sounded familiar, I've got to do some crate condensing. This was new arrivals for tonight, new stuff. There's another empty crate. I've got a mess behind me. Okay, this was vintage new stuff from John. Let me try to condense that in here. And here was the other stuff that Laura marked tonight. Let's get those in here. DRI was sealed. $39.99. It's the numbered edition on red vinyl. Numbered edition, 204 of 300 on red vinyl. Okay, that was everything left from what Paul and Laura marked. And then, what is this crate here? Sorry for the quick timeout. I got to get very much back organized. John's 5 crates have turned into 2 crates. 3. I'll take it. Let me put those right there. He also brought up a box of DVDs too. So there's all of tonight's new arrivals. Let me push those over, including new stuff. There's Otis's Chew Toy. All right, that's the Japanese stuff that's left. I'm going to move it over here. There's our cardboard dividers we use. I'm going to set those right there for Laura. Okay. All right. Let me set this over here. And then I got to tag Allison Chains lights later tonight too. Okay. There's still people commenting on tonight's ad saying, how much is Tesla? How much is Temple the Dog? They have no idea we're live right now selling these, or they're already sold. Okay. Skid Row is sealed $24.99. U2 is sealed $29.99. Matt Zajac was sealed for $9.99. The Who was sealed for $29.99. Monterey Pop. Elvis 56 unopened $34.99 blue vinyl. Rush Grace Under Pressure unopened $29.99. Chuck Berry Collected unopened $34.99. Linda Ronstadt Greatest Hits Volume 2 sealed $19.99. John Frusciante sealed or unofficial $49.99. Neil Young Roxy sealed $24.99. The Who The Kids Are All Right sealed $34.99. War Kings Revenge sealed for $34.99. Ghost Impera sealed $29.99. Crypta is sealed $34.99. Beast in Black sealed for $59.99. God Forbid was sealed $19.99. KK Priest was sealed for $34.99. And DRI was sealed $39.99. The rest of the crate is what I just showed from Laura. Okay, that was the other stuff that Laura marked and everything that Paul marked that was metal. These are all sticker price. Christina got Skid Row, and the U2 is Octung Baby, sealed $29.99, 30th anniversary with poster. Those are all sticker price. I'm going to move those over here with the other new arrivals. And if you change your mind, you want something out there, be my guest. Make my day. Make my day. Those are going right there. Okay, so we need all new auctions, and then here's this crate that Paul's marked, okay? And let me write down the prices of some of these other coins that I have stated so I won't forget later. So the $10 Liberties, $29.50. The $5 Liberties were $2,000, and no tax on these. And the silver I have shown that's left, $135. Okay, and I don't need to write down any prices of stuff I've already sold. And let's go ahead and figure out which crate I want to do for. Oh, one crate, and then he priced some Jazz CD box sets. Okay. These are the Morgans for $105, Tim Jensen. These are 1921, 1921, 1890, 1896. That one's nice. I think these came from me at some point or another. 1885, 1887, and 1888. Those are $105 a piece. Okay. All right. New auctions. Here we go. And then I've got couple more pieces of some cool stuff here I'm going to show in just a second. Cool stuff here. 105 each, yes. And then I'll show some, if he takes those, if somebody else is trying to grab some, I've got others from previous collections. Okay. I don't need to lose this. It's a bag full of money. All right. Auctions. Here we go. We have John Coltrane, and this is my favorite things. This is a Japanese pressing of John Coltrane, my favorite things. This is $35. Japanese press, no obi, but pristine. Then I also have Boston, Don't Look Back, another Japanese pressing, pristine. $35 start, near mint minus, beautiful. So Coltrane and Boston. These are all sold to Tim Jensen, 105 each, 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 times 105 for him. You got it. Those are sold to him. 7 at 105 each. Okay. For those that just missed out on those, stand by. Let me find those other ones that I've been selling. I should have some more. 1 second. Yeah, here they are. All right. I do not sell those coins. No, I do not sell those coins. Coltrane 35 or those holders. We have them, but we kind of keep them so whenever we need them. All right, these are sticker price, no more, no less. Red Allen plays King Oliver, a U.S. stereo press. Red Allen plays King Oliver, Black Verve label, $9.99. Bob Brookmeyer back again, a 1979 sealed, $9.99. Mark Weiss wants the Linda Ronstadt from the previous crate. Somebody got U2 as well, didn't they? Didn't somebody buy U2? I hadn't pulled any of those yet. Let me scroll back up and see where I left off. Christina got U2, so I'm assuming Fox Digital was passing, right? That's sold to Christina Curtis. Is the Elvis a new record? Yes, it is, Regina. It is a new record. And then Linda Ronstadt is sold to Mark Weiss at sticker price. Okay, and then before I show those, let me show a few more. Soul Forms, Brooke Arthur Ensemble. That's a 66 U.S. stereo, $9.99. And the Dave Brubeck Quartet featuring Paul Desmond Stardust. 1983 U.S. only time ever that's been on vinyl, $19.99. Coltrane 37 final call. Or excuse me, yeah. Coltrane 37 final call, and Boston 1 bid 36 final call. These are also 105, 1898, 1885, 1885, 1921, and 1901. So if you just messed out on those others, there's a few more, or Tim might want some more. Those are also 105. Enrico Pizzarunzi Quartet and Quintet featuring Art Farmer. That is $24.99. It's in shrink. It looks like the shrink's a little torn. Amenities on the Brubeck. That's sold to Amenities. And then third plane, Ron Carter, Herbie Hancock, and Tony Williams. That's a sealed original from 82, $29.99. Kenny Burrell and Grover Washington Jr. That is $14.99. That is on Blue Note, $14.99 on that. And we have Billy Eckstein, Everything I Have Is Yours, the MGM years. That is sealed, $9.99. Okay, Boston is sold to Amenities for $36. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Plenty of cool Japanese pressings over here to run. Plenty. Plus, I think Seth took home 3 crates the other day right before the snowstorm hit, and he's almost got those ready. So whenever he gets those back, I'll plan on doing like a flip video, and we'll have some like premium Japanese nights. I mean, tonight's been pretty insane. Pink Floyd, Oasis, and the other stuff that was advertised. Brian Adams Brian Adams, it was the summer of 69, and this is a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the insert and OB. Let's go ahead and sell John Coltrane to Chris Knapp for $37. Thank you, Chris Knapp. That's sold to you. It was the summer of 69. All right, that's done. And let's put that in here. And then Brian Adams, this is a Reckless. Obi, very nice, $35 start. Next is we sold Brubeck. Next is the Best Morgan. I'll give you this one right here. The details on this is really nice. It just has a little bit of a scratch on her face, but that's a really good one at 105. Sell that to Michael Hamburger. All right, thank you on that. And then we have Kenny BW, Grover Washington. That's sold to G-Mac. And then Enrico was sold to Danae. And that was right here. That's sold to Danae. Thank you on that. Let me go ahead and deposit this other silver right in here. Let me do that right quick. All right, so there was that other. I think those came before that. Yeah, and then there's that, and there's that. Okay, that's sold to him 105. Nice. It's the summer of 69. Brian Adams, 35. We have Mark's Vibes. Marky Markowitz Sextet with Al Kuhn and John Bunch. That's $9.99. There goes Mark on the Billy Eckstein. And then we have Jazz for Playgirls. This is an 85 U.S. reissue, sealed, $14.99 Savoy Jazz Classics. Ooh, I didn't realize what this was until I mean, it's right here in front of me, but I didn't really pay close attention. This is the Bruce Springsteen, the live box set with Obi. How cool is that? That's a 5 LP Bruce Springsteen Japanese press. $45 start on that. I bet that's not cheap. There's Jazz for Playgirls, and we have this is $19.99. This is the Paul Smith Quartet Softly Baby, a Japanese press, $19.99. And the Jazz Guitar Album. It's a compilation. It's a UK import, sealed for just $14.99. I see Wes Montgomery. I see Kenny Burrell. I see Grant Green, Johnny Smith, John McLaughlin, $19.99. Paul Smith, so today, D La O. And then we have Ain't She Sweet, Eddie Thompson Trio. That is sealed for $14.99. Final call on Brian Adams for $35. Bruce is a $45 start. Inner Groove Distortions in on that. This is 1 ounce of silver shot. The little snippets of silver there. $130 on that. It's in like a shotgun case thing. Silver shot, which is, you know, that's how they get, they use shot like that a lot of times to make jewelry with. So, but a lot of times people used to tube it up like that in those shotgun shells. So that is 1 ounce of pure silver. Little specks of it, but 1 ounce of pure silver. $130 on that. And then we have Jazz Guitar, sold to Amenities. Final call on Bruce. It has a bid for $45. And Buck and Buddy, Buddy Clayton, Buck Clayton and Buddy Tate. That's a 74 U.S. gatefold, $14.99 on that. Softly As I Leave You, Frank Sinatra, a Japanese import, sealed, $39.99. And we have Oh Calcutta, Father Mackenzie, Ron Anthony. This is $19.99. And this is a 69 white label promo, and she is nude on the back. That's why Paul had to cover her up. She is nude on the back, $19.99. And then we have Charlie Chalmers, Sax and the Single Girl, 67 US mono, $19.99. Joe DeGaldo, is that you calling it buckshot, or is that you claiming it? And then let's go ahead and sell Bruce, the Inner Groove Distortion. I actually have a sleeve for this, which is good. Otherwise, this Obi would be hanging in the loose. We don't want that, but let's go ahead and sell this for $45. And I actually got a box set sleeve that will fit this. Not a claim. The shot is $9.99. Yes. Pure silver. They usually refine it into those kind of beads when for people who make jewelry. And then this is sold for $35 to Amenities. Not a claim. Okay, I was going to make sure. Yeah, buckshot. Little silver pellets for keeping away vampires. You can load it in your shotgun. And then I got a new bar from a premium mint in today. And this is $1,300. And this is a Germania 10-ounce bar, sealed in plastic, has the hologram on the back. Germanium mint, that's a good one. That's $1,300. Ron Anthony here, so did Danae. We need new Japanese auctions, but first here's Rubber Soul Jazz. Nice. That will be the Beatles being covered as jazz. 66 US stereo, kind of like Jazz Sabbath, but that's Rubber Soul Jazz. The Ghost and Pira was the indie exclusive. Let's take a look at that. Ghost and Pira Hiram was limited indie retail exclusive orchid and bonus stickers. Sealed $29.99. A 2022 indie exclusive orchid vinyl, $29.99. All right, Danny wants the buckshot for $130. That's sold to him. Thank you on that. And I will sell these together. These are half ounce, right? Well, almost. Let me do the math on this. Got other cool stuff over here. We need new auctions, though. Let's do Miles Davis in Berlin. This is a Japanese press. Unfortunately, no Obi, but it is near mint minus and pristine. Miles Davis in Berlin. Beautiful. $35 start. It has the insert cover. Is nice as well. $35 on that. The Rubber Soul Jazz was $9.99. And then Don Randy and the Baked Potato Band. Baked potatoes. $14.99. And she is wearing a wet t-shirt. I apologize to my mother watching. $14.99. And Tropea Short Trip to Space. A 77 white label promo. $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next one over here is going to be, yes, 90125 Live, the solos. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Yes, 9012, not 5, just 9012, the live, the solos. And that's going to go up for a $35 start on that. Cynthia Herdron wants Ghost. I'll make sure Hiram doesn't want it first. Oh, Calcutta. Was that something in here? Oh, Calcutta. That's a Tracy Swinger. It must be. Where did you see that at? Spin cycle. Or maybe that's not something that I think it is. And then Miles Davis has a bid for $35. And yes is live. 9012 live, the solos. Yeah. Rubber Soul was in stereo. Rubber Soul Jazz in stereo. All right. We have these for $130. We have these for $130. They're Andrew Jackson half ounce, so both for $30. They're called Courage, Andrew Jackson. They're from Liberty Lobby, 1990. Both of those for $130. Okay. We have, was that Cold Chamber? No, it wasn't. Cynthia Herdron gets Ghost. Final call on Miles Davis. 1 ounce actual silver. Danny, this was 1 troy ounce of pure silver buckshot. $9.99, 1 pure ounce of it. Yes, 1 pure ounce. We have Celebration Karma. That's a 1976 US promo jazz rock, jazz funk. $34.99. And then Lost Matcha Combos. Matcha Combos Today. The Matcha Combos Today was $9.99. That's a 1977 UK funk. $9.99. And then we have Elazar Circus Stone Pillow. That's a 68 USOG sock. $29.99. Yes has a bid for $35. Let's go ahead and sell Miles Davis. GMAC has it for $35. GMAC has it for $35. Sold to GMAC, $35. That is right here. And then, yes, does have a bid with Stephen A. Young for $35. Let's put that right there. Next is Sinatra and String, sealed for $39.99. And 84 Japanese import. That is sealed. Another sealed Frank Sinatra. And Romantica, Martin Dini, $14.99, a 61 USOG mono. And Mark Weiss did get the Rubber Soul Jazz. Okay, now my crate's full. The Elvis Secretary, what was the new record? Regina, I'll show it to you in 1 sec. Well, it's called Elvis 56. Yeah, swap out crates because that one has gotten full on me. I need to grab another Japanese pressing while I'm over here anyways. And, oh, we got a lot more to put up. Okay. Yeah, Ron Anthony has been claimed. Yeah, Ron Anthony's already been claimed. Here's a Japanese pressing of Christopher Cross. Sailing the numbers and where I'm going. $35 start on that. There's the insert and there's the Obi. Say ride like the wind. Over here we have Walter Carlos switched on Bach 2, $9.99. Regina, we're talking about this Elvis record right here. You want it. You need it. This is Elvis 56, a music on vinyl limited to 2,000, unopened. $34.99 for Elvis 56. Okay. Moving on, we have Kazama Wind Dance Machiko Aka, something like that. I'm not good with Japanese. 81 Japanese Jazz Funk Disco, $49.99. And May 24th, 1976, Larry Koresh and Glenn Moore, a 1976 German import, $19.99. Yes is officially sold to Stephen A. Young for $35. This is sold to him for $35. Thank you. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve. So I got 2 half-ounce Andrew Jacksons being sold together for $130. I've got the 10-ounce bar for $1,300. Of course, I have the other bars that like we were selling last night. And we have this right here, Ring Toss, Ryo Kawasaki. That is sealed for $39.99. And Johnny Griffin, John Coltrane, Hank Moby, Blowing Sessions is sealed $34.99. Blowing Sessions. Here's our next auction. This is Miles Davis. This is going to be a Japanese pressing. Miles Davis is called Dark Magus. It does have the Obi. Dark Magus. That is a 2 LP, and that is a $35 start. The Obi needs to be put back on the cover. That's now up for bid. Miles Davis. Price on Wendy Carlos. Let me go back and find that. The Walter Carlos switched on Bach is $9.99. And then we have Vince Guaraldi Almaville. That is a 69 US white label promo, $39.99. White label promo for Vince Guaraldi. Nice. Miles Davis has a bid for $35, and so does Christopher Cross. There is nothing in here called Wendy. There's Walter Carlos. There's no Wendy Carlos in here. Vince Guaraldi sold to Spin Cycle Vinyl. Charlie Hayden, Closeness, duets with Ornette Coleman, Alice Coltrane. Sealed $34.99, a 76 USOG, probably a promo label, is a note from Paul. Probably a promo label. Love Nature, Terisu Hino Quintet in New York. This is EX edition, $27.99. A 1979 Japanese reissue, EX $27.99. And we have Introduction to the Afro Blues Quintet Plus One, 65 US Stereo OG. And this was VG Plus. The price tag fell off of it. VG Plus, $14.99. Amenities wants the Herbie. Okay, first of all, quick timeout. First thing was this. Christopher Cross and Miles Davis, 35. Then somebody said price on Wendy Carlos. Danae claimed Wendy. And then Danae said she is Wendy Carlos now. Walter Carlos is now Wendy Carlos. This is breaking news to me. Christopher Cross has another bid for $35, and that means you're tied with Amenities. He already bid there, or you're tied with Mark Weiss. There is nothing in here under Herbie. No Herbie in here. The last time I said Herbie Hancock, it was back here, and it was for this one. It was for this one here, third plane. Okay? Okay? And then Danae said, no, I did not claim her. Okay, well, there's a comment from you that says Wendy. And there goes Mark, says price on Wendy Carlos. And then Danae said Wendy. And then Danae said she is Wendy Carlos now. So that's why I was confused by all the Wendy and Carlos comments. Freddie Hubbard is EX edition, $12.99. This is sold to Amenities. Did I say Elvis was $35? Yes, Elvis was $34.99. And this is Colors. Raul de Souza, produced by Airto. This is EX, $9.99. Walter or Wendy? Okay, let me show this again. Let me read everything that's on the cover. Okay, We have Trans Electronic Music Introductions presents Walter Carlos Switched on Bach 2. Now, I think we're getting confused because I think we've had some breaking news here that Walter Carlos is now known as Wendy Carlos, and Walter is now a she, and she goes by Wendy. Now, if all this is true, that's why there's obviously a lot of confusion, and evidently, Walter Carlos is the same person as Wendy Carlos, and Walter and Wendy is the same guy and girl. And it's $9.99. Make a note, Walter and Wendy is the same person. Okay? So that's why there's some confusion right now. Elvis is $34.99. I love Wendy's cheeseburgers. This is so that there goes Mark for $9.99. Then Danae wants Raw DeSouza. G-Mac on Freddie Hubbard. Regina said she'll take Elvis Presley. Yes, correct. Yes, correct. Walter became Wendy in the 70s and 80s. And then we have over here, we have The Good Life, Willis Jackson. This is VG++/EX minus $22.99. Hino is sold to Ray Red 73. Hino is one of these Japanese artists right back here. This was this one right here. And Elvis is already sold. Gary Mulligan reunion with Chet Baker. 62 US stereo, EX 37.99. And we have a bridge. What does this say? It's not a bridge. Behind this Obi is Chelsea. Chelsea Bridge, the Al Haig Trio, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay? So that's what's going on right now. Now, Christopher Cross got a bid for $35, another bid for $35, and then another bid for $36. So finally, there was a tie break. Dan White has this for $36. Dan White, you have this for $36. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. Amenities gets the Miles Davis for $35. Okay? I think we got all the confusion. I was not aware that Walter is now Wendy. So I think that confused the buyer, and it also confused me. Y'all were telling me information about somebody that would be breaking news. Okay? Now, Danae says, I asked about that one before you sold it. The Miles Davis album. Okay, let's put this back up. Danae said, how much is the Japanese Miles Davis? This has one bid for $35 with amenities. Dark Magus. It's a 2 LP with Obi. It has one bid for $35 with amenities. Now Danae's bid $45, and now amenities, you've been outbid. Sorry, I was born in 1995. Okay? So if somebody transformed from Walter to Wendy in 1972, I was not aware about it. I apologize. I'm not aware of this news. I was born in 1995, so this is all breaking news to me. We got Preaching, Gene Ammons, late 60s US stereo reissue, EX edition, $17.99. Now, all of a sudden, these auctions, some people just woke up from a nap, and they're like, we are ready to go. Christopher Cross has a high bid of $37. That means somebody's outbid. Dan White, you've been outbid, and now Miles Davis is at $55. Danae, you've been outbid. Duke's Delight, Duke Jordan Quintet. This is EX edition, $12.99. Charles Persip and the Jazz Statesman. Charles Persip is a 1990 Spanish reissue mono, EX $27.99. The Afro Blues Quintet next album featuring Renee Block, a 68 US stereo, EX $17.99. And Journey Into My Mind, Terumasa Hino. And this is a 74 Japanese OG free jazz post bop, EX $22.99. Ray Red on Duke's Delight. Danae, do you want to bid again on Miles Davis? It's at $55. John Coltrane. Not available. But Christopher Cross is about to sell for $37. It's up to one person, Dan White, on that one, okay? He says he's out. Miles Davis has a new bid for $60. And then Masa Shinto. Y'all were putting in a lot of words, and I'm like, a couple questions. Where did you find this? How did you spell it so fast? How did you even know what it is? I'm looking for a word called M-A-S-A-J-I-N-O. M-A-S-A-J-I-N-O. Christina Cross. It's in the front. This is Terramasa Hino. Masa, that's what Danae wants right here. Miles Davis has a new bid for $61. And Christopher Cross. Don't forget, Newman booked him for his Pneumanium party. Mark Weiss gets this for $37. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Wow, what a wicked crate. That had a lot of activity going on in it. Holy moly. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching. Golly. All right. The Coltrane's in the middle. Aha. So you're being serious. I thought you were just being a wise guy, trying to claim false records. This one right here is sold to Master Moss 66. Miles Davis. Dark Magus. Dark Magnus. Dark Magus. Dark Magma. Oh, sorry, I'm doing some calisthenics over here. Y'all have wore me out. Metal Night's always brutal. This is brutal on my body every Thursday night. My brain, let me focus here. Charlie Hayden Price. I'm about to read through them again quickly, okay? And then we have, this is sealed, $34.99, a 1976 USOG, $34.99. The wise guy. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm in a low squat position right now. Gosh, y'all have been brutal to me tonight. I have been beat to death. Golly. Unbelievable what y'all have done to me tonight. Holy crap. Whew. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now, here's the agenda. I can't believe it's already 11:30. Okay. Here's the agenda. We're going to do a couple things. We're not done selling. We're not done selling. I'm about to do the following. I'm going to sell this Miles Davis record to Amenities for $61. Okay? I am going to say, here's what's on deck. CDs, 45s, and buy it now, best offer vintage. So I'm going to go through a crate last night of vintage stuff that I did not take offers on. I'm going to take offers now. You might want to make an offer because I'm going to use some of that content for the crate in the morning because we got plenty of stuff now for the 9 a.m. crates. All right? But we got CDs that's been delivered to me, 45s. I can't guarantee how much time we'll spend on each, but I'll try to keep it balanced. We'll run a few more auctions, especially Japanese. And I've got silver and gold. We bought a lot of gold today. We bought 5 $10 gold pieces. And we bought 5 $5 gold pieces and then a 1986 gold Liberty. Okay? And then I got to tag the Allison Chains lights. If you was on the pre-order, you got one. I'll do that in just a second. I really just need to see how many they shipped, and then I'll read them off and count them out, okay? Just got to read them off and count them out. Let me get my manifest out of here. Some people call it an invoice. I used to work for the CIA, so we call it a manifest. A lot of people don't know that. I used to work for the CIA. My mom don't even know, so there's a lot of stuff my mom don't know. Hope she's not watching. We got 15 Allison Chains lights. I'll plug one up in just a second. Okay. Let's browse through these again while we put up a couple more auctions. This will be just a quick recap, and then that's going off the table. Here's another Miles Davis, and here is, oh, here's another Christopher Cross. I'll give dibs to Dan White. Dan, do you want another one of these for $37? Dan, do you want another one of these? Here's another chance. Dan White, $37. And then we have Miles Davis, the man with the horn, a Japanese press, $35, okay? And then Billy Joel's on deck, but I'm going to leave Christopher Cross. If somebody else wants it, I would buy it right now. The two halves for $120. I'll pass right now, but thank you. I have the following. Red Allen plays King Oliver, $9.99. Bob Brookmeyer was sealed $9.99. Soul Firms, Brooke Arthur Ensemble, $9.99. Mark's Vibes was $9.99. Jazz for Playgirls, Billy Vera's Planks Orchestra, Jazz for Playgirls, Savoy Jazz, sealed $14.99. Ain't She Sweet, Eddie Thompson Trio, that was sealed for $14.99. Buck and Buddy, Buck Clayton and Buddy Tate, that was $14.99. Frank Sinatra, sealed Japanese, $39.99. Charlie Chalmers, or Charlie Chalmers, $19.99. Don Randy, $14.99, wet t-shirt cover. Tropea, $24.99. And then we have Karma for $34.99. How's the weather here? It is currently 29 degrees. It feels like 20, and there's more snow on the way. Matcha Combos is $9.99. This is sealed for $29.99. Is Zellar Circus. Also, we have Frank Sinatra, sealed for $39.99. Martin Dini Romantica, Martin Dini $14.99. Kazuma Wind Dance, that was $49.99, a Japanese pressing. We have Larry Karish, Glenn Moore, $19.99, May 24th, 1976. Ring Toss, Raiko Kawasaki, I think. Is that the right? Kawasaka. Wind Dance is sold to Danae. Thank you on that. Christopher Cross, I wish he was still watching, but there's one if anybody wants it for $37. Final call for Miles Davis for $35. Introducing the Afro Blues, VG Plus $14.99. Willis Jackson, The Good Life, VG Plus Plus EX $22.99. Gary Mulligan, EX $37.99 with Chet Baker, a 62 US stereo, Pacific Jazz. This is Chelsea Bridge by Al Haig, H-A-G, Al Haig Trio. That's Japanese, VG Plus $14.99. Gene Ammons was EX $17.99. Charlie Persip was EX $27.99. The Afro Blues Quintet EX 17 and Charlie Hayden was sealed $34.99. Okay, awesome. Now, let's see what's going on. Silver. Do I have any 1 ounce silver? I have 10 ounce silver bar. The next smallest increment I have is these right here. If you want these two 1/2 ounce, Tim Jensen, they're $130. That's the smallest pure increment of silver I have left. No, I have these. Yeah, I do have these right here. $130. The Simpsons season greetings, the Merry Christmas, and then the COVID-19. It's a round. They during COVID, they were making a lot of commemorative silver type stuff. So yeah, those are 1 ounce, $130 on those. Ryo Kawasaki and Chet Baker. Okay, so Amenities wants this one, and then this one right here is sold to Danae. All right, let me tag those, and let me put those away. And Miles Davis is sold to Amenities for $35. So if anybody wants that Christopher Cross, we'll say it's a no bid for $37 because that's what the last one sold for. All right, let's get over a new crate for best offer. Vintage stuff and then more auctions. And while we're doing this vintage crate, I'll start setting up handfuls of CDs, okay? I'm going to get the gold off the table. At least I'm going to leave these over here because if you want some kind of increment, I've got one more smaller increment in here, but I got to check the price on it because it's an odd size I'm not familiar with. Okay, I'll take the 2 1/2 ounce. These are sold for $130 to Tim Jensen on that one, and that's sold. Done. Danny's probably like, dang it, son of a gun. We need some entertainment on the screen. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, here's Chad as Chad. Here's Bill O'Reilly with Chad face.
I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Okay, next auction is Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover, and that is a $35 start. Christopher Cross, 37, sailing. I need to go, who was that backup bidder? I need to send him a DM tonight if no one claims this, because he probably got off. He's like, well, dang, I didn't even get my Dan White. Let's write that down. I'll send him a message, see if he wants one. 35. And then don't forget, here is Otis chasing Seth out the store. That's Otis firing Seth. He said, screw you, Seth. Get out of here, you stupid pharmacist. We don't want you in here. Get out of here. You're fired, Seth. That's Otis. And that's Otis's voice you just heard. Billy Joel is a $35 start. And we got Footloose, Cut Loose. This is a $35 start. Japanese pressing of Footloose and Billy Joel. 35 on that one. Okay, please add Karma from the last crate to my records. Karma. Okay, we can find that. That's probably right here. Karma. Kramer? Karma. This right here. A Japanese number of the beast. That is rare and very expensive. All right. I'm about to tear into my bread here. Look at the size of that. Golly, that's my supper. Where I'm going. Don't come around here no more. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up. Stop. Give it up. Stop waiting any longer. Give it up. Stop. Give it up. Changing my emotion. Okay, here we go. James Taylor, VG condition, $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. VG, $9.99. The best of Sun and Cher. The beat goes on. I got you, babe. That's VG, $9.99. We have Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. VG plus, $14.99 for Traffic. John Barleycorn Must Die. And the Youngbloods, Elephant Mountain. VG cover, VG minus cover maybe. VG plus vinyl, $14.99. Footloose is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, be my guest. It's only $35. $35 on Footloose. I'm about to start doing some buy it nows on some other stuff over here. And did somebody buy the 1 ounces over here? What happened over here? Take the 2.5 ounce. Okay. Those are sold to him. Footloose is a $35 buy it now. And what else do we got? We got Billy Joe, a buy it now for $35. Okay. So a couple of Japanese pressings there. Buy it now, $35, $35. $35, $35. Done and done. Smear ball is sold. We sold 2 of them, actually. They were unofficials. Okay, we have Grand Funk Survival. I fell asleep. Are we done with rock? No, we're not. We're actually just now starting part 2. There's 9 hours left in this show. Grand Funk is VG $9.99. And James Taylor, One Man Dog, a German press. That's VG $9.99. All right. These CDs are going to be $6.99. Yeah, yes, 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 yes. Okay, I need more bread. Hold on a second. It's that time of night. If I don't get some calories in me, y'all are not going to want to watch. You're going to be like, this guy's out of it. I'm getting out of here. So I got to get some calories in me, some carbs. I'm about to eat 3,000 calories of bread. And I'm going to chug this Diet Coke and pour it all over my face. I'm going to hold my eyes open and pour Diet Coke in my eyes. And then we'll be rolling, okay? This might be one of the best meals I've ever had. It's beautiful bread with Diet Coke. I mean, it's delicious. $6.99. Pearl Jam sealed. What? One Live Baby, U2, $6.99. Never seen it before. Kenny Rogers, 21 #1 hits. Aerosmith, big ones. Def Leppard, Pyromania. The very best of the Doors. Is that a... It's a 2-disc. I thought it might be a super CD. Highwayman, Tesla, and Rush Gold. These are all $6.99. Rush, Tesla, Highwayman, Doors, Def Leppard, Aerosmith, Kenny Rogers, U2, and Pearl Jam. Okay, there's that. We have a lot to do. Boy, that bread and Diet Coke, it just gave me a shot of adrenaline. Whoa! Man, I got something wrong with me. What is that? Like below blood sugar or something? If I don't start eating, man, I'm going to start crashing. Burt Jordan, Grand Funk, $7 sold. Burt Jordan, $7. That's sold. And then over here, Stephen Tuttle, 10-ounce bar, sold $1,300. 10-ounce bar sold $1,300. Sold to Stephen Tuttle. And then this is for Tim Jensen earlier. Tim Jensen bought the 7 Morgans at $105 each. That would be 5 times 7, 35 times 7, 735. Tim Jensen. Golly. Holy moly. All right, so that's sold. Thank you on that. Let's put that right over here. Goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my word. Shoo. Wow. Whoa. Holy. Chris Frazier got the sealed Pearl Jam for $6.99. Chris Frazier got Def Leppard for $6.99. We do the last 4 Morgans for $100 each. Let me think about it. Chris Frazier got Tesla for $6.99. Levi was next. Sherry next on Pearl Jam. Burt Jordan put Sleepers. What was Sleepers? And then Sherry Darnell got the Doors for $6.99. Amenities got Rush for $6.99. Scott Oman got U2 for $6.99. And then Christina next on U2. Def Leppard next on Burt Jordan next on Def Leppard. And then over here we have Highwayman, Aerosmith, and Kenny Rogers. Those are $6.99. Highwayman, Aerosmith, and Kenny Rogers. $6.99. I also have Stevie Wonder, Music of My Mind. It does have some cover damage. VG Plus, $14.99. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, EX, $22.99. A real jerk move. That reminds me of Norm MacDonald. Yeah, that guy's a real jerk. EX $22.99 for Clapton. Also, Ginger Baker's Air Force, VG Plus $24.99. And Cliff Noble's Pony the Horse, VG Plus $19.99. Super Hits Volume 4, VG $9.99. Tim, here's how I'll say the Morgans, okay? I've got those, and then I've got, let's see. I have 3. Okay. There was one that got mixed in that right here. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, these are the lesser ones for sure. I got 5 I'll do for 500. I got 5 I'll do for 500. Okay. Those are lower grade in the back. I would say these are all VG or better. Those are going to be probably less than VG. Next is Sherry Darnell and Kenny Rogers for $6.99. That's sold. Okay, the big ones is not expanded. It's got 15 tracks. That's the only 2 CDs left right now. Let me go get another handful. Next is John Bergenstorm, got Eric Clapton. What's on Super Hits? Usually great track listing on this. Aretha Franklin, Seesaw, Rascals, People Got It To Be Free, Clarence Carter, Slip Away, Archie Bell and the Bells, I Can't Drop Jeppin', Tyrone Davis, I Can Do Arthur Brown Fire, Clarence Carter, Too Weak to Fight, I Say Little Pray, Little Frank, Cream, White Room, Dusty Springfield, Son of a Preacher Man, Bee Gees, I Start a Joke, Wilson Pickett, Hey Jude. Wow, that's a great track listing. Cliff Nobles is sold for $15 to Burt Jordan. And 10 years after, A Space and Time, VG $9.99. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. Folks, we're talking about cocaine. This is VG Plus, $24.99 for Clapton. And ELO, A New World Record, VG Plus, $14.99. Here comes the judge. These are $6.99. Holy mackerel. We have Awake, The Best of Live, $6.99. Social Distortion, Live at the Roxy. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Tom Petty's Southern Accents. Rush, Chronicles. Wow. And this is Delicate Sound of Thunder. Wow. Pink Floyd. What is this one? The Stone Fox is sealed. And the Stone Fox is sealed. Those are all $6.99. Holy crap. We have Timepiece, The Best of Rascals, EX $17.99. And we have Steve Miller, Your Saving Grace, VG $9.99. So Tim Jensen, to answer your question, I'll do 5 Morgans. If you want to do them for 100, I'm going to say I'll have to have 5 of them, okay? 5 for 100 each if you want to do that. Shakedown got Pink Floyd. That was Delicate Sound of Thunder for $6.99. And then Scott Oman on Live for $6.99. And then Burt Jordan first on Rush at $6.99. Chris Frazier on Stone Foxes. Let me know if you want one or both. John Griffin next on Pink Floyd. Raymond, we've already sold Eric Clapton. Mark Weiss gets Social Distortion for $6.99. Then Victor Guerra. Then Sherry next on Live. Sherry first on Tom Petty. And there's one Tom Petty left, which is Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. Next is the Kinks' Greatest. That is in VG condition. It's in mono, $14.99. The Beatles' Yellow Submarine, VG plus, $39.99. And Chris Frazier was first to both Stone Soxes. What did I just say? He was first to what? All right, there's that. There's that. And the only other silver that's available, and let me bring these out. Of course, I got more 10-ounce bars in case Stephen Tuttle wants to buy 5 more. Or anybody else. So once again, 1,300, 1,300, 1,300, and there's a Perth Mint 1,300. Those are available. I sold all the Silver Eagles. They were slabbed $135 each. They're gone. And then the Rob Zombie, that is new and sealed, $33.99. There goes Mark on 10 years after. There goes Mark on 10 years after. Thank you on that. Tim Jensen on these 5 Morgans for $500. Okay, now I won't be a jerk, and I will say that the air horn's coming. These 5 Morgans are sold for $500 to Tim Jensen. Done. See you later. Alligator. Let's go ahead and grab another handful of CDs while I'm over here. This is a good-looking box. Oh, my gosh. Take a look at these. Ooh, nice. Yes, 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 yes. Not the band. Okay, first thing is this. We have Take the 5, and those are sold to him. Air horn on the way. And then what's the next thing? Brian Campbell said sold on Rob Zombie for $33.99. I can't believe it. I know I was putting up those Eagles for $135, thinking they would get bid up to $150. Just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. I got a couple more slabs over here, but first let's do these CDs. This is the Black Crowes Grits and Gravy. Never seen that. If that's on vinyl, I don't know about it. Blues Traveler 4, Tesla Mechanical Resonance, Tonic Lemon Parade. If you could only... Oasis, Be Here Now. Styx Babe, that's a Styx Greatest Hits, the collection. War Bonnet, that is sealed. I don't know what that is. And Lollapalooza 92 Pearl Jam. Whoa, a bootleg. Nice. No artwork. That's U2, the B-sides, but there's no... Actually, it's in the wrong... Let's just set that aside until maybe we find the rest of it, okay? There's that. First thing we have is that. Of course, I got gold. I don't know if you've seen that earlier, but $2,950 on the $10 gold pieces. Gold. And then I've got $2,000 for the $5 gold pieces. Okay? There's that. Let's go back up here to the top. And let's count out some of these CDs. Chris Frazier first on the Black Crowes. Levi Hilton first on T for Tonic. That's sold to Levi. Cynthia next on the Black Crowes. Scott Oman next on Tonic. Mega Blast on LP. And that was for Lemon Parade. You were second. Levi Hilton first on P. And that was for T for Tesla. Okay, so Levi Hilton got P, which was T for Tesla. Cynthia Herdron got Styx. Victor Guerra next on Black Crowes. Amenities next on Styx. And then Victor Guerra on Lola. That's Lollapalooza. And then John Griffin next on Styx. Sherry Darnell on Oasis. Okay, and then we still got Blues Traveler and War Bonnet. Okay, his LP was for Lollapalooza. Okay, so his LP was not for Lemon Parade. So that means Lollapalooza goes to John Durden. So let's redo that stack, okay? Chris Frazier on Black Crowes. Levi Hilton on T for Tonic. Okay, and over here, he said his T was for Tesla. So let's put that right over here. Chris Frazier got the Black Crowes. Levi Hilton's T was for Tesla. Cynthia Herdron next on the Black Crowes. Scott Oman, you get Tonic. John Durden gets Lollapalooza, Pearl Jam. Levi Hilton put P. And P was probably for Pearl Jam, which means you were next. Next is Styx was Cynthia Herdron. Victor Guerra next on Black Crowes. Amenities next on Styx. Victor next on Lollapalooza. John Griffin next on Styx. Sherry Darnell got Oasis. Cynthia Herdron got Blues Traveler. Now, for the guy earlier that said, you mean people still buy CDs? I hope he's still watching. I get that same question every night. When people say, Chad, is there any interest in CDs? I'm like, nah. You just might as well just give them to me. Nobody wants any CDs. True Romance soundtrack, $38.99. Here we go. I have Ray Charles, A Man in His Soul, VG Plus, $17.99 for Ray Charles. The Beatles' second album, that's the OG Los Angeles press, stereo, VG $24.99, and a really, really bad counterfeit copy of Introducing the Beatles, VG $9.99 on that. VG $9.99 on that. Let's move on. These are all going to be $6.99. Let's see what else I have here. I got a ton of loose disc. Let me sort these. Hope everybody's locked in with me. More loose disc. All right. Okay, I know what this goes to. That's why I set that disc off to the side earlier. Nope, that's got both of them in there. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Here we go. First thing I have is Ray Charles. So does Sherry Darnell. And then Quicksilver, Just for Love. Another hit of Fresh Air, VG $9.99. Stephen Stills Manassas, VG $9.99. All these CDs are $6.99. The Eagles, The Very Best Of, that's a double CD. U2, How to Dismantle Atomic Bomb. U2, The Best Of 1980-1990 with the 2 CD with the B-sides. Another U2, Best of 1990-1990. 1990-2000. Mark Ford is Sealed. It's About Time, Sealed. The Steepwater Band, Grace and Melody. Hold on a second. Let me pop this into place. And Rich Robinson, Woodstock Sessions, Volume 3. As y'all can tell, this came from that stuff, the guy with all the Black Crow, all the stuff we've been barking every night. That all came from his stuff, okay? Mega Blast on the Eagles, then Chris Frazier, then Cynthia Herdren, and then TSO Houston. So we still got U2, Mark Ford, Sleepwater, and Rich Robinson. John Bergenstorm, you got pick on the 3 U2s, Best of, or How to Dismantle. And then Mark Ford is So to Jim B. If anybody else would want to buy this, it'll be on Discogs for $34.99 under Jim B's Discogs. And we have Mamas and Papas Deliver, VG Plus $14.99. The Beatles Revolver, an Apple Press, VG Plus $36.99. An Apple Press. And we have Rubber Soul, which was an OG Scranton, VG $24.99. Okay? John's going to let us know which U2s he wants. And then we have Judy Collins Wildflowers for $9.99. The Rich Robinson is sold to Sherry Darnell. That is sold. And we have over here, we have America Hearts for $9.99. And the Grassroots Let's Live for Today. Oh, man, $19.99. Anybody watch The Office? I always love pointing this out. Because every time I say it, people's like, oh, you're joking. Like, no, that's literally Creed from The Office. He was in a band called The Grassroots. Crazy, cool stuff there. Very interesting life. I listened to a podcast one time he was on. Man, he was like a hippie back in the 60s. After he left that band, he walked through the desert for like 2 months, like barely surviving, trying to get to like Kashmir or something. I don't know. It was something crazy he did. Wow, these are great titles here. Okay, here we go. What's next over here? John Bergenstorm, let me know on the U2s. Okay, and then $6.99. No, I made sure that other disc was in there. We have BC Roadshows. That's Black Crowes, June 16, 2006, Las Vegas. Candlebox, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Sister Sweetly, Screaming Trees, The Black Crowes, Kicking My Heart Around, The Chicago Story, Complete Greatest Hits, and U2 Joshua Tree. All right, moving on. In this crate, we have Live Hotels, Motels, and Roadshows. Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. Superman Radio Broadcast, $19.99. Bonanza, $19.99. Anthem for His Majesty Clockwise, sealed, $34.99. Jerry Rafferty City to City, $14.99. Tom Petty Pack of the Plantation, $39. And this was the Terje Ripdahl After the Rain, $19.99 on that one, okay? No more Japanese. Probably no more auctions tonight. No, just don't really have the capacity to do it right now. They'll resume definitely tomorrow, though. We still got a whole crate. Scott Allman put Can, and that's for Candlebox for $6.99. And then Chris Frazier on BC. That's for Black Crowes. There's 2 different ones. There's the Live, And then there's this one that looks like some kind of single. No, it's Kicking My Heart Around plus 7 hits. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. It's got a single from that album, and then it's got Jealous Again, Hard to Handle, She Talks to Angels, Remedy, Thorn in My Pride, and Sting Me. Golly. That's like a Black Crowes greatest hits plus a bonus single. And then Cynthia Hurgren on Screaming Trees, Scott Man on U2, that's for Joshua Tree, and Michael Butler wants to grassroots crate. So we still got Chicago, which is 39 tracks, 2 CDs, and then Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Sister Sweetly is still available. He wants Kicking Them Around Hard. Okay, so the live deal here, this looks like something like Metallica does. Y'all know how Metallica sells their shows, and you can order them later or order them at the show? That's what this looks like. It's a 3 CD, Black Crowes. I think Pearl Jam does that too. Victor Garris says he'll take this one. Okay. Yeah, Metallica does that. You can go pre-order after their show. You can pre-order it, and they'll send it to you on CD, which, man, I was like, I wish every artist would do that. Record their shows where you could buy them. Man, there's so many concerts I wish I had a recording of, especially video, but Metallica records all their stuff too, video, but they don't release it all. They'll put, about every show, they'll put about 3 songs from every show, and if you're lucky, they'll drop the whole show, but not rarely. I wish they would sell it to you, though. I would love to have a digital, physical, however, of the shows I went to the past couple of years. All right, let's skim through this crate again, but let's show another big stack of CDs. Boy, we got some cool Black Crow stuff. Some of the stuff we might have to auction. Golly. Yeah, this is all Black Crowes bootlegs. Wow. Some of these have got to be expensive. Jim B is drooling right now. He is drooling. Some of these have got to be pretty dang tough to get. I've never seen so many. Or, I mean, golly. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do, okay, so nobody on these. Quick recap of what's left right here. Big Head Todd, Chicago, Steepwater, John Bergenstorm. I never did confirm which of the 3 U2s he wanted. War Bonnet, Tom Petty, The Highwayman, and Aerosmith. That's what's left right now. Okay, let's sell these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, this is 12 Black Crow CDs. 12 Black Crow CDs. I think they're all unofficials or live. Some of them may be official, but there's that one. Tower Theater, Upper Darby, PA. This one is live at the Fillmore 05. Crows in Paradise. We're going to auction them right quick. Arrow Frostbite Jubilee. Out of the Nest early demos. I'd like to listen to that. Trump Plaza Hotel. Sister Luck, Blessings in Chloroform, High in Houston, Shake 'Em On Down, Black Moon Rising, and Live in Hollywood. Most of those look like boots. There may be a couple officials in there. I've never seen any of those before. How many did I say? 12? How about a $75 start? Okay, that would be less than if I sold them individually. $75 start for all the Black Crowes CDs there. Most of them bootlegs. All of them are live or demos or something of that nature. Let's do those for a quick auction, okay? There's that. And make sure I didn't miss anything else. Let me see what else is in this box. Watch this entire bottom shelf be all Black Crowes. I wouldn't be surprised. What a bunch of interesting stuff here. All right, we'll sell that. Auction, 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 auction. Ooh. Here we go. Another auction. This is a bootleg Stevie Ray Vaughan. Oh, man. Alpine Valley, the last shows. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a triple CD, $15 start. $15 start on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Black Crowes, a $75 start. Let me do some sorting over here. Black crows, 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 black crows. I told y'all this guy was a super fan. Black crows, 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 black crows. All righty. There's a couple that's not. Black crows. There's a bunch of loose disc. I guarantee these are all Black Crows concerts. Bear with me. Here's what I'm dealing with right now. Yeah, these are all Black Crow shows. Red Rocks. Golly. Okay. Let me just set that back there for a second. All right, here's some I'll show. Let me make sure looks like the book. Yeah, this is missing a disc. Maybe I'll find that later. Screaming Trees, $6.99. And Mark Ford, Weary and Wired, that's sealed for $6.99. Of course, that's Mark Ford. He was in The Black Crows. $6.99 for Mark Ford. That's sealed. They're Screaming Trees. So what happened over here? Give me 1 second. No one has bid on this 12 CD lot. I think it's actually more than 12 disc. I was looking for a $75 start. There's 0 bids, right? Okay, Blues Traveler already spoken for. Mark Weiss gets the Aerosmith CD. This is sold to Mark Weiss for $6.99. Then I put up the Stevie Ray Vaughan, Alpine Valley, the last shows. It's a 3-disc. Burt Jordan bid 15, Victor Guerra bid 15. Is Stevie Ray Vaughan more than one show? August 25th, August 26th, and August 26th. It's a 3 CD, yes. Lots of music. Okay? Springfield offered $9.99 for Beatles and claimed Eagles. $9.99 for Beatles and claimed Eagles. All right, let me figure out which Beatles for $9.99. And is there an Eagle? Are you claiming stuff out of the crate? I got to figure out what you're doing, Springfield. I don't know if that's an old CD claim or if you're offering. I'm not for sure. Okay, then Cynthia Herdron got Screaming Trees. And Levi Hilton was next. And then Jim B got Mark Ford. Note to self, don't show any more Mark Ford CDs. Note to self, do not show any more Mark Ford CDs. Oh, you mean these Mark Fords that are autographed? Jim B just shot himself in the foot. Let's tuck those away right over here and not show those. Okay, Stevie Ray Vaughan 2021-21. And then, let me see. I sorted a few more. Let me see what's over here. Yeah, what is all this? I'm trying to find stuff that's not Black Crows, okay? Black Crows, Black Crows. Ooh. Ooh. Black Crows, Japanese Black Crows. I bet there's some pretty dang good stuff in here. Hey, there's another Kenny Rogers. 21 number ones. Kenny Rogers. That's all. Well, here, I'll show this. Big Lebowski, $6.99. Okay, let's make these a buy it now for $75. All the Black Crowes bootlegs, a $75 buy it now. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $25. Okay. Big Lebowski sold to Levi Hilton for $6.99. Black Crowes, a $75 buy it now. I'll have to check on some of these over here because they're Japanese, or I'm trying to find just regular old CDs for y'all because I think that's what most people's looking for, not $250 CDs. Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes. Loose disc. Black Crowes. A Black Crowes backstage pass. Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes. Joe Cocker Ultimate Collection, $6.99. U2 The Fly, CD single, $6.99. Oasis, What's the Story, and the Dank Yankees. Okay. We'll set these over here. That's all Black Crowes and a few Pearl Jam concerts, but give me a second while I do something with these. Rich Robinson, Black Crowes, Magpie Salute, Loose Disc. All looks like Black Crow stuff. Magpie, 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 Mark Ford, Magpie, Mark Ford, Magpie. The Who, live at the Isle of Wight, 1970. Magpie, Magpie. Screaming Trees, Last Words, the final recordings. Black Crowes, Black Crowes. Gosh, what a Black Crowes collection. So y'all just seen all those. And then these are all Black Crowes. So 2/3 of this box was Black Crowes CDs. And I'm not saying they're not for sale. Just give me a second, okay? First thing is this. Stevie Ray Vaughan 23, Stevie Ray Vaughan 24, Stevie Ray Vaughan 25. Jim B says, I'm interested in just one of the Black Crow CDs from the CD lot. Well, that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. Levi Hilton on BL. That was Big Lebowski. I've already tagged that. Out on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Just the Tower Theater Upper Darby one. Stevie Ray Vaughan 26. Stevie Ray Vaughan 27. Scott Oman got Oasis. Master Moss 666 on Screaming Trees. And we got Springfield on The Who. And then earlier Springfield said it was a Beatles. And he said, but the discolored Beatles available. Okay, I know what you're talking about. And then holy moly, Chad, please tell me you're going to show more vinyl. Is there vinyl tonight? Is there any more vinyl? Is vinyl done for the night? Stevie Ray Vaughan 28. Can I see CDs? Chad, are we going to do any more CDs? Please tell me there's more vinyl. What were all the Black Crowes again? What is Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 3 CD live unofficial. It's called The Last Shows. Stevie Ray Vaughan in Double Trouble. Here are the discs. It's a 3 CD set. Alpine Valley Music Theater, August 25th and 26th, 3 CD. The high bid on this right now is 28 with Jeff Brent RTO. Jeff Brent RTO. I have the Dank Yankees, U2 The Fly, Joe Cocker Ultimate Collection, Kenny Rogers 21 #1 hits, Big Head Todd, and Chicago. Okay. There's that. Let me think about this. Let me push those back there for a second. There's Stevie Ray Vaughan. Our next CD auction is a 5 CD Allman Brothers kind of a mini box set. 7 Turns, Shades of Two Worlds, An Evening with the Allman Brothers, Where It All Begins, and An Evening with the Allman Brothers second set. $10 start on that. Now, don't worry, there's like 4 more boxes of CDs over here next to me. Here's going to be a deal for $6.99. I hope y'all are paying attention. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and Oasis, Definitely Maybe. That was the second Kenny Rogers. Somebody already bought the first one. That was the second of Kenny Rogers. Sherry Darnell on Joe Cocker. Okay. Allman Brothers is at 15. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, A Final Call for $28 with Jeff Brent RTO. Allman Brothers at 15. William Drugovich put S. I haven't even finished with this crate yet. He's going to let me know what S is. Probably for Smashing Pumpkins. And then Oasis. Okay. Let me stack all these in here. Here's our, before they all fall over, our first stack of sold CDs. The logistics people are going to be like, oh no, Chad, no, not CDs again. No, no. We just finally got caught up. It took us years to get all those other ones shipped out. No. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I was on a bread break. All right, this is sold to Jeff Brent RTO for $28. Thank you. The Allman Brothers sold to Burt Jordan for $25. And then Oasis was sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. And then the Dang Yankees was sold to Springfield for $6.99. If you need a price, let me know. James Taylor, Sonny and Cher, Traffic, The Young Bloods, James Taylor again, One Man Dog, Stevie Wonder, Ginger Baker's Air Force, Super Hits Volume 4, Eric Clapton Slow Hand, ELO New World Record, The Best of the Rascals, Steve Miller Band Saving Grace, The Kinks Greatest Hits. Yellow Submarine was in VG Plus condition for whoever asked. A solid VG Plus, $39.99. The Beatles' second album. Springfield wanted this Beatles right here for $9.99. That's sold to Springfield. Quicksilver, Manassas, Stephen Stills, Mamas and Papas, The Beatles Revolver, The Beatles Rubber Soul, G.D. Collins Wildflowers, America, Hotels, Roadshows, Superman, Bonanza, Anthem for His Majesty, Jerry Rafferty, Tom Petty, and Terje Ripdahl. Don't hesitate to make offers on those. Don't hesitate to make offers. Does anybody buy patches? This is for Lich King. Is that what that says? $6.99 for that patch. All right. So back here in the back, I've accumulated loose discs, which I think are mostly Black Crowes concerts and bootlegs, but I don't know. I might just sell all those in a lot. I'm going to make sure there's no more like discs that could be missing from sets in there first. Quicksilver was VG, $9.99. And then Eric Clapton Slow Hand is sold for $20 to Raymond over on YouTube. Raymond, okay? And then over here, we have U2. She wants this one right here, the best of, for $6.99. And Tom Petty, Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. This U2 case is cracked. Only bad thing about CDs. And that's a Black Crowes Backstage Pass for $6.99 if anybody wants that. I'm assuming it's legit, just unused. 5. Brian, this would have ended up in the $6.99 crate in the morning. If you want to go ahead and buy it right now for $6.99, I'll sell it to you right now for $6.99. All right, new box of CDs. Oh my gosh. Are all these sealed? Jim B just started drooling. Golly. Premium CDs for $6.99. Are all these sealed? I bet this guy bought stuff up and didn't open it. He had to have. Gosh. The time it would take to do something like this. Okay, here we go. So, $6.99, this soda Brian call. The out of the cellar is the 40th anniversary lenticular cover. It changes yellow to blue, red splatter with the bonus 7-inch, $49.99. The Superman record, we're about to go through one more crate of vinyl too, then probably exclusively CDs and 45s. We got one more crate of vintage I'll read through. Superman is $19.99. One more best offer crate that we didn't show last night, or we didn't get to last night. All right, these are $6.99. Larry Carlton, Kid Gloves, sealed. This one has damage, but it's the Allman Brothers at Atlanta International. The Allman Brothers, $6.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Revelator. These came from the New York that was in the music biz. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, it's amazing how many's in here. Check that out. Amy Winehouse, sealed with hop sticker. Endless Highway, the music of the band. Malibu Storm, sealed with hop sticker. And Aqualung, sealed. Aqualung Live, Jethro Tull. That's also sealed, okay? All right. We have over here, Great I Have to Leave. And Shakedown on AW for Amy Winehouse for $6.99. Burt Jordan on the Allman Brothers for $6.99. Springfield Next, Mega Blast on the sealed Jethro Tull. And that leaves Malibu Storm, Endless Highway, the music of the band. So this is a tribute to the band. I think that's what Sherry Darnell wants. No, she put TTB for Tedeschi Trucks. And then she put band for the band tribute. And there, that leaves Larry Carlton sealed and Malibu Storm sealed. Okay. There's that. Let me restack these a little bit better. And then, so that left me with what? And these are nice here. These are kind of promo mark. I might do, let me look through some of these. That's a DVD. Oh. James Handy, second on Aqualung. Who, Paula, if you pass on Superman. Paula, if you pass on Superman. Paula, if you pass on Superman, it is sold to Michael Rudolph. Okay? And the next comment is, what's the last carded silver? This is a 2007 Canadian, $135. It's an Olympic, 2007 Canadian Olympics. 15 on Yellow Submarine. We are very far apart. This was marked $39.99. I'll do it for $35. What are the no bids for tonight? Paul Cruz takes right out of the cellar. That's so to Paul Cruz. Paula also put AW, which I don't know what that was for. These are $6.99. This is John Mellencamp, Words and Music. And this is a DVD. Decade sampler, the 80s. And like Paul said, keep in mind when you're seeing some of these, Paul said the CDs came from the guy in New York that was in the music biz. Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion, that's sealed. The Street Songs of Love, Alejandro Escovedo, sealed. Look at this lenticular, awesome. The Rolling Stones, Sympathy for the Devil, live. Lenticular, $6.99. Okay? So Paula put AW, that was for Amy Winehouse, so you're very late on that. Jenny, this is 1 ounce, yes. I think it's, yeah, Vancouver 2010. It's a 2007 Canadian with this holographic. Now, if you don't want that, somebody else has claimed it, Adam Bernardi. The next comment was Shakedown on the Rolling Stones for $6.99. Then Mega Blast, then Levi Hilton. $35 offer on, or $25 offer on Mother Love Bone. I will do $30 on it. Chris Frazier next on the Stones. Scott Oman next on the Stones. Doug Reeder next on the Stones. Burt Jordan next on the Stones. Robert Warner next on the Stones. Springfield next on the Stones. Jeannie gets this for $135. $130, excuse me. Okay. So the Rolling Stones went to Shakedown, and there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people back up on this. Good gosh. Make a note. Dig in the back room for more Rolling Stone Sympathy for the Devil live lenticular covers. Good gosh. Holy moly. All right, more $6.99 CDs. Lady Antebellum, On the Night, sealed. Los Lobos, The Town and the City, sealed. Christina Aguilera, Back to Basics, in-store sampler. Joe Louis Walker, Playing Dirty, sealed. John High and the Goners, Beneath the Gruff Exterior, advanced CD. This Is Somewhere, Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Manaheim Steamroller, Christmas Song by Chip Davis, sealed. Dave Matthews Band, sealed. Lumineers, sealed. Linkin Park, Living Things, sealed. Rock of Ages soundtrack, sealed. Def Leppard, Foreigner, Journey, Poison, Twist Sister, and Merge Records. Looks like it's a sampler, $6.99. Michael Rudolph, you do get Superman, okay? That is so to Michael Rudolph. Now, first thing is LL to Mega Blast. Los Lobos. Next is Shakedown on Dave Matthews Band. Next is Shakedown on Lumineers. Next is Mega Blast on DM, probably for Dave Matthews Band. Sherry Darnell first on Lady Antebellum. Scott Oman first on LP for Linkin Park. Sherry Darnell first on Grace Potter. Sherry Darnell next on Lumineers. Levi Hilton on ROA. Rock of Ages, so to Levi Hilton. Chris Frazier next on Rock of Ages. That leaves Merge Records 2012 sampler, Manaheim Steamroller Christmas, sealed, John Hyde Advanced CD, Joe Louis Walker Playing Dirty, and Christina Aguilera Back to Basics in-store play sampler. How much are these? $6.99. I've got a stack of $9.99 stuff that I've set aside, and when I get about 10, I'll do those, okay? I mean, some of these are steals for $6.99. These are sealed, and a lot of these promotionals, I mean, what the heck is going on, right? I mean, come on. Give me a break. Good gosh. I mean, come on. Holy crap, you know. So here we go. We have AFI, December Underground. That's like a $5,000 record on vinyl. Dashboard Confessional, Dusk and Summer. James Taylor at Christmas. Norah Jones, Come Away With Me. Foo Fighters, One by One. Elvis, 30 #1 hits. And Motown #1s. And those were, listen to this, sealed, 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 and sealed. Those are $6.99. They should be $14.99. Those are $6.99. They should be $14.99. Those are $6.99. Those should be $14.99. Let me go lay her silver in here. before it falls into the crack. We don't want that to happen. Don't want that to happen. All right. John Durden says they should be $19.99. John Durden has put in a motion that we raise the price of CDs to $19.99. Anybody else in favor? If you have something you want to take up with that, you got to talk to Mega Blast. He says these should be $24.99. So, y'all, if y'all have any problem with that, just take it up with him. Scott Oman on Foo Fighters for $6.99. Burt Jordan got Elvis for $6.99. Sherry next on Elvis. Mark Stanley on AFI for $6.99. Chuck Haley next on Elvis. And then how many songs on Motown? This has 26 songs on it. Norah Jones is sealed with Hop Sticker. James Taylor sealed. And so is Dashboard Confessional. Those are all $6.99. How much are those, Chad? They're $6.99. That is theft. Why aren't you charging more for these? Shouldn't these be like $14 or $19.99? No, these should be $6.99. Are you sure you want to just do these for $6.99? Yes, these are just $6.99. Please make sure that you are clear and concise when you say that these are $6.99, because most people will probably not believe that you're selling these CDs for $6.99. Jeff Brand RTO was first on Motown, then Chuck Haley, and then James Taylor sold to Sherry Darnell. Most people will not believe this when they wake up in the morning. They'll be like, good gosh, was he really selling those CDs for $6.99? This is Joan Armatrading, Walk Under Ladders for $6.99. Now that's what I call Music 23 for $6.99. J.J. Kell and Eric Clapton, $6.99. Regis Philbin, gosh, I love Regis, $6.99. Sammy Kershaw, the Kentucky Headhunters, Kathy Mattea, and Luca Bloom Riverside. You heard me correctly. This isn't a dream. Pinch yourself. These CDs are $6.99. Now, most people's not going to believe that. Most people's probably not going to take that as reality. But Luca Bloom, Kathy Mattea, the Kentucky Headhunters, Sammy Kershaw, Regis Philbin, J.J. Kell and Clapton, Now 23, and Joan Armatrading. Those are all $6.99. Scott Oman got Now, and then Chris Frazier got Kentucky Headhunters. Sherry Darnell got Clapton and J.J. Kell, and then Mark Weiss on SK for Sammy Kershaw. Most people are not going to believe this. You're probably going to have to call your family and say, family, listen, I want y'all to do me a favor. Tune in right now. Chad's live. I want to make sure y'all understand what he's doing. He's selling CDs for $6.99. And they're probably going to be like, yeah, you need to go back to bed. You've probably had a little bit too much chonga tonight. So lay off the chonga and refocus on getting your life together. How much are these CDs? They're $6.99. Wow. Look at all these. Let me sort through them right quick. Good gosh. Look at all these for $6.99. Here we go. Who's ready? $6.99. This is Live in Dublin, Bruce Springsteen with the Sessions Band. That was sealed. Rolling Stones, Blue and Lonesome, sealed. This is Alejandro Sanz, something, sealed. Kelly Clarkson, Stronger, $6.99. $6.99. $6.99. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Alejandro Escovedo, sealed, $6.99. Coldplay, sealed, $6.99. Rascal Flatts, sealed, $6.99. Foo Fighters, sealed, $6.99. Beck, sealed, $6.99. Paulo Nutini, sealed, $6.99. Roy Gallagher, Live in Europe, $6.99. And Sting, Songs from the Labyrinth, for overhead play only. Sting, $6.99. First new comment is Mannheim Christmas CD. Mannheim Christmas CD, sold to Michael Rudolph, sealed, $6.99. First thing is RS, the Rolling Stones, sealed, sold for $6.99 to Chris Frazier. Mega Blast was second, then Levi, then Burt, then Doug Reeder. Mega Blast on CP. CP was Coldplay, sold to Mega Blast. And then Springfield next on the Stones. Shakedown got Beck. Beck sold for $6.99. Scott Oman on Foo Fighters. Doug Reeder next on Foo Fighters. Then Springfield. Then Springfield on RG. Roy Gallagher. And then Sherry Darnell wants Rascal Flatts. That left Sting, Songs from the Labyrinth, and overhead play only, some kind of promotional. Paolo, P-A-O-L-O, Natuni, These Streets. Alejandro Escovedo, Kelly Clarkson, that guy, and then Bruce Springsteen. These are all $6.99. You may not believe it. Pinch yourself. $6.99. You may not believe this. You may wake up tomorrow saying, oh, that was a dream. $6.99. Golly, this next handful. Golly, here we go. These are all $6.99. First thing is Walt Disney Classics Beauty and the Beast soundtrack. Leonard Skinner, Last of a Dying Breed. Sealed. This is also sealed. $6.99. Sealed Smashing Pumpkins. Kid Rock with Gold Stamp promo and Happy Holiday promo sticker. The Compact King Crimson. Buddy Guy, Jerry Harrison, and the Cooks, Inside Out, and John Mayer Battle Studies promotion CD for John Mayer. Promotion only, not for sale. $6.99. You may not believe that, but it's only $6.99. Springfield, Bruce Springsteen sold to Springfield. Springfield gets Springsteen. Spring sold to Spring. Mega Blast on LS for Leonard Skinner, sold for $6.99. Shakedown on SP for Smashing Pumpkins, sold for $6.99. Chris Frazier on Kid Rock, sold for $6.99. Levi Hilton next on Smashing Pumpkins. Mega Blast next on Smashing Pumpkins. Levi Hilton next on Kid Rock. Chuck Haley next on Leonard Skinner. Shakedown got John Mayall. Burt Jordan next on Leonard Skinner. Doug Reeder next on Kid Rock. Sherry Darnell next on Leonard Skinner. Christina Curtis next on Leonard Skinner. Michael Rudolph on the Disney CD. And Sherry Darnell on John Mayer. We're in one of these nights right now where there is so many people trying to buy these CDs all at the same time. This is going to be extremely competitive. This is like playing for a national championship. This is like going down the last 9 holes for a green jacket. This might as well be the Super Bowl of CD claiming. You better have your fingers ready. You better have your eyes on the screen. You better have your knuckles cracked. You better be taking sips of coffee right now for the next little pause I'm doing, because if you're not ready, you're going to miss out on these, and you're going to be like, good gosh, what just happened? I mean, I'm typing as fast as humanly possible. I just can't even seem to win. You got to stay competitive. You got to stay really, really focused. These are all going to be $6.99. This next batch of CDs, good gosh, look at some of these coming up. Holy moly. Okay, let's get started. These are all $6.99. If you couldn't believe it, I can't either. This is $6.99. White Stripes Icky Thump with a gold stamp promo. Toby Keith, Big Dog Daddy promo sticker. Casey Musgrave sealed patch material. Indigo Girl $6.99. Peter Gabriel $6.99. Peter Gabriel, that's a hits comp. Shaking the Trees. Jeffrey Gaines $6.99. Billy Joel sealed. Demonstration not for sale. Back in the USSR, and times they are changing. Those are all $6.99. I know it. That seems a little hard to understand, but it's true. Mark Weiss gets Yellow Submarine for $28. All these are $6.99. First, TK, Toby Keith sold to Chris Frazier. Shakedown got Peter Gabriel. He's going to pass on both of them. William Drugovich first on White Stripes. Next is Fox Digital, next on Toby Keith. Levi Hilton got Billy Joel. Next is Doug Reeder on Peter Gabriel. Do you want us or the greatest hits comp, Shaking the Tree? Next is Sherry Darnell, next on Toby Keith. And then over here we have Jeffrey Gaines, Indigo Girls, and Casey Musgraves. If anybody else wants any of those, let me know. They're $6.99. $6.99. Yes, these are just $6.99. Somebody just commented a few minutes ago. They was like, Chad, I know you're joking, but it's not fun to tease everybody. There's no way you're actually charging $6.99 for these. And I was like, yes, I am. I'm not joking. And I'm going to mute my mic. Sorry, I'm on a bread break. Doug Reader gets both of these for $6.99. Price on James Taylor's first LP, VG condition, $9.99. Here we go. We have Bruce Springsteen, Magic. Prince, I don't know what this is called, but it's sealed. So is Bruce. Hootie and the Blowfish, The Attachment. Sealed, $6.99. Elton John, 16 legendary covers as sung by Elton John. Chartbusters Go Pop. Howard Jones, The Prisoner, sealed. Howard Jones, In the Running, sealed. And Nora Jones, Come Away With Me, sealed. $6.99. $6.99. Okay, over here we have Fox Digital on Prince. That is sold to him for $6.99. Scott Allman on Hootie. That's sold for $6.99. And then Doug Reader on P for Prince. And Preston Rose said sold on James Taylor. All right, so that left Nora Jones, Howard Jones, Elton John, and Bruce Springsteen. Those are all available for $6.99. Moving on, let's do some more $6.99ers. Here we go, $6.99. I have Tinsley Ellis, Trouble Time. Tinsley Ellis, Fanning the Flames. Joe Eli, Love and Danger. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, sealed. The Beach Boys, That's Why God Made the Radio. The Best of Country, 20th Century Masters. Looks like I've got two of them. One of them is sealed. Taylor Swift, Speak Now. Oh my gosh! And North Mississippi All-Stars, Electric Blue Watermelon. Those are $6.99. What have I done? What have I done? Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? We have 20th Century Masters. I'm assuming you'll want the sealed one. The sealed one has a couple cracks in the jewel cases, but let me know. He says he'll take that one. And then Taylor Swift is sold to Fox Digital, and then Burt Jordan. So we have North Mississippi All-Stars, the Electric Blue Watermelon, the Best of Country, the Beach Boys, the Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Joe Eli, Tinsley Ellis, and Tinsley Ellis. If anybody wants anything else in there, those are $6.99. Holy cow, Chad, this is nonsense. How could you possibly sell in this priceless physical media for just $6.99? Folks, we're talking about rare, something you don't see every day, a CD. This is rare stuff. Take a look at it. You don't see these too often. Some people, you show this to a kid nowadays, and they'll be like, what is this? I don't understand. Please tell me more. I'm confused. You're starting to freak me out. These are $6.99, okay? How much are these? They're $6.99. Let's keep going. Dave Matthews Band. This one's called Stand Up. Little Feat, Down on the Swanee River. John Hott, Dirty Jeans and Mudslide Hymns. The Last Dawn, Don Omar, Emily West, All For You. Over here we have B. Miller, Not an Apology. And then we have REM, Around the Sun. Ultimate Santana, Sealed. And let's pause with U2, No Line on the Horizon. These are $6.99. Mark Weiss was next on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And then somebody said, can we please, for the love of all things good and holy, see tomorrow night's Hot Pictures? Mega Blast on DM. That was for Dave Matthews Band. Shakedown on REM. Look at all these. A lot of them are brand new and sealed. This is crazy. REM is sold to, what happened to it? Right here. That's sold to Shakedown. Fox Digital on U2, and then Doug Reader on S, I'm assuming for Santana. So that still left B. Miller, Emily West, Don Omar, John High, and Little Feat. How much are those? They're just $6.99. Crazy, I know. Call me crazy. Let me sort through some more here. Boom, boom, boom. And then let me grab another handful. Boom, boom, boom. And how much are these? These are $6.99, Chad. I know you're joking. Not fun to joke with people, but... So, I mean, here we go. $6.99. Steve Winwood, 9 Lives promo CD. Steve Winwood, 9 Lives. Tony Bennett sang the Ultimate American Songbook. Pete Yorn, Nightcrawler, No Better Than This. 13 new songs by John Mellencamp. Papa Roach, Getting Away with Murder. We got Toby Mac, This Is Not a Test. James Bay, Chaos and the Calm. We have Wolf Alice, My Love Is Cool. Another Ultimate Santana sealed. Another one sealed. Melanie Fiona, The Bridge, those are sealed. Celtic Thunder, It's Entertainment, and Sophie B. Hawkins, Timber, Timbre. Okay, first is Chris Frazier on PR for Papa Roach. Doug Reader was second. These are all $6.99. Sophie Hawkins, Melanie Fiona, Celtic Thunder, Ultimate Santana, Wolf Alice, James Bay, Toby Mack, John Mellencamp, Pete Yorn, Tony Bennett, and the Steve Winwood promo. Okay. One sweet dream. Pick up the bags, get in the limousine. Soon we'll be away from here. Step on the gas and wipe that tear away. Oh, one sweet dream came true today. Nice, good stack here. These are all $6.99. James Galway, this is the Enchanted Forest, Melodies of Japan. George Harrison, Best of Dark Horse, 76-89. John Wesley Harding, the name above the title. John Hammond, Got Love If You Want It. The Hatters, You Will Be You, a gold stamp promo. The Best of Peter Frampton, sealed. Maroon 5, and that one's called It Won't Be Soon Before Long, sealed. The Best of Cream, sealed. Matchbox 20, Exile on Mainstream, sealed. And Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. Those are all $6.99. We got Jeff Brent RTO on the George Harrison, sold for $6.99 to Jeff Brent. Chuck Haley on G for George Harrison. You were second. Mega Blast on 20, and 20 was Matchbox 20, sold for $6.99. Mega Blast got Cream for $6.99. Chuck Haley on P for Peter Frampton, sealed for $6.99. And Scott Allman next on Matchbox 20. That left Kings of Leon, Maroon 5, The Hatters, John Hammond, John Wesley Harding, and James Galway. Those are all $6.99. Okay. All right. Maroon 5 is so to Scott Oman. 20 was the Cream, not Matchbox. Okay, let me retag those then. So we have Jeff Brent got George Harrison. Chuck Haley, second on G for George. 20 was Cream. So Cream, 20th Century Master. That's so to Mega Blast. And then Chuck Haley got Peter Frampton. Scott Oman got Matchbox 20. And he got Maroon 5. Okay, so he got both Matchbox and Maroon. Scott Oman did. Moving on. How much are these? Ooh, I might have to keep that. That brings back memories. I'll show that in a second. I'll tell you the story on that CD. I hadn't seen that in a long time like that. Ooh, some good stuff here. Okay, these are $6.99. Springfield next on Cream. Jerry Garcia, David Griesman, Grateful Dog, the original motion picture, sealed. Tribute to Jeff. David Garfield and friends play tribute to Jeff Porcanto, I think. Bob Geldof, The Vegetarians of Love. Gene Loves Jezebel, Kiss of Life. Genesis Live, promo only. George Harrison, Let It Roll, sealed. Annie Lennox, A Christmas Cornucopia. And Charlie Blues Masterworks, Volume 11, Buddy Guy, The Treasure Untold. Those are $6.99. Shakedown on the Jerry Garcia. Shakedown on Genesis. Shakedown on George Harrison. Robert next on Jerry Garcia. Mega Blast on Gene Loves Jezebel. And Jeff Brent next on George Harrison. That left Buddy Guy, Annie Lennox, Bob Geldof, and Jeff Porcano. How much? Those are all $6.99. All right, let's see what's going on here. What else is $6.99? I have $6.99 for Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, Alone in Acoustic. This is $6.99 for the Escape Club, Dollars and Sex. $6.99 for Gloria Estefan Unwrapped. Left of the Middle, Natalie Imbruglia. I don't know what I just said. The John Entwistle Band. Left for Live, that's sealed. In Vogue, Funky Divas. Gene Loves Jezebel, The House of Dolls. Genesis, We Can't Dance with the Hop Stickers. Robin Ford, sealed, Keep On Running. And the Four Horsemen, Heavy Gauge Guitar. Nobody said it was easy. Boy, I know that's expensive on vinyl. Well, one night we had some people willing to like go into a knife fight for that. The Four Horsemen, $6.99. Okay, first thing is Shakedown. Got Gene. Is that for Genesis or Gene Shakedown? Is that for Genesis or Gene Loves Jezebel? I bet that was for Genesis. My guess is that's for Genesis for Shakedown. This one right here. Yes, Genesis. Mega Blast on Gene. Empty Mat on Four Horsemen. And let's see right here, $6.99. We got Robin Ford left, In Vogue, John Entwistle Band, Natalie Bruglia. What a name. Gloria Estefan, and then the Escape Glove and Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, okay? And then Springfield was next on Gene Loves Jezebel, okay? Next is somebody said, good night. I wish you wouldn't go to sleep, though. And then over here, somebody's like, thought we had one more pre-owned vinyl crate. How much would you pay me in advance to go through one more crate of vinyl? What would you be willing to pay me in advance to see one more crate of pre-owned vintage buy it now best offer that was shown last night that I'll now take offers on? All right, these are also $6.99. How much are these? They're $6.99. You've got to be kidding, Chad. Surely you're joking. Ooh, man, there's some stuff in here I probably should check. But here we go. Fun Loving Criminals, that's sealed, $6.99. Fun Loving Criminals, that's $6.99. Camelot Rules, John Hott Advanced Capital CD, Spartacus for screening purposes only, Incubus Light Grenades, The Jeff Dunham Show, David Gilmour promo, On an Island. Wow, I bet that's pretty good. Sinatra, awesome set there for $6.99, sealed, unopened. And Gwen Stefani, sealed, $6.99. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up. Stop. Bum 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 bum. Give it up. Stop changing my emotion. Give it up. Stop. All right, so what happened here? We had Mega Blast on Fun Loving Criminals. Which one? Come Find Yourself or 100% Colombian? Hadn't got down through the bottom, though. Shakedown got the David Gilmour promo for $6.99. Springfield got John Entwistle. That was from the last stack. That's so to Springfield. Fox Digital next on David Gilmour. Mega Blast on Frank Sinatra. Doug Reeder on IN for Incubus. Doug, you got Incubus. You were third on David Gilmour. Springfield fourth on David Gilmour. And passed on Fun Loving Criminals, okay? So we still got Fun Loving Criminals, Gwen Stefani, Jeff Dunham, Spartacus, John Hott, and Camelot Rules, which is what is this, a compilation? America, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Billy Squier, Blondie, Nick Gilder, 38 Special, Corey Hart, Missing Persons, Pat Benatar, and Gary U.S. Bonds. Okay, here's another little short handful here. Lady Gaga, the remix. Jewel. And this is Spirit. Jethro Tull, Catfish Rising. Never seen that before. On Brett Dent and Hope for the Hopeless. And that's just a book. Susan Tedeschi. Scott Oman on Cam. And then LG for Fox Digital. So Fox Digital gets Lady Gaga. What was Cam? C-A-M. Camelot. That was that comp, wasn't it? Yeah, Camelot Music. Classic Stuff Sampler. So does Scott Oman. Okay, got it. All right, and then, like I said, I went through that whole box. I only set 6 aside that I'm going to ask a small premium on. $9.99. Some kind of Stevie Ray Vaughan. It looks like a bootleg, but it might be a promo. It says for promotion, not for sale. That honestly should probably be an auction. So I still think a steal at $9.99. Ghost is sealed in Meliora. Okay. And then these are $9.99 each. And they all have the promo barcode cut out. Talking Heads, Talking Heads, Talking Heads, and Talking Heads. These are all $9.99. Speaking in Tongues, Little Creatures, Naked, and True Stories. Beautifully sealed. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold a Mega Blast. Make sure that one goes in for $9.99. And then there's Ghost. Okay. All right, let me see the nature of the next box. And let's see what kind of stuff's in here. I see a ton of stuff marked. Okay, it's the same kind of collection. All right, good. That's what we want to hear. Awesome. Okay, first let me do a little cleanup. What time is it? 12:56. Whew, wow. Okay, let me get my bearings organized for a second. That would be my knee popping. That was my back and neck adjustment. 1 second before I do anything else. That was a great breath of fresh air. Let me check something over here on my phone. All right. Okay. So, all the Talking Head CDs are sealed. Yeah. All the Talking Head CDs are sealed. All right, let me move that over there. I'm going to go ahead and restart stacks. So I'm about to shift some stuff away. Let's go through the next box. Don't go anywhere. All right. That's bothering me. I need to put a record back in the back. Let's do corn. Ooh, wow. Okay. All right, so we're going to start a new stack. He's going to take all 4 of these for $32. All right. Those are sold to Shakedown. I mean, Oh So Adventure. Those right there. New box coming. Okay. $6.99. Dave Matthews Band every day with a promo sticker. Dave Matthews Band Busted Stuff sealed. Dave Matthews Band live at Folsom Field with promo sticker. Dave Matthews Band Crash with promo sticker. And William Clark Serious Intentions. These are all $6.99. $6.99. William Clark, and then 4 different Dave Matthews Bands. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, Dave Matthews Band Red Rocks, William Clark Blowing Like Hell, Stanley Clark I Want to Play For You, Albert Collins The Complete Imperial Recordings, Bad Company Holy Water, the B-52's Good Stuff, and the B-52's Cosmic Thing. Those are all $6.99. Yeah, this is all from the same collection. Chuck Haley on M, and I have a feeling that was for Marshall Tucker, sold to Chuck Haley. Okay, and then AC is Albert Collins, and so that left Dave Matthews Band, William Clark, Dave Matthews, William Clark, Stanley Clark, Bad Company, B-52s, B-52s. Okay. David Byrne, Gold Stamp promo. David Byrne, The Forest. The Good Son, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Jimmy Buffett, Barometer Stoop, promo sticker. David Burns, Uh-Oh. 5 for Everything. The Battle for Everything. Kate Bush, Aspects of the Central World sealed. Paul Butterfield Blues Band. Mindy Abar, It Just Happens That Way. Tom Cochran, Ragged, ASS Road. The Beatles, Help, that almost got me. Pearl Jam, Yield, sealed. And C.C. Peniston, Finally. Those are all $6.99. Melinda Deering wants Melinda Deering wants Dave Matthews Red Rocks. Melinda Deering on Dave Matthews Red Rocks. Mark V's got the Dave Matthews Band Crash. And let's put this right over here, okay? Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, and then Shakedown on PJ for Pearl Jam. That was the sealed yield. Jim Handy on Kate Bush. Patty K next on Kate Bush. Chuck Haley put B, probably for Beatles. Then Denise. Sherry Darnell put Buff for Buffett. Chuck Haley did get the Beatles. We have C.C. Pinston, Tom Cochran, Mindy Abar, Paul Butterfield, David Byrne, Nick Cave, David Byrne, David Byrne. Okay? Don't ever get rid of your CD player. The reason will be because there's a lot of stuff that you can't get on vinyl that may never be on vinyl that's CD only. So you don't want to get rid of your CD player because a lot of this is either really rare on vinyl or really expensive or may not ever be made. Albert Collins, Iceman. One Way Street, tribute to Aerosmith. This looks interesting here. That's bizarre. Tim Finn. Stephen Forbert, Mission of the Crossroad Palms, yeah. Stephen Forbert, The American and Me. Foo Fighters 1 by 1 sealed. Gerald Albright with Hop Sticker. Aerosmith, Just Push Play. Paul Butterfield Blues Band, East West. And The Call, Red Moon. The Call. Springfield put Holy. Holly or Holy? Holly or Holy? Holy Holly. And then Mega Blast on AC for Albert Collins. So that stack left the tribute to Aerosmith, Tim Finn, Stephen Forbert, Foo Fighters, Aerosmith, Springfield on Push. Okay. There's that. And Levi, you just missed it. Now, I still got to figure out what's Holly Holy. What is Holly Holy? Bad Company. That's Bad Company, Holy Water. Right here. Sold to Springfield. What looked interesting? A forthcoming CD. These are all $6.99. Arrested Development, Christina Aguilera, Animal Logic, Natural Mystic, The Legend Lives On, Bob Marley and the Wailers, Sealed, Ziggy Marley, The Band live at Watkins Glen, Rita Marley, Who Feels It Tonight, Tom Cochran, Mad Mad World, DVD Audio Music or Sampler, Volume 2, the Steve Salas Color Code, Joe Sample featuring Lala Hathaway, The Song Lives On, and David Sanchez, Obsession. How much are these? They're $6.99. That is Arrested Development, Christina Aguilera, Animal Logic, Bob Marley, Ziggy Marley, The Band, Rita Marley, Tom Cochran, Steve Salas, Lala Hathaway, and David Sanchez. Next, these are $6.99. Most of these are sealed, by the way. Sherry Darnell wants The Band live at Watkins Glen. 6 a.m., the Heroin Diary soundtrack. Jeff Beck, Who Else? This is Welcome to the Beautiful South. The Cranberries, Wake Up and Smell the Coffee. Hank Crawford, After Dark. Billy Dean, Def Leppard, Yeah, Sealed. Rod Stewart, The Great American Songbook, Sealed. Mary Chapin Carpenter, Come On, Come On. And The Charlatans UK, Between 10th and 11th. Those are all $6.99. How much? These are just $6.99. Levi Hilton on S for 6 a.m. Springfield on AM. AM was don't know. Scott Oman on Def Leppard. Springfield next on Springfield second on Def Leppard, then Oso and Mary Chapin Carpenter to Mark Weiss. That left Charlatans UK, Rod Stewart, Billy Dean, Hank Crawford, the Cranberries, Welcome to Beautiful South, and Jeff Beck. Sherry Darnell got the Cranberries. That was AM, 6 a.m. Okay. That was for 6 a.m. You were second on that one. Moving on. We're officially halfway through the second box. Chicago 21. Desmond Child, Discipline. The Cave Dogs. Tori Amos, Selections from a Piano, The Collection. And Ian Anderson, Divinities, Four Dances with God. Ian Anderson from Tull, Jethro Tull. If you could only see down. Okay. Can I put back 6 a.m.? I have it already. Sorry. Change 6 a.m. Heroin Diaries from Levi Hilton to Springfield. Okay. $6.99. John Mayer, Room for Squares. Better Than Ezra, How Does Your Garden Grow? Chris Durwat Group, Sugar, Texas. I know I just butchered that. Bad English, Best of What I Got, Promotional. Jessica Andrews, Heart-Shaped World. Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, Love Like We Do. Lonnie Brooks, Satisfaction Guaranteed. Brooks and Dunn, Borderline, Promo Sticker. Blues Traveler, Save His Soul. These are all $6.99. Scott Oman on Better Than Ezra. Blues Traveler, Brooks and Dunn, Lonnie Brooks, Edie Brickell, Jessica Andrews, Bad English, Chris Guy, and then John Mayer, Room for Squares. Sealed with hop sticker. Chris Duarte. Exactly. Brooks and Dunn sold to Chuck Haley, BD. Bodine's Go Down Slow promo. Bodine's promo. Heavy Rhyme Experience Volume 1. Edie Brickell, Ghost of a Dog. Vanessa Carlton, Be Not Nobody. Carlene Carter, Little Love Letters. Peter Case, Six Pack of Love. Dixie Dregs, Bring 'Em Back Alive. Dregs Off the Record. Les Dudek, Deeper Shades of Blue. These are all $6.99. I know a lot of y'all might find that hard to believe, but it's true. These are just $6.99. On Tour Forever, Blues Traveler, Promotional Stamped. Joe Dirt Car, Bodine, Sampler. David Bowie, High Tech Soul Sampler, Sealed. Boz Scaggs, Heart of Mine, Sealed. Shaggy, Hot Shot. The Best of George Shearing. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, Gold Stamp Promo. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Ledbetter Heights. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Live On, album advance. Neil Rock, The Real Rock, Shinehead. Joe Satriani, Engines of Creation, sealed. These are all $6.99. Springfield commented Dregs. That was from the last handful. Do you want Dixie Dregs or Dregs off the record or both? And then next is Shakedown on the David Bowie. And then Springfield said both. Got it. Sherry Darnell and Edie Brickell. I'm assuming that was from the last act, The Ghost of a Dog, which is right here. And then Levi wants K for the first Kenny Wayne Shepherd, the classic one, Trouble Is. You got it. So that left Satriani, Shinehead, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, George Shearing, Shaggy, Boss Gags, Bodines, and then some of those promos. Next, these are $6.99. Dan Siegel, Northern Lights, The Silos, Dred Zeppelin, The Best of Dixie Dregs, Rod Stewart, Great American Songbook Volume 2, Ziggy Marley, The Fix, Inc., The Fix, Calm Animals, Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask, and Fleetwood Mac, The Dance. You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can call it thunder another day. Dred Zeppelin on Mega Blast 9. Mega Blast 9 on Dred Zeppelin. Whoops. Almost gave you Dan Siegel. That left Fleetwood Mac, The Fix, Ziggy Marley, Rod Stewart, Dregs, Silos. All right. And then 3 more here. Savage Garden, Affirmation. Sawyer Brown, The Dirt Road. And Seal, acoustic album. Melinda Daring on the Rod Stewart. You got it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Scott O'Man on Savage Garden. You believe in magic, and the rhythm is groovy. Okay. Now, Jim B's went silent. That means something's up. That means a lot of CDs are being researched. Golly, look at all these. All right, let's knock out this last box. That way I can post all the leftovers in the group, okay? I'm going to go, that way I can post all the leftovers and we can get a bunch of these sold tomorrow. Won't take probably but 10 more minutes. I'm going to go fast. Make sure everybody's still paying attention. And this next box, it's a little bit smaller. It's like a small Amazon box. Sawyer Brown, so to Mark Weiss. I think we can knock it out. Then I'm going to take all these and photograph them and let them let people claim them tomorrow in the group. Okay. These are $6.99. Let's go ahead and finish this last box. Chris Brown. I don't know what that's supposed to say, but Chris Brown. Art Brut, Top of the Pops. 10 Years minus the Machine. The Beach Boys, Icon. Mark Anthony 3.0. Podden, Perio, Lomar Duro, Alex and Fido. Oh my gosh. Taylor Swift Red. Charlie Warsham. Zendaya. ASAP Rock Skeleton. Usher. Looking for Myself, Out of Leah's Way, Joey Montana, and the Wood Brothers. Beautiful South CD. I remember that. Let me see if I can find it. Beautiful South. There it is. Soda Ray Red. Okay. Taylor Swift has a punch hole. Wood Brothers, Joey Montana. It had a punch hole. Yeah. So technically, yes. Not marked though. I haven't seen many cutout CDs anymore, but I guess that's kind of a marking for a cutout or a promo. Sonya Lee, 1978 December. Barbara Streisand, What Matters Most. Alabama and Friends. The Classic Albums DVD Sampler. Kids Bop 20. Wyatt Cenac, Comedy Person. Pleased to Enjoy. Terminal Sales Volume 4 from Sub Pop. Some kind of Sub Pop sampler. Curtis Stigers. Eagle Records Audio Blueprint. Chartbusters. Wildman Fisher. Got to Rhino Records. Ronnie Dunn. Steve Hawley. Ellis and Branford Marcellus. A lot of promo stuff in here. Taylor Swift is sold to Fox Digital because Shakedown's passing. And Joey McIntyre to Christina Curtis. I said Joey Montana, no McIntyre. I've got a Joey Montana, but not a Joey McIntyre. Most of that stack right there was either sealed or promos. Okay, let's grab right here. Almost all these look sealed. Capital Advance CD, Bonnie Raitt Fundamental. The Bonnie Raitt Collection. Bonnie Raitt Silver Lining. The Black Crow sealed in that cool blue jewel case. Everything But the Girl, The Language of Life. The Police, Every Breath You Take. That looks familiar. Iggy Pop, Brick by Brick. Buster Poindexter. Buster Spanish Rocket Ship. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Jean-Luc Ponty, Storytelling. Jean-Luc Ponty, The Gift of Time. Eden's Edge. The Dunwells, Blindsided Faith. And Trey Songs, Chapter 4. Trey Songs. Right? Mega Blast wants Every Breath You Take, The Police Greatest. William Drugovich on Iggy. Sherry Darnell on Raitt Collection. What were the Bonnie Raitt's? The only one left is Silver Linings or Silver Lining. Springfield third on Taylor Swift. And Christina Curtis won a Joey Montana. Not Joey McIntyre. You're going to make me play some Jenga, I see. Police G for Ghost. Got it. So change that out with Ghost. Here. All right, so Police, Iggy, Bonnie, Joey Montana sold to Christina Curtis. All right. Every Breath You Take. Every move you make, every chance you take, I'll be watching you. Move you make. Avion, Imelda May, Mayhem, The Story, The Angel in the House, Rod Stewart, Vagabond Heart, Rodney Crowell, Life is Messy, The Cure, Wish, nice, sealed with the hop sticker, The Kinks, Phobia, Steely Dan, A Decade of Steely Dan, Professor Louis and the Crow Matrix, Professor Louis and the Crow Matrix, Flying High, Professor Louis and the Crow Matrix, Bonnie Raitt, Fundamental, Bonnie Raitt, Something to Talk About, and Bonnie Raitt, The Draw. I had one of these autographed. Let me make sure this one, it was autographed inside one time. Shakedown got The Cure. Mega Blast was second. And then Bonnie Raitt, let me know which one, Christina. There's 3 new ones, and then you were third on The Cure. And this stack has gotten really out of hand, so let me go ahead and take these in there. Wow. Those are all sold. Every move you make, every chance you take, I'll be watching you. Another suburban family morning. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Steely Dan, that was the decade of Steely Dan. That was sold to Melinda Daring. All Bonnie Raitt's. I'm going to give you this 3. Do you want that one too from earlier? I'll go ahead and give you these 3 right here. Okay. And let's go ahead and do some more right here. Hunter Hayes Encore, Lionel Richie Tuskegee, Kids Bop 26, Godsmack 1000 Horsepower, In This Moment Blood, Smash Mouth Magic, AWOL Nation with the hit single Sail hop sticker, Bernie, Dark Knight Rises sealed, Dustin Lynch, 12 Stones Potter's Field. Do you have a list of what's all available for purchase? Bonnie Raitt is sold to Christina Curtis. Any unsold auctions? Footloose, Billy Joel, Christopher Cross, Mother Love Bone. And I never did cut a deal with somebody on Mother Love Bone earlier. Footloose, Billy Joel, Christopher Cross, and Mother Love Bone. Scott Oman on GS. And GS for Scott Oman was Godsmack. Mark Stanley for In This Moment. Mega Blast on DN for Dark Knight, right? And then Springfield next on Godsmack. No. The only way we sell stuff is 2 ways. Live right here on this show every night, or you need to make sure you join our private group, Whole Lot of Records, Kevin. Have you joined our private group yet? It's called Whole Lot of Records. It's on Facebook. It's a private group, and I don't write stuff down. Do you realize how long it would take to make a list of all these? We have over 100,000 albums, most of them unprocessed. The only way we show stuff is live right here during this sale. It would take 30 employees around the clock to try to key all this into a spreadsheet. And then updating it and pulling it out what it sold, impossible. So we just show stuff live right here. It's all a first come, first served basis. If you're not watching, then you're probably missing out. Things we do. Indigenous, Mac, Hack, the Information Society, Hack, Bob Dylan, Forever Young, Indigo Swing, Red Light, Paul McCartney, Driving Rain, nice, sealed. A Man Called E, Lou Reed, John Cale, The Red Devils, Wake Up to the Big Sounds of Reckless Sleepers, and A Tribute to the Ramones. We sold that on vinyl earlier this week for what? $200? Like $200 something, and this is stamped a promo. We get asked that a lot, though. Everybody's like, can you send me a spreadsheet of everything you have for sale? I'm like, I'll tell you what. If you want to come down here and start keying everything in for free, I'll let you key in everything for free for me. You'll get very bored after about this. You'll get started with that stack, keying all these in a spreadsheet. About the time you get right there, you'll be ready to shoot somebody. Levi Hilton on P for Paul McCartney. This is sold to Levi. Mega Blast on the Ramones, then Shakedown. But no, the best way to buy stuff from us is watching this right here whenever you can. Or you make sure you join our private group, because I'm going to take all these up front and I'm going to lay them on the counter with good lighting where I can stack them up. And I'm going to take pictures of them. And then I'm going to make a post, and that's a lot faster than writing them down. Everybody can just see the spines, and then they'll start buying them tomorrow. We have Gun Bunnies, Gun, Gallus, Macy Gray on How Life Is, Hothouse Flowers, Songs from the Rain, Whitney, Just Whitney, The Sea to the North, Garth Hudson, Hum, You'd Prefer an Astronaut, Jimmy Reiser, Genesis Live. Whole lot of records. If you need me to send you a link, I will. I have used AI before to count CDs for me, because I was curious one night how many we sold. I took a picture of this right here, and it counted them. And then I went back through, and of course some of them was hard to see because of this right here, like those little tiny ones that don't have a spine. But it got pretty dang close. Shakedown got Genesis, Jimmy Reiser, Hum, Garth Hudson, Whitney Houston, Hothouse Flowers, Macy Gray, Gun, and Gun Bunnies. We've got like 3 handfuls left. And then tomorrow, Levi, John Durden, all of you CD fanatics, there won't be any left until we buy more. This is it. We have not shown tomorrow's hot picture. No. Donald Fagen, Carrie Cade. What? Donald Fagen from Steely Dan. Melissa Etheridge, Breakdown. Marion Faithful, Blazing Away. Rain People. Rain Dogs. Steve Earle. Eagles, Hell Freezes Over. Rod Stewart, The Great American Songbook. The New Radicals. The Notting Hillbillies, B.B. King and Friends. Donald Fagen, Melissa Etheridge, Marion Faithful, Rain People, Rain Dogs, Steve Earle, Eagles, Rod Stewart, New Radicals, Notting Hillbillies, and B.B. King. Fox Digital on the Eagles. Mega Blast on B.B. King. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. All right, link to the group. Link to the group. Share group. Copy link. Link copied. Change from Chad Williams to Coletco. Coletco page. Find tonight's live stream by clicking on our profile picture. That should automatically take you to the live feed. There it is. Okay, now you should be able to click on that and join the group. Mother Love Bone was $35. Springfield second, the Eagles third. You got Paul McCartney, Driving Rain. Paul McCartney, Driving Rain. Yeah, 2 handfuls left, counting this one. Gentle Giant, Gin Blossoms, Godfathers, Golden Palominos, Swayze, Thriving Ivory, Yellow Card, Jake Owen, Brett Eldridge, Imelda May, Golden Palominos. Scott Oman on GB. Gin Blossoms. Last handful. I'll upload hot pictures and we'll go from there. Ray Cabrera, Take It All Away. Levon Helm and the Crow Matrix, Souvenir. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. Bonnie Raitt, Road Tested. Radioactive Cats. Majek Fajek. The Proclaimers. Classic Queen, that looked cool. The Radiators and the Grateful Dead, Fallout from the Feel Zone. Oh, wow, that's a good one to end on. I think you missed a few claims going back to Springfield Tribute. Springfield Tribute. That was for the Ramones, which went to Mega Blast, and then Shakedown was second. Springfield was third. Chuck Haley was second for Paul McCartney. Genesis got Shakedown. Christina Curtis on Whitney Houston. I don't know if I tagged her for that. Did I tag her with a Whitney Houston? Christina Curtis. Christina Curtis on Whitney Houston. I don't know if I ever tagged you for that. Let me see if I can find it. Christina Curtis on Whitney Houston. Was it in this stack? No. Right here it is. This is sold to Christina Curtis, Whitney Houston. And then we sold the Eagles. Then we sold B.B. King. Springfield was next on the Eagles. Levi got Paul McCartney Driving Rain. Christina third on Eagles. Love Mother, Love Bone 35. Scott Oman got Gin Blossoms. And then Phil, this is right here, sold to Shakedown. Sherry was next. And then Christina wants both Bonnie Raitt's. Thank you for that, Numanoid. I missed one Whitney Houston claim. All right. Okay. Now, we have a request to see hot pictures. Let me do that. Let me go to my text messages from Laura. Save. Saved. There it is. Accept. Save to downloads. Failed. All right, let's try it again. Accept. Save to downloads. Open with preview. All right. That is, well, I'm stumped on the first one in the top left. Pet Shop Boys. Pet Shop Boys, Rush Roll the Bones, Mother Love Bone, Ozzy, which is the No More Tears Tower Records exclusive, a Led Zeppelin bootleg, a Doors Golden Album. That looks interesting. Some sort of Pink Floyd Division Bell, Pearl Jam, Eddie Sings the Doors and Other Greats, Grateful Dead Without a Net, Ice-T, Lenny Kravitz, Little Feat, Grateful Dead, Oasis, Alice in Chains, Tone Loc, that's an OG Depeche Mode, an OG Talk Talk, Pink Floyd, Wish Animals Were Here, Tears for Fears, Sade, Eve 6, Rush, Martin Knopfler, Clutch, Peter Gabriel, The Cars, Blues Traveler, Jane's Addiction, Oingo Boingo, Grateful Dead, Live, Journey, Steely Dan, Bob Marley, and R.E.M. Boy, that's a colorful photo. Look at that grid. That's a colorful. She did good setting those up. Look at that. Golly. A lot of wild imagery on that one. A lot of crazy stuff going on. All right. The No More Tears. I don't know how much the Tower Records goes for. I'm not for sure on that one. Would you take 25 for Footloose? I will. Sell this to Christina for 25. And Springfield wants that Queen Classic Cream. Queen Classic Queen. Leslie, I'm going to post these in the morning. If I read through these again, I'm sure we'd sell some more, but that's probably like a half hour. That'd be like a half hour of reading through these probably. I think I'm going to take pictures of them, and probably 7 a.m. they'll be auto-posted into the group. I'm going to say 6 a.m., the new vinyl recap video, maybe a pre-order, 7 a.m. CD post, maybe something at 8, and then 9 a.m. for the vintage discount crate. But I better stop right there for 2 reasons. I am extremely hungry. Number 2, I'm exhausted. Thursday nights are a beatdown. We've had an incredible night. Any last claims for gold or silver? Any last claims for gold or silver? Okay. We just bought a bunch of gold today. $10 gold pieces, $5 gold pieces. 10. I still got 10-ounce bars, Morgans, silver rounds. I meant to ask Jim B which Black Crows he wanted. I don't know if he's still watching or not. And then what I might do, we might do I haven't done in a while, maybe an auction in the group for all these Black Crows. My mic went out. Sorry, what was the last thing I said? What was the last thing I said? I'm finally killing the batteries on these new mics. They used to last the entire show, but now they start. This gray one starts to die near the end. Oh, I need to tag Alice in Chains lights while we're still live. While we're still live, I need to tag Alice in Chains lights. Let me do that right quick, because they can tag this stuff later. So Alice in Chains lights. Tower Theater, Upper Darby. And your offer was $100. Is that right, Jim B? Alice in Chains, we got 15. 2 to George Jones. Okay. Andy Rutherford, Jerry Stone, Josh Brown. That's 5. Paul Brothers, Chris Frazier, Rob Fordham, Jeremy Barnes, and Autumn Betts. That's 10. Stephen Parton, Cameron Lingefelt, and Jason Fornerat. That's 13. That leaves me with 2 extras. And then let me get my laptop out. Let me get my laptop out to see if I had anybody down on a waiting list. And that was No waiting list. So I got 2 extra Alice in Chains lights. Let me see if I can get one plugged. It might be tough to drag. They moved. Somebody cleaned up my table over here, and okay, I got all that out of my system. See if I can reach it over here. Probably not, but I'll try my best, okay? You know me, I'm always going to put up my best effort. Yeah, I don't think it's going to stretch. And honestly, I don't think it's even going to be close. I don't think it's going to be close. I might can pan the camera. That might be best. Wow, purple. Orange. I don't know. I think it's all part of the design process. I think it's just kind of how it works in, you know, manufacturing them. I don't really know the science, but let me go turn out the house lights. Here, we'll legitimately go dark here at Coletco. We'll turn out literally the main lights here in the room. Boy, it's still bright though. Golly. I've got the like actual lights in the store cut off and it's still bright. I don't even know how to unplug all these other ones. Where's these other ones at? These I don't even know if I need, honestly. They're kind of in my way. We're gonna get it dark in here. Oh, I unplugged it. I guess up there is fine. Last light. Golly, took me. There's a lot of lights in the building. There you go. I got 2 left. $59.99. Is this one really changing colors? Okay, yeah, I was about to say. Make sure it reset. It would be really hard to sell records right now. I've got it completely dark in here. The whole room is dark except for Alice in Chains and the monitors. This is why I can't really show the true colors of them, because I have to turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lights off, and then my main overhead lights. So, all right, the show is coming to an end. Anybody have any last questions or concerns? We have 5 lights in stock, 3 Van Halen and 2 Allison chains. 3 Van Halen and 2 Allison chains. And these look pretty good. These look pretty good, just not even turned on. Don't fall asleep. Yeah, I better turn some of this stuff back on. Plus, I have it on. I have it all on one switch, so it all turns off when I. Except these overhead lights. I don't really need these. They're really just casting shadows, or they're casting lights in my face every night. Let me turn this. Well, now I feel funny. I feel like I'm missing something now. I don't know what it is. All right. Well, folks, see y'all tomorrow. Let me get my cursor back over here. And yeah, that's a nice Allison chains light. Yeah, a lot of it, like I said, has to do with how well I think they can, make it. I don't know, the way they design them. I got to submit my next ones, and then we got stones up for pre-order. Yep. All right. Thanks, everybody, and we're out of here. Good night.